Begins with the first step, and these warriors have made it to top 8. For Team Malaysia, with an undefeated record from Group A, and Mongolia having to fight slightly harder in their own group to get to this stage, this will be sort of the final test to see if they have it in them to move on forward.
Well, right now we got to talk about the players of Malaysia here: Momo, Sakai, Stormy, Loliel, as well as Humes. And the difficult thing here, I would say a good problem to have. Which one do you want to highlight first? Because every single player has highlights of their own. The solo kills from the side laner, Sakai's dancing around the battlefield, Humes getting impossible catches, and Stormy, man. Stormy as well on that team, disgusting.
Yeah, even the side laners, Loliel and Momo, have had so many individual highlights. We got to hang out for just a short while with the South African players yesterday, and they were talking about how scary Humes is as a roamer, and how Sakai is just freestyling on them. Then these are the impressions that Malaysia has left on the international stage so far. But if there's one team that I have the confidence to take on that intimidating pressure, it's going to be Team Mongolia with Ains, Atto, Akuma, Garo, and Gero.
Yeah, one of the standout players that I still remember is Eisen. Like in the EXP, he has shown up in the international stage and has been quite scary. But again, going up against Malaysia, it is going to be a different beast. I don't think he's ever had experience going up against Momo, so this is going to be something new for him. And the thing about Mongolia is that it's in their genetics, man. Like even physical Asia, they do so well.
They do.
Shout out to Mongolian team.
And I gotta say, the Mongolian supporters, the fans also are incredibly supportive of their country, regardless of what time zone it is. I've seen so many clips of them just staying up. Is that Scram? It is.
It is Scram. It's like, yo, I want to face this guy. Hey, you know, while they're here, try to get Scrim. You know?
Yeah.
It's RG.
Thank goodness it's not him, but it's one of his disciples.
Yeah. Well, Momo is pretty strong too.
Yeah, he is.
He has basically represented Malaysia every single time since his debut as a player.
Yes. Regardless of whatever category, whatever tournament, right? You always see Momo's name being put up as one of the icons of Malaysia. It's good to see that they are clearly still... some of the players live rent-free in their head.
Oh yeah.
In a good way.
For sure. Right now, I would say the male division has been playing later on in the afternoon, this time playing in the morning. So we're going to see how they start off fresh, Huskies. Like, this is going to be the very first game that they wake up, had breakfast, is like, all right, log in. Let's see how they perform in the morning.
And
who's that?
That's Innocent.
Oh, it's Innocent?
Yeah, that's Innocent.
Yeah. Zorn!
They are showing off their idol. So Zorn, Innocent, we have Cram.
You know what? This is how you get the Malaysian crowd on your side.
Yeah.
Right?
Good trick.
Hey, good trick, right?
I like it.
It's like,
I respect it.
It's like, hey, they're going against Malaysia, but who do we support? Dude, I love Mongolians, man. They're amazing. They wrestle horses when they're kids.
They do. They are called the conquerors, right? So this is again another stepping stone to greater glory. Well,
I want to wrestle a horse.
You want to wrestle a horse?
I mean, like, I wanted to grow up with that experience so that when I get to the office, I can tell people, like, yeah, as a kid, I wrestled horses.
And see how many people actually believe you, right?
I can say anything and no one will believe me.
Okay, try me.
Okay, what is okay, I've been hit by a car 3 times. Not at the same time.
That's very good to know.
That's something, yeah.
Lord bless you.
Shout out to our makeup artist. I would not have thought of saying at the same time, no. Don't believe me, or I don't know, she's laughing, so...
Well, maybe she was one of the drivers.
Hey, we are both Johorians.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
So it was possible. What are we talking about again? Oh yeah, Mongolia, Malaysia.
Yes.
So Mongolia, like, I feel like in the way that they play, if I remember correctly, their play style internationally, I'm slightly worried because they are what we call downloading the meta, which
the downloaders, right?
Exactly, like game number 1, they'll play comfort, but they won't necessarily show up in the rotations. But start game 2 and game 3, they're like, okay, we roughly know what you're doing, and then we're just gonna adapt to it. So usually when we're going up against Team Mongolia, you can't expect a longer series because they just want to know your draft pattern and the way that you move.
But that's also something very unique, a unique quality about Mongolia, which is the adaptability, right? Is they can adjust to the circumstances. We will start on Flying Cloud for game 1, and we have seen some more impactful Flying Cloud mechanic yesterday. I believe it was between Malaysia against South Africa, where South Africa managed a base defense, tried to go for the Lord, but because it was Flying Cloud, Malaysia was back at the objective in no time, and that is something that Mongolia will have to keep in mind. Rotations are a lot faster than they usually are.
Yeah, but again, Malaysia has been pretty scary, considering the fact that they've been looking extremely comfortable on stage at this point.
Oh, yes.
Because Sakai is a pretty strong jungler, but I haven't seen him in this form since 1 year now.
Yeah, he does have his low tide, but I think that period has passed.
Thorns
Look at the
remain.
respect from Mongolia, right? Fanny, YSS, Lancelot, let's go. So Hayabusa and Joy are the other 2 assassins left on the list, whereas for Malaysia, they go for the Baxia Grok ban.
Yep. If this is the case, we should look at the Mongolian player's phone. We might see Sakai's face there as well.
Yep.
So you got Cram, Innocent, Zorn. Oh, it must be feel bad for Yumes. It's like, no, you're good, but Zorn, man.
It's okay. I mean, they've clean swept the team of the season.
Yeah,
What,
yeah.
two seasons now?
Yep.
Yeah, it's okay. No problem. I mean, Sakai knows that feeling. The first time that he was nominated, he didn't get it. And he was the only guy that didn't get it.
Yeah. So now, Team Malaysia, they are really taking out the frontliners. It looks like they're going to be taking out the CC as well. So, Mongolia, do they actually go for a Hayabusa first pick to deny it away from Team Malaysia and then forcing them out to use something like a Joy? But instead, they go for a Kalia, which I do like this pick. But again, it gives options for Malaysia to pick up something like a Gatot Kimi again or Gatot plus the Hayabusa since it's still up.
Yeah, Gatot Hayabusa is a good shout too. So it's either that you are looking for, I mean, there are still a couple junglers left, right? The Joy is one. We've seen the Fredrin and a Kai. But if you're talking specifically about assassins, then I agree the Hayabusa and Joy will be the next 2 on the list. For Malaysia, they go for the Hayabusa. So pretty much expected for Sakai's and the Gatot for Yumes for the 10,000 time.
Yeah. Pretty easy to call out the draft coming in from Malaysia here. And now going for a simple combo, picking up the Farsa as well. And it looks like they're going to have a show, but
in the world.
Wow.
having the Kalia as well as the show as well as the Farsa, you kind of understand that there's a game plan from Mongolia.
And not only that, they instantly revealed their gold laner, right? Like they are not.
Could be XP.
It could be XP, but they're not really hiding their plan, and very direct. Where they show all their cards on the table. But sometimes it is not too bad of an approach, right? You are not complicating things. You are playing it very, very honest. And Mongolia is one of those countries that play very direct.
Yeah, so for Team Malaysia, in terms of mid laners, there is quite a lot. Stormy has been known to wait for his hero a little bit so that he's able to counter. A safe one is probably Jushin because there's going to be a lot of catch, so you want to use a miller that's harder to catch. Kimi has, basically been the default.
Yeah,
It looks like it is still going to be Kimi here. Unless he gets banned out, they're going to be picking up the same thing. Now, in terms of the ban here, I'm looking at Mongolia banning things out like the Ruby, just to make sure that no one can really stop the engage. Like, Gatot is already difficult by himself. Let's not give them much more. Maybe even consider banning out the Lapu. Right? Lapu Ruby seems like a good ban for Mongolia.
Yeah, Lapu Ruby, the Yuzong, what is that?
Uranus.
Uranus is one.
That's kind of too much.
Hilda, yes. So a couple of options. Probably not the Hilda. It's slightly rare for the Hilda to come out in the second phase. Esmeralda is also an option. Also a pick that is still available. So
The immortal one
it's not easy to narrow down that. They get the Suyo ban from Malaysia now. It's their turn to target the jungler.
Yeah.
Hunt begins.
And now even the Ruby gets banned out. I'm thinking that Mongolia might want to go for a traditional marksman here, something like the Granger or the Beatrix, because there's a lot of catch here. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities to feed over the kills over to the gold lane. Maybe even the Harif, but the Harif just doesn't do well against the Hayabusa.
If there's one thing that we have seen in WEC so far across both categories is that dealing with the Hayabusa is actually harder than it seems.
Yeah.
Because our Hayabusa players have been nothing less than perfect in terms of execution. And even with heroes that we usually see as an answer to this elusive ninja, it has not been an easy task to pin him down.
But in case the Cho does go to the goal lane, in terms of the EXP,
Your team is
even banning out the lane. You know what? Shout outs to Coach Arcadia. He researches every single team, making sure that there's no surprises.
Yeah, I like it. It's a very deep cut, but that is what makes it fun. We have crossed paths before. At least we have shared some international stage before in other tournaments out there. That's why, as much as Mongolia are known as the downloaders, they are also being downloaded by other teams.
I really feel like Lapu is the safest choice here.
I agree.
Right?
This land is our homeland.
So yeah, they go for
It will
Lapu.
soon be your burial ground.
So for Mongolia, if they want to go for the Joy, I think it is going to be quite difficult, even just going up against the Gatot by himself.
What about the Fred or Akai? I mean, Fred?
I'm actually pretty okay with the Fred. Like, I'm okay with the Fred, but then if they don't pick up a marksman...
I am Scorpio.
They pick up a Hellcurt. Okay, now that's...
I am awake.
Now that's a Pisces.
These kind of picks are like an espresso shot to me. I am awake and I'm ready. So we get the Khalid too. So it is a Cho go. I love it, right? We say they are very, very honest with their picks. You know, they wear their hearts on the sleeves and they're just showing their flavors right out the gates.
So here we go, man. Like, the thing is, we've seen Hellcurt usually in Rome. We don't even see him in the jungle, right? So this is going to be very interesting. And I feel like for Team Malaysia at this point, they're really thinking whether they want to give a fighter or marksman here to Loliel, because you just don't know. There's a lot of damage here. You got the Cho, you got the Farsa, you got the Hellcurt, as well as the Khalid. A marksman pick would be pretty brave, but could be effective.
Not only that, there is a madness to the method here with the Hellcurt, right? The Dark Knight falls, you turn off the light, and look at the heroes that Team Malaysia has, right? They export in the gold lane, but these heroes, they work very well with vision. That's how they control zone. But if you blind them, they can't see, you not only deny them for a couple of seconds, but you also protect your Farsa from being found out.
We can see that Malaysia bringing out the WBC special here, which is pick a lineup that has a lot of zone control. You got the Export, Lapu, as well as the Gatot, even the Kimi. But yeah, like you said, if you deny them of vision, like that's the best way you can surprise anyone, right?
Yeah, I mean, even the best boxer out there, if they don't have sight, landing a punch becomes slightly harder. There is an idea behind it. We see the vision.
But there is an assassin in John Wick. He's pretty good, even though he's blind.
Yeah, well, he's Asian, so...
Hey, you know what? Hey, shout outs to Asia.
Shout outs to...
all of us.
What's his name again?
I can't remember.
Yip Man, but that's his character. I don't remember his... Donnie Yen, yes. Great actor.
Either way, right now, for Team Mongolia, we do have to see, because there's a reason we don't see the Hellcurt all the time.
Yep.
Because his power spike is a bit tricky. You think it's early game, and it's like, actually,
Oh, I love this. Oh, go get him! Aizen right in the thick of things. Yus is going to try to hold them back to revitalize already used. Momo called in to support. Gero though, taking too much damage to invade. Doesn't really pan out the way that they want, but they will get more than just one. Those guys end up going down there under the turret, the taunt. Oh, what a start. A maniac for Momo. This Lapu off to a fantastic opening.
Can we say this is the fastest maniac in history? In 40 seconds.
Dude, this is why I love Mongolia, man. It's so fun to watch.
In professional play, the fastest maniac. But yeah, no, I agree. It's like, okay, there's no way to expect a 5-man gank on the buff.
Honestly, 9 out of 10 times this would have worked.
Exactly, yeah.
9 out of 10 times this would have worked. They would have gotten away with the buff and actually gotten a lead. But Malaysia very ready to deal with that. And now Gero is going to feel the brunt of it. Needs to call Aizen in to kind of bail him out of the situation. Akuma will have to join here as well. And they're not shy to take the fight. Guys, though, gladly accepts it. Finds another body. This time, Gero goes down. And unfortunately, Akuma also follows. So Malaysia definitely getting the better end of that trade.
But it's okay. This is downloading. Right? Game 1 is always iffy because you just want to know how would they react. Just say if we get a 5-man gank on the buff, how would they react? You were saying how the Hellcurt pick woke you up. I'm guessing that gang woke Malaysia. They're like, whoa.
These guys aren't playing. They're committing flickers
Yeah.
to get it done. And
That's a 10 a.m. special.
that's a 10 a.m. special.
We need to play ranked games in 10 a.m. and do that, and just they'll probably be like, "Yo, I'm not ready for this in the morning.
Yeah, they'll
I
probably-
haven't had my coffee."
And then you will win the trade. Whoa, Momo. Yeah, I should be safe. You pull that off in your ranked games, you'll probably get like the enemy will probably all chat you, calling you like a coward. Gyro turns off the lights, but the shadow is stuck on him. So vision doesn't really matter when you have basically auto aim there. So guys with another takedown.
Yep. In terms of the goal difference, it's a lot. And Stormy takes a bit of damage coming in from Akuma, but Humes secures the kill there, and looks like Aizen tries to fight back.
Oh, get him, Garo.
I respect that Garo, trades a kill, dies himself, but this is the Mongolian playstyle, right? They want to download, they want to push you to your limits to see how would you react in every single possible situation. And in the game too, that's where we start to see Mongolia really adjust.
Again, we did say that there's a method to the madness.
Exactly.
And they have shown the madness part. And now he's trying to refine the method, but Gero, he doesn't really want to be there. And the point is made pretty clear.
Yep. Garo is only in level 4 at 3 minutes here. Sakai's is already at level 6. Yesterday, Sakai's hit level 15 at around 9 minute-ish. So that was pretty fast.
They get the kidnap onto Stormy, so that could result in a kill. Good stuff for Atto with the feather airstrike, but Malaysia responds instantly. Sakai's is now pretty much unstoppable. Akuma will have to just give himself away so that his teammates can get out. Double kill for Sakai's, and Gero, oh man, he's still level 4. Come on, come on. This is not fair.
I mean, like, I think they would consider showing mercy, but it's 10 a.m. They're like, in a way, autopiloting, but for them to autopilot is kind of scary.
Or they thought of showing mercy, but sadly, Mongolia pulled off a 5-man gang in the jungle, so they were like, okay, this is how you want to play it? We'll play it. And Sakai's is godlike, that purple buff is gone. Mm-hmm. What are we looking at? A 5K goalie.
So the fastest game so far in WEC is 8 minutes in and 24 seconds. It was during the group stages here. 4 minutes in, and Team Malaysia has about 5,000 goalies. Stormy just killed off Aizen. 16-4. Sakai's goes in, and good flicker to disengage the Ogi shadow kill. And look at this. The turrets still have that shielding. That's how early this game is.
The good thing about this Malaysian draft is that they are not the best at sieging, right? So don't worry about record-breaking game time. Is Garo? Wow, that's actually quite a lot of damage.
Hey, it's all damage. This is the WC meta. Hold on.
Get him! Oh, nice try.
Yeah, Layla still gets the kill there. Aizen is stuck. Stormy able to get that one, and Garo goes in. Tries to get a kick on the Stormy. Stormy still survives. Has to Shunpo away, and Atok is there just to protect him from Momo. Yeah, WC, man, it's all full of damage. Sakai jumps in with the quad shadow, and Akuma gets taken down. Legendary for Skies.
And talking about not catching a break, even Mongolia, they just fighting. The flying clouds helps them back in, and Garo gets the Neski effect. Finally finds a shutdown on the Stormy.
Yep.
Look, mad respect, right? 1 and 7, you're continuing to put up a fight. No hose bar. Right? 21 kills, by the way, for Malaysia. This is what? 5 minutes, 20 seconds in. It's an average of 4 kills per minute.
Let me just say what I woke up this morning.
This was one of what you expected.
I did not thought this was how we're opening up the game. Hey, Stormy got caught. Shout out to Mongolia. Full damage. Look.
Pretty crazy. The fact that they took the flying clouds, they went to the mid lane, they cut between the turrets, and they still found the kill.
Husky, it's great that we're working so that we don't have to play rank for a while.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about how WEC will have its own pocket meta, and the pocket meta is 5 damage.
And honestly, I thought yesterday was bad enough when Boxy was solo the Lord, and now we get this 5-man gang. I want to try out this tech. We should gather our friends and do a 5-man.
Just go 5-man damage, right?
Yeah, we go 5-man damage, 5-man level 1 gang. We need a comp that can make it happen. So the Khalid is the key.
Khalid is the key, yeah.
Is the key.
No, actually, no. You can change it with something like a Thomas.
That too. But Khalid closes the gap easier, right? Because of the passive. And I assume that's the ingenuity behind it. You see him, Gero? They don't see him. Look what the yaws that Mongolia finds a comeback because of one good Dark Knight falls. We haven't seen that yet, I think.
Offline clouds, Khalid. Will he find an angle? I know he wants to go in.
Oh, he's itching for like a good tsunami slam. Okay, he's not going home.
Well, Gero's there. 1v1, Momo, level 10, level 7.
You can do it. You can do it, buddy.
He does have one item. It's not going to be enough.
Look, that's 50% of it, of Momo's HP. And look at the difference, right? Gero is 1 and 8 before that. Momo was 7-0. He was able to deal half of his health bar. That's very respectable.
Hey, who knew? Starting the game off with the Maniac gives you a bit of an advantage. Atto gets taken down by Sakai. All the while, Momo still goes up against Garo.
This is fun. This is fun to watch.
Oh, it is.
It's very fun to watch. I'm pretty sure that even on the losing end, it doesn't feel exactly bad. Flying Clouds again back right into the midst of things. And a free delivery for Sakai and Lo Liao.
Well, if Malaysia is chasing after the fastest game time, they're on track. 7 minutes and 26 seconds here. They're already inside the base, dealing with the inhibitor. But look at that. Aizen gets onto Stormy, but AOG connects onto Atto. They really want to get a kill. And Aizen taking quite a lot of damage. Finally gets taken down by Lo Liao. But Mongolia has done enough. Malaysia has to go back.
You know what? Wow, Sakai still got the outplay. If there's one member on the side of Malaysia that Mongolia really wants a piece of, it's definitely Stormy, because Stormy went down 5 times. They were throwing bodies at him. Top inhibitor goes down, mid inhibitor goes down. Let's see.
Oh?
Is this a record-breaking one? It could be actually. If they just gun down the crystal right now before the mini wave gets cleared out, they could actually end the game. But the catapult will eventually get destroyed, and then the traction pulse, Akuma buying time. They get a lash shaker off onto Atto. Lo Liao is just going for some barbecue there. 15.9k, 16k goal advantage. Malaysia looking to try to close it up, but Aizen's not making it easy. It's the guys. He's doing his best. That's a double kill. Stormy goes down for the 6th time this game. A random AOG on his own minion wave. Malaysia would take game 1, 8 minutes and 32 seconds in.
Yeah, unfortunately not the fastest time, but they got pretty close. They got pretty close. And again, that's not how I would imagine opening up the day, starting here in the playoffs. Now, this is how you start the playoffs.
This is how you
Single limbs, by the way. Let me remind everyone.
This is single elimination, is it?
Yes.
I love it.
That was amazing. You're amazing.
You too, thank you.
Yeah.
These teams are great.
So let's recap.
what? Let's be honest. Let's be honest and get this out of the way. What is there to say? How? Where do we start? How do we begin?
So first, we begin by saying, don't try this at home.
Yes.
Unless you want to have fun. Right?
Mongolia, we're having a lot of fun. Other side of the buff.
So this time with a Guinevere. Jump in and then, hey, free target.
Free target, yeah.
Right? So, I don't know, just an idea. But still, maybe moving on, they're like, okay, so we know how the EXP will rotate first, able to get kills, blah, blah, blah. So maybe you got to shut down Momo. I don't know. This one, they clearly want to shut down Stormy.
Yep.
So maybe this time, go for someone else.
Which I can understand, because, Momo was 4-0 at 1 minute. So it's
Kind of difficult.
kind of hard to shut him down when you give a Lapu a maniac at the start of the game.
When Lapu can kill you with basic attacks,
Yep.
you kind of know you've fallen behind.
And also it's the revitalize difference, right? Because, Kalea doesn't take revitalize, but Gatot does. So that also helps
And
Malaysia
they're inside the opponent's jungle.
take more damage.
Maybe not the first 2 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
So that's why 5-man gangs it looks cool, but there is a risk to it.
That's why we haven't seen it in quite a while. The moment Munton removes that nerf,
It's coming back.
it's over. It's over.
Imagine if it's not a mechanic, that gang would have set Mongolia up for at least the first 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna be looking at the post-game stats soon enough. But in terms of items, what do we want to talk
I know
about?
this is a brawl match.
Yeah. This is as brawly as it can get. Yeah, I feel like in that kind of situation, the safest thing is having someone skill in the jungle or the goal, right? So this is why we say the Helker is very tricky, is because the power spike is very subjective, which is very weird to say because usually people are like, okay, 2 items, power spike.
Yeah.
Sky Piercer, power spike. But when it comes to the Hellcurt, you're not super strong at level 4. You're not super strong when you necessarily have 1, 2, or even 3 items. It's always about at what point do you have these items, at what point the enemy has these items. It's very weird for Hellcurt.
Yeah, at level 4, you're more of, you just gain a utility
Support.
that helps your team,
Yeah.
right? You don't really have enough firepower to get your own kills. He did try though. He had a very rough game. It was like what, he was like stuck at level 4 for a very long time. His jungle got invaded. Clearly, even at 10 a.m. Malaysia, they're pretty vengeful. You know, they brought the payback into the Mongolian jungle and took everything.
Well, we're gonna be looking at the post-match here, and I guess the best thing we can look at is the KDA, which is something that we don't usually look at. You know, 1, 12, and 2. It's a pretty legendary one with 4,000 gold in 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
It's something that you don't usually see.
15-1-6 for Sakai, you know, 9-0-12 for Momo,
4,620.
4-6-20.
If he didn't die at all, that would be legendary.
That would be legendary. Also, 8.5 minutes, total of 43 kills. That's an average of what, 7 kills, or close to 7 kills per minute.
With 16,000 gold difference.
2 turtle slains, by the way. 2 turtle
Yes, 2
slains.
turtle slains.
the third turtle isn't even in. He shows up for work and he's like, oh, the game is over?
Hey, you know what? We're having fun, right?
Yeah, we're having fun.
Dude, I love this guy.
I'm glad that the players
We
are having
made the
fun.
right call to ask Pasha and Stafa to come later.
Yes.
Right? It's like, we're taking the morning shift.
Yeah, you guys can take a break.
Hey, you know, let's do it. We
exchange-
made the right call.
In exchange, we get to have fun.
We always get the good games, man. We always get a good game.
Who's the MVP this game? I wonder.
Whew. Sakai's, I'm guessing. Oh, wait, Momo got a maniac, right? So the MVP is going over to you.
No,
Hey, 3-0-24.
it's 3-24.
3-0-24.
If not for his revitalized, they would have lost. They would have gotten taken out at the. Okay.
Ulting his own minions.
He owes his own minions.
That's when you know.
Makes a statement.
Hey, AOG, my own team. Well,
I just realized that he dealt 3.1k damage per minute.
yeah.
What?
Hey, gauntlets, man. Gauntlet is like a demigod or something, you know? So we're gonna look at the highlights. Do we start with the game? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, dude, bro.
I love this though. This idea is so cool.
Hey, he did a lot of damage, right?
I will say that Yoon's got a fantastic 4-man taunt.
Yep.
And I think Akuma sort of messed up the flicker tidal strike.
Yep.
He got caught in the taunt or something. So there were some minor errors in execution, but again, the idea was great.
The idea was
They
great.
got the guys. You know, they got the guys. That was the main target.
Now, that's the very definition of go big or go home, right?
The high rollers.
If we win this one, we can take down Malaysia. Wait, we just lost. Well, GG next game.
Hey guys, good job. We try. At least we try.
Next game. But we can shout out how they keep on going for it. And I don't know about you, but I'm hearing laughs in the background. Like, people are having fun. This is what MLBB is about.
The Bebex is looking at the screen and he's like, dude, you guys are funny.
You guys.
You guys. We tried. They really tried.
You know what? I want them to come to Malaysia more often.
We need more of
We need more
these
Mongolians in
guys.
Malaysia. Yeah.
We need more of these guys.
Yeah.
Now I'm sad that we didn't get any of their broadcasted game on broadcast until now.
Yeah.
Just imagine how fun it was in their own grouping.
I'm guessing their opponents didn't have that much fun, maybe? Because they're like, dude, why did they 5-man gank us?
Now I'm thinking to myself, in the deciding series against Egypt, how much aggression did Egypt have to like tank? Like, how much shenanigans did Egypt have to like? Every single game they're just like, whoa, there's a new trick.
Imagine if we just meet an Egyptian player outside and it was like, they got us. Like
They got us good.
It was on broadcast and we were happy for that one.
Like-
Well, not in our broadcast. You know?
But we can't be mad at that.
Yeah.
Did we play poorly? Maybe not, but they sure as heck played well.
Yeah. So going into game number 2, when you have a game like that, how do you call the draft? How do you call the draft? Like, we can call Malaysia, but
I think you just forget about the draft. You just forget about the game. Sorry, forget about the previous game. You know, just do what you always do. I guess. I feel like even Coach Art watching the game is like, this is not what I prepared for.
like even him, if the players were having a little bit too fun, he was like, "Can I really fault them though?"
Like, I mean, they keep coming.
It's like we're not looking for a fight. It comes to us.
They get a pass this time. I heard that
Actually, that will be a good interview. So I would just ask Becky and Coach Arch, like, were you prepared for that?
Coach Ark thinks it's out. I gave them a good whipping yesterday after fooling around, but today I think they get a pass.
Well, either ways, right now, looking at Team Mongolia, they still look very much prepared, looking pretty calm, and this is what we know Mongolian to be, and figure out the habits and then lock in.
They say that it's also a very good way to show respect to your opponents, and it says you just keep taking the fight to them, right?
Yep.
You show them respect by challenging them. It look lopsided, but at least they're trying.
Yep.
And that's and the effort is what I appreciate.
Yep. Yeah, at least this is good for Rose. Now she knows what to ask.
Plenty of content.
Plenty of questions that she can ask,
Plenty of questions, yeah.
If we look at Coach Ark, he's like, what will they pick up?
It's like, man.
I can't figure this one out.
I should have slept early yesterday.
Anyways, right now, I do agree because honestly, the start draft was pretty good. Kuya, Farsa, and the Cho. I think at that point you might have gone all in the jungle pick. Where instead of you go for a Hellcurt, you go for some kind of fighter, right? A Martis, a Nolan would be great.
Yeah. Now that explains why they went for like Hellcurt, right? Because I felt it wouldn't make sense. A hero at level 1 in the jungle that could make these kind of plays.
None.
Actually, none.
None. Yeah.
Akai actually can.
Oh wait, yeah. He does surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, but that don't take flicker, right? So the problem is getting into the fight in the first place. You have to roll, and then you just have to basic attack.
Now, I'm gonna one-up this strategy.
All right.
I got you. Now we can 5-man stack.
Okay.
Instead of us taking flickers, petrify. We chain CC them.
5 petrifies?
We don't need 5. We need 2 now.
It's like
one
your
from
XP laner petrify,
and then roamer. A chip. Second skill dives in. Basic attack hits everyone. Petrify.
Yeah.
See, now we're
closing the gap. It will be the challenge. Will be the main challenge. But once you close the gap, it's guaranteed first bullet.
Or pick a high loss revitalize. See, now we're thinking.
Yeah. Now we're thinking.
It's not the Kalia. You need someone that wants to fight.
I mean, the Kalia can work.
Yeah, of course.
But you have to land your.
No, honestly, if Kalia wants to do that, you need level 2. Because at level 2, then you can heal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because it takes time. That's right. Even if you land the combo, you get the knockout, but you omit the passive.
Yep.
There are some holes that need to be plugged, but hey, maybe it's a concept in the works, right?
No, that's why, because they took the jump first.
Yes.
Yeah, instead of puddle.
Because if they don't take the jump first, you can't engage. Then the flicker loses its value.
I can't believe that we're really analyzing this and be like, how do we make it work?
Look, shout out to Mongolia. They've shown some good ideas, right? And it's something that can be expanded on. Look, there's respect. The Khalik gets banned out.
And the Hilda, because they're like, what if?
What if they take the Hilda?
What if they do that again?
Hilda was actually the missing piece. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, considering it is dangerous grass, probably a good call.
That's true.
Yep. So banning out the Grok, the Khalid, and Mongolia not letting go of the assassins, but still quite a lot of picks for Sakai's nonetheless.
Baxia is left open. Still, let's see if Mongolia bans him out. If not, then if you ban a Baxia, then probably Hayabusa or YSS. Yeah, so there's slightly more choices in the opening jungle picks now.
I would almost rather fight Sakai's on the Baxia. Like, it's scary, don't get me wrong. But at least you get to fight him.
At least you have a chance.
At least you can touch him. But he's using a Haya, a Yi Sun-Shin, a Lancelot. You can't even catch the guy.
Well, good news is that Hayabusa is banned. Bad news is that YSS is open.
Yeah, if Malaysia picks it up. And the thing is, even if Malaysia picks up the Baxia, they can just let Momo play. Because Momo will always say, sure.
Momo will be like, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You want me to use Kalia EXP, sir? I will.
Yes, I'll make it work.
Kalia Petrify.
Can you do it? Yes, can, boss. Can one.
Can.
Can.
That's why he was selected as the EXP, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't fight back.
Just follow orders.
Follow orders. We can see here Malaysia taking their time a bit here. because yeah, there's a lot of good picks. So they go for the God Thought first, and I think Mongolia, it's in their best interest to take the Baxia.
Take the Baxia, and
Yes.
then you fight YSS. Actually, you know what? I agree.
Right? No, because Baxia can deal with the God Thought
too, yeah.
and if they pick up the Kimi, Baxia can frontline.
If you want to invade again,
Yeah, see, now you're thinking
Nah,
like
nah.
they had revitalized. So if we have Baxia,
now I'm thinking like the Mongolians.
see, that's how you do it.
So Baxia Kalea. Maybe not Kalea. Kimi is not too bad also, right? Fighting early.
Yep.
We got one piece, right?
I do think getting the Kimi would be kind of crack. If not Eve. Eve can also do well.
Baxia Eve.
Yeah.
Depends on how early you want to go.
Or
Exorcist of
Lapu.
the dragon spirit here.
Okay, Yuzong.
That,
Still
Petrify. We got them
See?
down.
petrify. And who knows, the Baxia might still go to Rome.
That's true. Then you can take the Shield Unity at first.
You can even take Revitalize or Petrify. Or Vengeance. Or Execute. Okay, maybe not Execute, but you know what I mean.
Okay. There's another pick that for future references, the Bellaric. He likes to walk in front of people.
Yep.
We're giving solo queue people too much ideas.
Yeah, we should stop. So the Yisun is still there, and I think it's still a pretty good pick for Team Malaysia.
This land is our
So they pick up the Lapu and the Yisun.
burial ground.
So far the draft from Team Malaysia are basically all heroes of different countries. You know.
Yes.
Philippines, the Indonesia, and
Korea. Yeah. They need the Badang.
We need the Badang, and we need one more. Badang and do we have a fifth one?
Yes. We have China, which
What?
is like 1-1, Ling, Louis.
Yeah, but they're not like icons of the
Yeah.
country. You get what I mean?
Okay, so they pick up a Harif here. So looking to scale up just a little bit. Hey, shout outs to Simon and Abang Lord showing up for the match this early in the morning.
Simon, how
40
long?
people.
How long is the cane at home?
How long is the king at home? So for Mongolia here, probably gonna take out something like Esmeralda Lunox because they're pretty tanky.
They banned the CC.
Which again, you know, Shredder. I'm looking for a Lunox ban because, you know, Baxia and Harv kind of doesn't want to go up against that.
Yeah, even Yuzong too, right? Hard to catch the Lunox. Even with your full combo, and she easily disengages too. If you are Malaysia, you mid lane and roam.
Roam, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I have a great idea for the
I love great ideas.
for the 5-man gang concept.
We're still thinking. We're
There's
still
one more.
on
This
that.
is my last one. This is my
All
last
right,
one.
got it.
Jawhead. With the ejector one, level 1.
Look at that respect. Look at that respect, man. This is why shout outs to Coach Ark. We've seen plenty of coaches be like, nah, that's not a big deal.
I mean, we beat it.
Yeah. But then Coach Ark's like, you know what? Nah.
He was a problem.
Nah.
The Helker might have been 1-12, but he was a problem.
Yep.
They are certain advantages to having it. So Ruby banned out. So Lunox is left open.
Yep. I wonder if Mongolia wants to take it for themselves.
Ooh,
Because it's
Lunox
not
had
that
it.
bad for themselves, you know?
No, not really. But then they lack range.
All they need is a catch and Kalia's still open. And Cho,
That's true.
if they can use the Cho.
But range would be the problem, right? Like they will have very short range.
It's only a problem with that mindset, Husky.
I'm sorry.
You know what? See,
that's
you
why-
gotta
that's
go
why-
back to being Mongolian.
That's why they're the ones putting off the 5-man gang.
Exactly. You need the right mindset. Well, the final ban here coming in from Malaysia, they're betting on the Franco. So they're like, okay, no, they're thinking like the Mongolians is also like, okay, what other hero can go for that cheese?
If they don't come to us, they might just drag us to them, and the hook is a very good way to do it.
Imagine if Mongolia didn't think about it. They're like, wait, that was a good.
That's we're gonna use it next time.
Yeah. Because even we didn't think about that.
No.
That's actually. So for Team Malaysia here, I think the Eve is relatively good.
You think they'll go Nana again?
You know, Eve, Lunox, both I think is a pretty good shout.
Oh, yeah.
And then when it comes to the gold, Esmeralda is still open.
Yeah, if you
Okay,
take
not great against Baxia, but
if you take Lunox, well, thankfully they've got Thought, so they don't have to worry about the mid lane because Lunox generally gets pressured by the Kimi at level 1 alone.
There are also
They are gonna go. Yeah, Lunox
Oh,
and Loyi.
Loyi?
We did say
Yesterday,
We did talk about the Loyi for Stormy too yesterday.
And you know, China,
And for Dangerous Grass.
China representing, you know.
Power of
And Lunox is
And Badang, we got all five. We got all
Dude.
five in the lobby. We're so good at this job.
we got Malaysia, and Lunox is probably
Lunox probably
Italian.
Lunox is Italian?
I don't know.
We gotta check. Oh, she definitely is.
She has a yin yang thing going on though.
Yeah. So she's not just a single ethnicity.
She's mixed.
She's mixed.
She's Eurasian.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Lunox is Eurasian. Just pick which side of Europe and which side of Asia.
Yeah.
I don't know. My
How do we approach this?
this is too early for me. Well,
They make me feel like I'm overthinking.
no, this is Mongolia is always ready to fight.
Yes.
And you know, in MLBB, right? In MLBB, because look at the Badang, the Kimi, the Baxia. Baxia jumps onto someone, Badang locks them in, and then with a space gun, Kimi just shoots everyone.
Traction pulse.
You know what? Traction pulse first, then Badang goes in. Dude, the wombo combo Mongolia has. Okay, traction pulse, furious dive,
Yes.
lock everyone in on the wall. Petrify.
Boom. Savage for Harris.
Zaman force, dude. Wombo combos for Mongolia, and then for Malaysia, all of a sudden 5 people are behind you.
Yeah. Just want to reiterate right there that both of us are Malaysian. But
Yes. But you know,
It is-
we love a good MLBB.
we have good MVB. Okay, no 5-man gank at level 1.
Hey, maybe level 3.
It's a more standard start now.
Or define Humes.
Level 2. And if there's anything about Kimi is that it is pretty dangerous. Revitalize. Is it enough? Yumes with the passive. Trying to get in range, but Anto was going to try and gun him down. Yumes gets first blooded. And Mongolia off to a good start.
See, this is how they adjust. It's okay, let's try 5 men. And then we roughly know how they space. Because we got to talk about Akuma. Akuma was spacing Stormy away. And again, this is why we don't see a lot of melee-ish mid laners. Because you can't get zoned away by the roamer,
Yeah.
right?
Momo is winning that trade very hard down there. Aizen did clear the way very early, so he gets to take a breather. I thought he would go for an early recall, but decides against it. So he will be at a disadvantage, and that puts him in danger of a potential gank from Sakai's if the timing is right.
Yeah. I'm really looking at Akuma here because Akuma can be, I would say, the deciding factor of how well Mongolia plays, because whenever Malaysia does want to go for an engage, he can just pop them out and Aizen knocks up Sakai's with the furious dive.
Wow.
Recall the bait, gets a kill onto Skies, and now Gyro's onto Momo. Yume's trying to help him out, and Gyro secures the kill, but Stormy is there, flickers forward, gets Gyro, and Akuma, very low HP, still able to get out. Mongolia starting with 3-1.
What did we say? That there is a gang timing there, but Aizen played that super well. As I say that, he got caught. I didn't expect a revisitation still. I thought, guess I'm good to go in the mid lane. The Furious Dive dodge on the turtle boat into a Petrify was sublime. They take out Sakai, so that gives Gyro a bit of an advantage, but unfortunately he did end up going down thanks to Stormy, so they lose the turtle regardless. Malaysia will get the objective into a great bravest fighter to force Mongolia away, and Gyro will have to take a back seat.
So now Mongolia looking pretty good, but as we can see, Loyal 1v1ing Gyro, almost getting that solo kill. Still has that flicker, but I think it's still a good idea not to overcommit, let the minions die by themselves, deny as much farm from Gyro. It's going to be a bit difficult if they're both in the fight, but still, I'm liking that what Mongolia is showing is that they know how to fight. It's just that they got to lock in when it comes to objectives as well, right?
Yeah.
Because Turtle getting taken for free by Malaysia, that's not a good call.
Even so, it's still even in terms of net worth. Aizen gladly taking one more on. Forces out the bravest fighter as a response to the Landshaker ends up connecting, but Aizen gladly will take that trade. Sharvish did help him out to heal a little bit, and Akuma continues his exploration into the enemy jungle and sees that purple buff being taken.
Dude, he has to do this. He always has to know where Stormy is, right? Because all of a sudden, you're focusing on one part of the map and then someone comes diving from behind. That's going to be bad for Mongolia. So always got to make sure that this Lui is always checked out.
The good thing about Loyi right now, or at least playing against Loyi, is that you get an indicator of when she uses the diversion. You don't know where she's going to, but you know that the diversion is coming. So there's a little bit of hint could help Mongolia in the next couple of minutes if Malaysia goes for those big rotations.
Yep. Aizen should really be disciplined here. Don't use his Black Dragon form because the turtle is going to spawn in 18 seconds. And Mongolia has a pretty good draft fighting around the turtle because pretty good AoE, control, as well as damage. And Garo is taking quite a lot of punishments from Loliel. Just with this 1v1, Loliel is, I would say, 1 minion ahead or 2 minions ahead of Garo. And looks like he will be able to deny one gold card away.
Yeah. The catapult, the most valuable one too. So that's the second time Garo loses the 1v1 and he had to use the flicker too. This gang is going to come true. No response from Aizen thanks to the land shaker into a turtle boat. And that means Malaysia will get priority over the turtle. It's going to be pretty hard for Mongolia to even contest this. Yums is concealed. They find Akuma sitting in the bush and Akuma will also be forced away. Malaysia will get a free turtle unless...
Nah. Garo tried to think about it, but good on Malaysia, understanding that Akuma is there. Goes for him, of course. And now for Team Mongolia, they kind of lost the advantage that they had earlier on just because they haven't had good openings yet.
Yep.
Akuma hasn't been able to get a catch. Garo hasn't been able to get a catch as well. And Aizen has been targeted quite hard before the turtle starts. They want to make sure that this Yuzong is not part of the fight. So good on Malaysia at this point. They're making sure that they are locking the proper targets before going to make a play.
The longer this game goes, the more imperative it is for people like Akuma to be able to find those moments. But so far, he hasn't been able to do that.
Oh, look at top. Garo almost gets taken down by Loliel.
Oh, diversion!
Stormy gets a double, and now all alone is Garo trying to get back inside of the turret. He is there, but taking quite a lot of damage. Triple kill from Stormy. Clearly still has it on this Louis.
Yeah, the Houdini of the mid lane shows up from the shadows, and Atok did try with the traction pulse, but the timing is too late. Now Malaysia will find a substantial lead in this game. 3,000 gold lead 6 minutes in. Now putting the pressure on the mid, and once Zoom shows up, this mid lane becomes harder to defend. Akuma will have to use his hellfire as a resource to keep Malaysia away. But Momo is proxying the wave. I don't think there's anyone that can kill him. Garo will try, but Momo just dashes.
Yeah. Team Malaysia still making sure that they are not making mistakes. And look at this, the diversion. Stormy's thinking about it, and he's going to use it to get Aizen again. Aizen gets taken down even without Stormy. But this is going to secure them a turret.
Yeah. And that means Mongolia will, if they walk up to defend, they might eat the yin-yang reaction. Ato flickers away in time. Garo drops Diamond Force. Garo rolls in. Akuma wants to follow up. Flicker doesn't really get the crowd control there. Quite unfortunate. And now the yin reaching into the AOG. Akuma ends up going down. And sadly, Garo will also follow suit. A valiant attempt from Mongolia, but Malaysia were prepared.
Yeah, good kiting coming in. And all the while, Sakai is free farming, trying to make sure that he keeps on his average gold per game because he's just farming. And now Diversion making sure that they are able to pressure here in mid, extending the goal difference between him and Garo with 1,300 at this point. So really making sure that he's on top of it when it comes to the levels because at 7 minutes, he's already level 11, about to hit level 12.
Yeah, about to get the endless battle too. So all 3 turtles for Malaysia. Let's see what the plan for Mongolia is. They are going to see Yums, but it's not the target that they want to go on. They don't have the resource to take him down yet, and the AOG just came back up. As long as Stormy has the diversion, nowhere is safe. Dangerous grass of all places too. That means there's a lot more opportunities for ambushes. Akuma needs to be aware. This could be a flank angle. Yums on one end, Momo on the other. Stormy still waiting in the wings. 4-1 split.
Now Malaysia is trying to get this turret. The minion is quite low. They're probably not going to get it, but look at Garo taking a lot of damage coming in from Stormy. Traction Pulse gets onto Stormy, but Team Malaysia, they have not taken a lot of damage. AOG comes in, gets dodged by Mongolia.
Forces out the flicker from Garo too. And that's the thing of what Team Malaysia is pretty good at, right? They keep pushing the envelope, they keep pushing your buttons, testing your limits, getting more and more out of you until you eventually exhaust yourself of resources. You try to go for Stormy, but Momo is in the back line, cuts right through with Yums and Loliao in the back. Garo is gone without his flicker. Aizen gets hit by the turtle, both a double kill for Loliao in the back line. Stormy ends up being the trade. Aizen accepts his death with pride and honor. And Sakai's will eventually get the cleanup there, so Malaysia won the fight.
Hey, this is all strategy, okay? You gotta stagger the respawn time. So it makes it easier for you to push,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Like we do that in rank because we want to make sure that, you know, they don't come up at the same time.
Man, look at the Lunok shred. Lolia does go down to the Sky Pierce of Vato. Let's see if he can get a second stack. Well, seems like that won't be the case. Yums will disengage with the AOG. Lord up in 20 seconds. Momo will be fine. And Akuma, not really sure you want to check that bush. Uh-oh. Another kill for Sakai. Or Stormy.
Well, either way, Team Malaysia looking pretty strong here, 9 minutes in. And Sakai is at level 14, so he's trying to keep an average of getting 15 before the 10-minute mark. Getting this Lord in a few more camps should get him onto that level 15. And Mongolia, Gero is level 10. So at this point, a 4-level difference is going to be pretty tough for Mongolia to really recover from.
I think with this draft, I'm thinking, I mean, how good are they at the base defense?
So. Because I think the Kimi is fine, but everyone else, you kind of have to get close enough to really clear the minions. At 10 minutes, I think you won't feel it that much. Give it another 6 minutes, then you can start to see a problem with Mongolia clearing the waves.
It's one of the concerns we did bring up. Their range is actually, their reach is actually pretty short. Barring the Kimi, but even then, you need to stack up the passive fully too.
The problem is everyone's in range of the yin-yang reaction.
Ah, yes.
Right? So that makes it more difficult for you to clear the minions because you can't clear it without getting hit by the Lu Yi.
Oh, Momo, just a bit of stutter step spots out Aizen because that was his opportunity to make a play. But Malaysia, sharp as always, smelled it out. Wow, Mo! 3-man land shaker. A coup de grace towards Mongolia. 4 dead on them, and Gero tried to hightail out of there, but eyes at the prize of Malaysia. Divergent and Stormy will join Sakai on the hunt. Gero finally ends up going down. The rest of Malaysia will work on the inhibitor in the top lane as they have the Lord. Gero falls, but Malaysia will look for their ticket into the semifinals. The Lord does go down, but there's a fresh mini wave coming in. And the Crystal not too healthy. Only 30% health left. One last Black Dragon form. The Mountain Shocker gets used. No Petrify though for Aizen. And he cannot stand for long. They clear the last catapult. And Mongolia barely holds on.
Hey, they're still doing well. Sakai is doing a bit of damage onto Akuma, but now the minion coming down bot. Momo goes in with the Brave Fighter again, gets Akuma, jumps in with a furious dive, killing spree for Humes. And now despite their best efforts, Mongolia, their base is exposed. Team Malaysia, they're able to end the game, moving to the next round in the playoffs.
Step by step, they build their way towards glory again. The first semi-finalist of WEC 25 Open category, Team Malaysia, securing top 4. And now we have a chance to face off against either Indonesia or Myanmar tomorrow. That is going to be the interesting one.
And definitely shout-outs to Mongolia, man. We want to see more MLBB here.
Indonesia or Nepal, a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, just Mongolia, great spirits, man. Great spirits. Great energy.
They know how to have fun.
They know how to have fun. They know how to put up a show.
Yeah. That was a great way to start off an amazing Saturday here. Really going to set up for all the other games coming forward. Congratulations again to Malaysia. And with that, we are going to be throwing it over to the stage with Rose. I wonder what she's going to ask to the Malaysian team here.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you guys have it. Your first semi-finalist, Team Malaysia, heads on to the next round of the competition. And with me here on stage from Team Malaysia, we have Momo and Yumes. Hello, boys. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. You guys tired ke? Like, why was the game so fast?
Ito na habis kawan to rest awal lang.
Momo said he wants to wrap up quickly to get more rest. Speaking of which, Momo, I think that was potentially, I am not sure, don't quote me on this, but potentially one of the fastest maniacs we have ever achieved. That was like 40 seconds. What was the communications going on in the team when that maniac happened?
We shocked because they rush our buff, right? So we just cover.
Yeah, so what were you guys saying on the comms? Apa yang korang cakap dalam comms?
Oh, kita kena recreate ni.
Oh.
Okay, so aku tongpat.
Ya, aku datang.
Nampak.
Oh, okay. Very good. Very good follow-up as well. Were you shocked that you got the first maniac?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Ade Sakais has been struggling to get maniacs lately, and Momo just came in at 40 seconds and got a maniac. And of course, you, Game 1. Why were you recalling so much in front of the base of Team Mongolia with their roamer? What was happening?
I think because we both have fun.
You guys had fun. And then why did you die?
I die.
You died, right? Because they came and killed you. There was like 2v1 and then you died. He died, right? Yeah. So why did you die?
Oh, I don't remember.
You didn't remember?
No.
Oh, I see. Okay, so your next match is going to be in the semi-finals. Of course, as of now, your opponent is not yet confirmed. But if you were given the option to choose who you would meet in the semi-finals, who would you like to meet?
Of course, Indonesia.
Of course, Indonesia. Why?
Because I love Indonesia.
Because you love Indonesia. I think we all would love to see a Malaysia-Indonesia fight in the semi-finals. I think that would have even been an amazing grand finals, if I'm being honest. But unfortunately, we will be seeing it tomorrow on the semi-finals. Is there anything you want to say, Momo, to all the Malaysians supporting you guys in this journey?
Thank you kepada fans yang datang. See you tomorrow, guys.
All right. Once again, congratulations to Team Malaysia. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to give us a breakdown on what happened in this insanely fast series. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as to Momo, as well as Yumes. And it's nice that they reenact how they were communicating. It's like, I'm jumping, I'm taunting. It's like, even they're like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, you know they got caught off guard.
Yeah. They were like, bro, no one was ready for that.
I'm 100% certain that no one will have prepared for that.
Actually, no. You know that one guy on Facebook or Twitter be like,
I told you so.
I don't know how you guys didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, you saw
even with the draft. I knew it was going to be.
I knew Mongolia is going to pull this
There's going to be that one guy.
Yeah, this is why I should be a coach or something like that, along the lines.
Yeah, we're paraphrasing, right?
Yeah, the armchair experts, as they call it.
But still, congratulations to Malaysia. And even Malaysia said most likely they will be going up against Indonesia next, which we will be seeing in the third match later on if they are able to get to that spot. But hey, so far the playoffs, it's just game one for the open division. But my oh my expectations have not been met.
It has set expectations.
It has set it.
The threshold is already there.
Exactly.
Right? What a start for sure. Oh, I would say that we do have still 3 more quarterfinals coming up, and we sort of knew that between Indonesia and Nepal it's going to be quite tough. But up against Indonesia, I think that's at least what the Malaysians want. The Indonesians have been also supporting the team very heavily. They're looking to take us on. So, no, that's one step done. Now it's up to them to make it happen. In this post game, this game definitely not as erratic.
Yeah.
It's a lot more planned, a lot more composed, a lot more calculated.
I would say the thing that we just have to highlight is that Stormy went for a pretty early Wishing Lantern, considering that probably the one that he really has to take down is Gero as well as Akuma, and he's like, you know what? I have enough damage. They can't get onto me, so I'm just gonna. I know. It's I know. It just.
Why does Gero have a sky shield?
Let it go, right? Let it go, right, Husky? I did not bring that up. Let it go. Speaking of which, Stormy is the GOAT, dealing the most amount of damage, and Sakai's 881 gold per minute. Akuma taking a lot of damage. Pretty much most of it is from Stormy and Momo. After getting a Maniac now is the best support.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he is there, sir. Yes, sir, man.
I mean, look at how he sort of ended the game, right? In 3-man Landshaker.
Oh, yeah. No, Yunus is like, hey, can you go in? Sir, yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you get 3 people? Sir, yes, sir.
As you wish. I'll make sure.
I'm Momo, not no.
Momo no say no.
Yeah, there you go. That's
something like that.
Yeah, paraphrasing. But either way, we're going to be looking at the MVP here. Coming in from Team Malaysia is going to be Stormy, 7-1-9. Probably saying like, okay, you know what? I died 5 times game 1.
I'm tired of this.
Coach, trust Louis.
Trust Louis. They can't kill me if they don't know where I am.
Promise, MVP. Hey, got it.
Now they see me. Now they don't.
Because they're dead.
Because they're dead. They see me through to the grave.
Right, well, either way, this is still an amazing start coming in from Mongolia, showing that they roughly know how to start things off. It's just the transition, right? It's always the transition where, okay, we got what we want. So what's next?
Keep fighting.
Yeah. That's
the Malaysian flavor.
That's where you see the evolution coming. It's like, okay, we won the laning phase, so how do we win the turtleneck? So you can definitely see that the start is there. They just don't know how to connect the dots for everything else.
And there are also some minor details to look at too, where Lolia has a winning matchup. So he was basically starving Garo out bit by bit. Aizen was also struggling a little bit. He's getting ganked by Sakai, and he's getting really like outdone by Momo. Just in the 1v1 department, and then you have a Loi to deal with on dangerous grass. At one point, when the pressure is really on, you start to lose track of where this Loi might be, and that's where Stormy takes advantage of the situation. Just shows up out of nowhere, they get some pincer attack, the AOG to zone on the rest of Mongolia. When the fight splits up, Malaysia gets a very easy gateway in just taking down the targets.
Yep. In that highlight, that was the only time Stormy died. And this triple stun into the AOG. Yeah, maybe Yumes is the one who's like, just go in. I got you. Don't you trust me? I'm Yumes.
I've done this enough.
Come on, Cram can do it.
Or maybe Yumes was like, I'm gonna press AOG anyways. You figure out what to do.
Yeah, so anyways, congratulations to Team Malaysia and shout outs to Mongolia. Want to see more MLBB coming. To Mongolia, want to see more MLBB coming from that region, because you guys know how to have fun, and as casters, we love to have fun.
We certainly do. I mean, the fact that
you gave us ideas. Let's just put it that way. You gave us ideas.
If they can laugh at the highlights, I'm pretty sure they've had a great time. I mean, it was a good run overall, right? Mongolia does exit 5th to 8th because it's a single elimination, but still, I'm pretty sure we will see more of them down the road.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we do have 4 more matches. Maybe not like that, you know, but you can only wish. Because I remember coming up next, it is going to be Myanmar. Forgive me, I forgot.
Myanmar, Turkey.
Oh, now that one. Myanmar, Turkey. Yeah, Turkey, we've seen once. Myanmar, we haven't seen yet on this broadcast. So it is going to be interesting. I do want to see how Turkey really recover after the game against Malaysia, though we got to say that one Malaysia did lock in quite heavily.
Yeah, I feel like they overdid it, you know,
Yeah.
they overcooked it.
That was one of the games where Arcadia did not have to remind them. They're like, we know.
Yeah.
We got it.
And I think even for Malaysia themselves, they were like, we expected slightly more, but we didn't get it.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, I think, for the players themselves, right? They sort of get to gauge where they're at. But again, for Turkey, it's back to the drawing board. We talk about how the coach of Turkey is managing both divisions, and the female division, unfortunately, was eliminated. So now the focus really is on the open division. And because it's a single elimination, the pressure is high.
Yeah, for sure. We have to look at the laning phase because it is unfortunate. We can't say much about Myanmar, but we do remember the games from Turkey. Lolia was able to solo kill the Claude 2 times. And then game number 2, Rosa keeps getting targeted by Sakai's on that Hayabusa. So 2 games where essentially the main damage dealers didn't really get to play. Going up against Myanmar, Myanmar might have a resemblance of an idea and be like, okay, that might be the same strategy they're going to adopt going up against Turkey here.
Yeah, if there's one like common denominator of SCA countries when it comes to MLBB, it's just the aggression, right? Like Myanmar, I remember the very first international that they were in. They were the team that really brought the fire. They were the ones that really are telling everyone out there that we are only going to fight, and whether you like it or not, we will take you on. And maybe that's going to be the approach against Turkey later on.
Over here, we shorten sentences. It's not should we fight, it's just we fight.
Yes.
Either ways, that is the first game of the day. Congratulations to Malaysia once again. But now we are going for a short break. After this, we will be continuing on more MLBB action here in WEC 25. Turkey and Myanmar will be the next match. And again, single elim. So we'll see you guys then. Hopefully it will be as amazing as this one. Maybe not as crazy. So we'll see you guys directly after the break.
gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Rate 1 Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Rate 1 Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
For the Crescent and Star Titans of Turkey!
Going up against them are the warriors bathed in the golden rays of the pagodas, forged in the traditions of valor of Burma, here to carve their own timeline in history. Step forth, undaunted warriors from Myanmar!
With both Team Myanmar and Turkey being on the stage, we would like to invite both teams to go for a fist bump for us to officially start the match.
This is going to be one of the more high-stakes match because of how well these two countries are known across the globe in terms of their MLBB prowess. Even before Turkey has put an impression on the international stage, Myanmar was one of the first, the Burmese were one of the first to step on that stage and give everyone a run for their money. I still remember distinctly back in 2019, Myanmar finished top 4 in their first international appearance, and they are here to do it again. King Flash, Boye, Kun, Juno, and Nico make up the main 5.
In fact, like, we got to remember back in M2, they were runner-up.
Yeah.
Only losing to the GOAT Carl Teasy, and Ruby Didi made a name for himself in that time, creating a whole sequence of Lunong's plays that basically have a skill named after him. But yeah, Myanmar as a region, one of the more creatives for sure, because I still remember back in Malaysia during MSC time, they were the one that brought in a Johnson with Kadira as well, looking absolutely amazing. But now we got to talk about Team Turkey here. We got Lunar, TNZ, Rosa, Sigabum, as well as Apex 47. In terms of the faces of Turkey, it's got to be them.
Yeah, they are the 5 main icons of the country, and not to mention they also sort of showed up on the international stage to fill in the void when Myanmar kind of faded out of the picture for quite a while. But now to see both of them back on the same stage and as competitors, it could have been more poetic. It's pretty sad that we have to wave goodbye to one of these teams after this best of 3, but it's a pretty bittersweet union for Myanmar, a region that really put themselves on the map in the earlier stages, and now watching Turkey do that a few years after their departure, and now coming back into this, it's going to be a challenge.
Something that we do have to look out for is TNZ, especially on that Lancelot. Still remember, despite the team having a pretty difficult time, but TNZ, man, like as a jungler, really put a lot of impact going up against Malaysia in the group stage before. Going up against Myanmar, though, I want to see if they want to go for more traditional, basically go for the WEC pocket meta here.
Oh, yes.
Or just go for something themselves, which, by the way, the pocket meta here seems to be 5 damage, right?
Yeah, 5 damage, Cho damage, Rome, you know, Solo's Lord, a 5-man gang that Mongolia has shown us.
Dude, a Cho Solo Lord will be Cho Solo Lord, 40-second Maniac.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of highlights here in the WEC.
Yeah, we thought that by day 4, you know, after the halfway point WEC, we will settle in the WEC meta. We still get surprises every now and then. And again, just a quick shout out to all our partners who have supported this event. I have gotten news that the ICO regional manager is in the house, so thank you very much for coming here to the heart of Kuala Lumpur just to witness the action at the WEC.
And came on a good day, right?
Having a good day, yeah.
The quarterfinals here for the open division, and then later on having the lower bracket finals and the grand finals of the female division.
Woo.
Like, quite a lot of story is happening here today, and this second match, hopefully this time we have more of an extended series, because from Myanmar as well as Turkey here in the Southeast Asia region, we know them to be great, but we just want to see more of them.
Yeah, our colleagues have gotten the luxury of casting some full best of 3s, but for us, we've been 2 so far, right? Like we've done this. This is day number 4.
It's a blessing and a curse.
It's a blessing and a curse. You know, on one end, you get home, you go home early, but on the other end, you know, you leaves you craving for more MLBB action. Maybe this is the one that's gonna give us 3 games.
And it's really on Myanmar now, because I want to see how they perform. Because from Myanmar, one of the icons for me that is showing up right now is Nico. Nico started off as a jungler because of his high mechanics, but now being in the mid, I gotta say the team wins and loses of his play, because sometimes we all know when we're desperate for a win, we want to make a play. We see that opportunity. He will go for that opportunity. Whether it was the right call or the wrong call, the whole team will follow up. And that's why I say win or lose, we gotta look at Nico.
Yeah, sometimes the captain goes down with the ship, and in this case, the sailors follow the captain. I would say that there's this one quote that I always like, is that when you are winning, but when you start thinking about winning, that's where you run into trouble. And I still think it applies, right? When you get desperate or when you get too relaxed, you sort of start losing track of what really matters. We go to Flying Cloud again for Game 1. So it's a reenactment of the previous series. We've been getting some flying clouds, and we're seeing more and more of the application of just fast return to lanes.
Which is something amazing, because we still remember the start of the 4-map change in Mlbb. It took like 2 to 3 weeks, and it's really not that big of a factor.
Yeah.
But now we are starting to see the teams utilizing it more and more, changing the draft just a little bit. Ooh,
Too much info.
Oh, we didn't see that.
Oh, we didn't say. No one saw that.
No one saw that. Ooh. Oh. It's a good thing it was empty.
That was dangerous. That was dangerous.
Yeah.
Holy.
Only showing the bands, which you can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
anyways,
I mean,
right?
thank goodness. Oh, yeah, I think it's more of like their way of taking note of the previous game draft. So, you know, that's what interests me as well. I think a lot of teams and coaches have their own way of tracking the draft. YSS opener for Myanmar. We see the Lancelot, Fanny, and Uranus banned by Myanmar. They take the YSS. Grok Yudong Baksia by Turkey, and they take a Lapu Lapu first pick. The Gatot Kacha is up. The Kimi is up too. So it's one of the few, power picks that has had massive successes regardless of who picks it up.
So far, very fast early bans as well as early picks here. Turkey finishing up with the Gatot as well as the Lapu. So already having a pretty solid front line here. But for Team Myanmar, there's still a lot of options considering picks like the Kimi, the Eve is still open. Again, it's going to be pretty dangerous going up against the Lapu as well as the Gatot, but you got to pick your poison at this point.
Yeah.
Among the planes,
the Eve is a good answer. The CC as well. So Myanmar is also one of the few countries out there. You can draw some resemblance that they have with Mongolia or Cambodia, where they're very honest with the approach, but it's the honesty of the approach that allows them to play freely, right? The roles are very defined. They don't really hide too much. They don't really kind of play that guessing game with you. They show you what they want to play, and then they execute it.
Right now, I feel like a good call here is for Turkey to ban out the roamers, because I kind of feel like the CC is such a curveball, can't be thrown into gold or EXP, but what's definitely off the table here, you got to get rid of the catchers, right? Yes, this is where you see the info that they have. So they ban out the Hilda. I wonder if they want to consider banning out something like a Kalia, banning something like the Cho, or be safe and ban out the Ruby. Though I gotta say, I feel like Turkey could probably use the Ruby quite well as well.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Cho or Kalea too. If not, then there's like another pick, which is the Hylos, right? Which is not really a catcher, but it's like the instant stop. It's a door stop, right? You want to come in, he catches you, it's an instant stun. They do need some crowd control on the side of Myanmar. They don't have any for now, or at least any reliable one. Both the Mountain Shocker and RWM are very, very situational. So it's not the easiest crowd control to utilize. The Hylos does get banned out by Turkey. So reading into that.
But also kind of shows that Turkey, they might not go for Shredders here, because they're getting rid of the Hilda as well as the Hylos, kind of showing it's more bursty rather than DPSy, right? So very interesting to see how they're going to further develop the draft here for Myanmar. They definitely want to take out those scalers, banning out the Harif.
I think the Lunox can also be considered too if you want to consider a tank. They don't have the last pick on blue side, so have to think ahead. You could also give the gold laner a good matchup, which the CC is an option if you want to run double fighter since you already have the YSS. That also kind of puts a bit of pressure on Turkey. I think, one of the players that we really want to see step up is Sigibum, because he didn't really have much of a chance to play against Team Malaysia, where I think his collective KD was 1-8 across 2 games. Selena gets banned out, so reading very deep into it, they want control of vision.
Yeah, so I wonder if they want to hide Sigibum's pick here, because I feel like their mid lane pit won't be that punished. The Kimi is still there. Not a good matchup going up against the Eve. So it looks like they are going to go for Farsa, preparing just in case if Myanmar has more people standing in the back. And in a way, kind of forcing Myanmar to pick up heroes that dive a little bit further.
Yeah, so it's sticking back to the comfort.
I'm liking Cho for Myanmar if they have that in their arsenal.
Yeah, I am liking Cho too. If not Cho, then you could go for Kali is like the next option, Badang too, but Cho is clearly the best right now. Unless you have like a pocket Franco.
Yeah.
Wait, Kalea is still up too, right?
Yep, Kalea is still up.
They're still there. I think Kalea you can...
If they want a lot of control, pick up the Ruby.
Ruby is also open, yeah. Yeah, you could run Ruby double fighters and then like plus a Roma that has engaged that could amplify the crowd control. They take the Esmeralda instead. And the Badang, okay. Slightly more unconventional approach. Right, there's a lot more condition to get the Badang, especially if you want to flicker engage, you have to be pixel perfect.
And I kind of feel like they're trying to use this Badang to potentially punish the Gatot. And now Turkey, they are going to pick up the Ruby for themselves. So looks like this time Sigaboom will be using a fighter. So in terms of the scaling here, I'm feeling more comfortable for Myanmar. Turkey, they're kind of on a ticky time bomb here. Farsa as well as the Hayabusa, they have pretty good early and mid. But then when it comes later on, the Farsa is strong as long as she's untouched.
It also comes down to how good of a game Tianzi is going to get. We have talked about the Yves effect. At one point, the Yves is going to transition to become the main carry. She's going to be the one shredding tanks, taking objectives, clearing waves, starting siege, and has great crowd control. She's sort of like your all-in-one package for a mage. So that's the timer that I think Turkey will have to work against as well. But they are running a very standard draft. It's one of the most meta drafts you can have.
There's honestly quite a lot of lockdown here coming in from Myanmar because CC coming in with a current call as well. And it will shred you come later on. I like the damage profile coming in from Team Myanmar. A lot of shred, and you have a bit of burst coming in from the Yisun Shin as well. So Team Turkey is more on the burst. So I'm really looking at Team Turkey to be the one to actually win the first two turtles because I feel like that's the main win condition for the draft.
Yeah, if for Team Turkey, they also have very quick ways of fighting, right? The low cooldowns on the ultimate, very reliable skills, high damage profile. I would presume that for the first two turtle fights, they're going to be actively looking for pickups on Team Myanmar and try to get the punish, get Tianzi a hit, get Rosa a hit. Even the Lapu Lapu is incredibly deadly too in that XP lane.
Yeah, so really looking forward to see how they're going to be playing the early game here. But again, Myanmar, incredibly aggressive team. They might choose one lane and then just make sure that we win it out pretty hard. I'm thinking that maybe in this matchup, the CC might need just a little bit of help after all these nerfs. Just help maybe one or two waves so that she is even with the Lapu.
Yeah, there's always the snap engage potential as well, right? Whenever you're up against a hero like Badang, you sort of have to treat it as if you are going up against something like a Kufra or Tigreal or maybe even an Atlas to a certain degree, right? There is always the possibility where if you start a fight, the Badang can turn it around easily. He can catch you off guard with how low his cooldowns are when he has the flicker even. So that, I think, is an advantage that Team Myanmar will always have if Turkey starts overextending, if they start getting fighting drawn-out fights, that Badang could easily flip the script.
Yeah, and actually I was talking about CC Gold because usually we do see it in Gold, but they do have the Esmeralda. So actually comes to the question, which one is going Gold, which one is going EXP? I would prefer Esme go EXP because have quite a good time against the Lapu, at least pre-level 4 for the Lapu, but yeah, it's gonna be a question of which lane the fighters are going for Myanmar.
Yeah, I personally think you take Esme into Lapu and CC into the Ruby. Yeah, I think that's the matchup that I would go with.
Like it's at least a skill matchup at that point.
Yeah, it would be like a lot more direct, right? Esme Lapu very direct. CC Ruby is you generally don't interact, and if you do interact, CC can hop away, Ruby can disengage. So it's a very safe matchup for both sides. As we make sure that everything is in order, we don't want to have any technical issues going in the game, and our marshals are on it. That's one of our most experienced one on the screen, by the way.
Yep, shout outs to Rez, man. He's an amazing dude, making sure that everyone is having a good time. So we gotta look at the mid trio as well, because Eve is gonna poke out the Farsa. Well, Farsa can do it too, but between both, the cooldowns of Eve is much shorter. So it really has to be between the roamers, the Gatot as well as the Badang.
Yeah.
Which, you know, again, personally for me, I would rather play Eve Badang in comparison to the Farsa Gatot. Both are very strong. But
Yeah.
It's a skill match. I would say all across the board.
It's a skill matchup.
It's all skill matchup.
I think that statement also rings true just simply because there's an Eve on one side, right? She sort of like skews the odds a little bit. You see the Eve and you feel good about it.
She has a high win rate for like only lost 2 games across all WC games.
Even in the games that she lost, she has impact.
It's not her fault.
It's not her fault. Like she's always a good hero. I love the changes. I think getting a shield with every pop of your ability is great.
And honestly,
low cooldowns.
She's not that broken, you know?
Yeah, low cooldown, high damage. Has self-pew. That's something that most mages don't have. You don't get to like pew for yourself. You don't get to, you know, void blast. You get a shield, get movement speed. Zone control. I think she has the strongest zone control in the game as a mage.
I'm gonna say, only with the Eve, I can outplay a Lancelot.
Oh, yes.
Right? I mean, I guess Zushin as well, depending on how well your early and mid game was. So it's really between Zushin as well as Eve. And if you're really, really good, I guess Kagura Selena, you know?
And also it's one of the heroes that can counter-engage, right? Not many mages can comfortably say that we start a fight now. We punish them, we counter-engage with a crowd control. I think RWM is one of the most uniquely well-designed ults in the game. It's one of my favorite skills.
Favorites as well, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite skills.
And good future-proofing for skins.
Yes.
Right? The more expensive the skin is, the more crazy you can do with the board.
I've been floating this idea a lot. I'm not sure if the devs will ever take it.
All right.
But I hope they do.
Okay.
Right? Chess Grandmaster Eve.
Sounds good.
Chessboard.
Speaking of sounding good, looks like we are jumping into the game here between Myanmar going up against Turkey. And looks like both junglers are starting on the opposite
خب
side.
سلام
So looking at
امیدوارم
TNC
حالتون
will be the
خوب
first
باشه.
one to be reaching that little wanderer.
من سروش میستیدی هستم. با گزارش این بازی خدمتتون هستم. ساعت 7 صبح و فقط برای علاقه‌مندان این بازی رو داریم پخش میکنیم. خب سطح بازی بالاه، کلی میشه یاد گرفت از این بازی ها، روتیشن، پوزیشن و هر چیزی که بگید. من سعی میکنم تو این گزارش نکته ای میبینم که حالت آموزشی داره بهتون بگم تا استفاده بکنید. بازی هم ضبط میشه، سیو میشه. اول کاری روزا رو فکر کنم اینجا. خیلی بازی سختیه. یه شادو خیلی خوب انداخت تینزی که آیوسه خوبی میزنه و بازی حساسیه. خیلی هم حساسه. میانمار، ترکیه. رفتن روی APX اینجا دیگه گرفتنش دیگه. نتونست تکون بخوره و فرست بلاد رو گرفت میانمار با ییسونشین. ساعت الان 7:47 صبح. امیدوارم روز خوبی رو شروع کرده باشید و شروع بکنید. تنزی 4 شده. ترتل هم الان اسپان شد. یه ذره میانمار برتری داره. یه شادو انداخت هایا. نه ایسونشین بود که ترتل رو گرفت. اونورم لونار بود که حذف کرد خون رو از میانمار. خیلی سرعت بازی بالاه. رفتن فایت دوباره. چرا دارن فایت استارت میکنن از گرفتن ترتل؟ به نظرم یه ذره کارشون پر ریسکه. و ببینید دیگه 2 تا فلیکر خرج شد. یه فلیکر خرج شد از طرف میانمار، وگرنه حذف میشد. وگرنه حذف میشد. خیلی خیلی بازی حساسی، یعنی میتونم بگم حساس‌تر از این نداریم الان تو این مسابقات. بازی قبلا مالزی بازی داشت با مغولستان. رکورد سریع ترین برد رو مالزی زد و مالزی که جلو ایران داشت اذیت میشد و راند اول اینجا یه وال زد، اولتش هم زد بدن که تا حذف بشه، دیگه بیخیال شدن. اینو خواستم بگم، مغولستان زیر 10 دقیقه برد و ببینید چقدر رقیب قدرتمندیه. لونار درگیر، اولتش رو زده، لونار با لاپو حذف میشه، نه شیل گرفت لاپو، وای نزدیک بود لونار یسونشین رو حذف کنه. بازی میگم بازی کلکل خاصی هم داره، معلومه از ایموتایی که میدن، ریکالایی که میدن. لونار آیتمش رو میاره، وار عکس رو میاره. 2-1 به نفع میانمار. خیلی بازی مهمه، خیلی مهمه، یعنی یه جورایی حریف بعدیشون هم این دوتا تیم میبرن، هر کدومشون که ببرن. فایت ترتل شروع شده، جونو جلوه، یه دو انداخته ییف عجیبه، اسکیپ بیسیک برداشته. تانتش رو شارژ کرد، یه کنسل کرد شارژش رو، یه دونه اولت خوب شیکار کرد. بعد اونورم لونار رفته روی چیز و ای پی ایکس هست شد، لونار هم اونجا حذف کرد. یه دابل کیل از لونار، نیکو هم هست شد. چه بازی پرفشاره، چقدر لونار خوب بازی کرد. یه وال انداخت اونجا بدنگ، فوق‌العاده بود. لونار عالی بازی کرد و اینجا تینزی که شادشو انداخته و بله علاوه بر ترتل کیل هم میگیره. تینزی کیل هم گرفت. یه ترکیب میانمار رو بخونم. کینگ فلش، نیکو، جونو و بویه. اونورم ترکیه با لونار، تینزی، روزا، سیگیبون و ای پی ایکس بازی میکنن. فوق‌العاده عمل کرد لونار. چهار سه به نفع ترکیه. یه استان خوب داد، لونار باز هم شاهکار کرد و بویه بدنگی که دیگه فلیکر نداشت فوق‌العاده روتیشن داد و استان رو حذفش کرد. سیگیبوم اینجا چیکار میکرد؟ حالا فکر کنم لونار باید بره بالا. 1.5 که گل جلوی ترکیه. اومدن فوکوس رو میدلین بذارن، یه اولت زد، نگاه کنید دم تاور میره همش لونار. با اورانوس هم جلوی ما اینجوری بازی میکرد دیگه. اینجا لونار رو حذف میکنه یا نه؟ لونار اومد به کمکش اونجا و یا اوت پلی زیب از لونار. چه بازی شده. تینزی شادوز ناخولت هم انداخت، حالا شادوز رو انداخت برگشت. بچه این طرز کمبو زدن خیلی به درده هیروهایی که استان بالا دارن میخوره. یعنی اول اولت رو زد، بعد شادو انداخت، بعد با شادوش برگشت و شوریکن زد. کمبویی که نگه میدارن و همیشه هم با شادو پشت سریشون میندازن رو هیرو. یعنی اولت زد با اون شادو فرار میکنه، با شادو عقب برمیگرده، رنج بیشتری میگیره. اونجا فارسا اولتش رو زده، چیکار کرده ایسونشین؟ یه اولت خوب از سیگیبوم حذف نشد. اونور اسکای اوورد و روزایی که با یه اچ کم بالاخره روزا هم حذف شد توسط سی. ترتل رو تینزی گرفت این وسط، دوباره یه دونه استان داد اونجا. ببینیم لونار دیگه اینجا فکر کنم حذف شد. بله کینگ فلش بود که حذفش کرد. ازمن الله هم حذف شده. فایت 2-1 به نفع تیم میانمار شد. اینجا گتو یه اولت خوب تانت هم کرد، بعدش بلافاصله یه فلیکر عالی 2-1. حالا اولت رو زده، CC داره ترو دمیج رو میده و کشید عقب. آنتی ورد روبی. گفتم بهتون بازی حساسیه و خودتون دارید مشاهده میکنید. حالا سیگی بوم درگیره، روزا هم اضافه شده 3-1. جونا چرا اینجوری داره بازی میکنه؟ اصلا خوب بازی نکرده تا الان ازمرلا. خیلی انگاری قشنگ یه سطح پایین تر از بازی کنه یاراش داره بازی میکنه جونو. و باید دید به کجا پیش میره. میانمار فعلا تعداد کیل عقب بازی، ولی دست میانمار بود. حالا الان فکر کنم به چرخه 4 نفر پایینن، میخوان سری جونا رو حذف کنن. ییف هم هست خیلی عقب وایساده، ببینید تو بوش نمیره. اونور بوتش رو یوز کرد، گتو بوتش رو واسه این یوز کرده. توضیحاتون بدم احتمالا حد زد میخوان از بک بیان روش یسونشین و بدنگ، چون بالا پوش دادن و داشتن می اومدن، نمیدونستن ریکالات، فکر کردن الان از اون بالا میاد به اینا جوین میده. مثلا همین بوتش رو یوز کرد که اگر تو بوش کسی بود همونجا تو مسیر خفتش کنن. ایران با ترکیه که بازیش حتما ببینید، لایو ضبط شده. یکی از بزرگترین اشتباه ها که این نقد رو واسه این میگم که خود ایران هم در جریان باشه، یه دونه فلیک خوب زد و روزا فرار کرد. یا اوت پلی دیو از روزا، ای پیکس هم جلوه داره دمیج میخوره. لونار اضافه شده، سیگی بوم هم هست، همونجوری لونار داره دمیج میخوره، مجبور شد فلیکرش رو یوز کنه. فارسا برگشته، بازی است میانمار افتاد و لورد رو استارت میزنه بدون مکس. همه توی بوشن، لونار، اپیک، سیگی بوم. حالا اونور جلوی گتو لونار هم هست، یه دونه اولت زد، ببینیم کی میزنه. لورد مونده کی؟ بله کینگ فلش لورد رو زد و همونجور که گفتم میانمار صاحب لورد شد. اوه 8-6. تیم ملی ما یه اشتباهی که داشت تو بحث آنالیز و آماری، حالا بهتون میگم باز بعدن، درفتی نبود که بتونیم باهاش راحت دف بدیم، میدونید. خب طبیعتا بازی تحت فشار قرار گرفت و ما راند اول هم همین اتفاق برام افتاد. راند دوم هم دوباره همچین اشتباهی کردیم. تو درفتمون هیرویی نداشتیم که بتونیم لاینا رو سریع کلیر کنیم. الان ترکیه همون درفت رو داره، ترکیه هیرویی نداره بتونه لاینا رو سریع کلیر کنه، ولی اونور یسونشین هستش و خود هیو اسپم اسکیل داره با یکش یه جورایی، ولی خب یسونشین از همه مهمتره. اومد اضافه شد، نیکو نجات داد یه جورایی با بلینکی که زد باعث شد. و الان تاور ببینیم میره یا نه. ایران حذف شد از دور مسابقات، بازی با ترکیه رو باخت، آفریقای جنوبی رو برد و به مالزی هم باخت. سوم شد تو گروه و حذف شد. 4 تا گروه بود، از هر گروه هم 2 تا تیم میومد بالا. بازی ها هم همه ضبط شده تو همین کانال یوتیوب، تو بخش لایو میتونید ببینید. یه چیزی که می‌خواستم بگم، میانمار جزو تیمای قویه. روزو بد جایی داشت میرفت. قفلی زده بود کینگ فلاش رو اون تاوره که تاورم انداخت. 8-6 به نفع ترکیه. پوزیشن ها رو ببینید. یه سریا جلوی مینیونن که یعنی ویژنشون دارن میدن به انمی. 3 تا هیرو تو بوشن، یعنی لازم نیست همشونو تیم حریف ببینه کجان. همیشه گفتم به بچه‌ها بازیکن‌های ایرانی، حال هر کی دیده بهتری به حریف داشته باشه احتمالاً برتری فایت رو میتونه بگیره تو شرایط مساوی. میانمار عجله نمیکنه برای لورد. دقت کنید پوزیشن لورد رو ترکیه گرفته، میانمار داره لاینا رو کلیر میکنه. حالا ترکیه باید بیاد لاینا رو بگیره. حالا که ترکیه میاد لاینا رو بگیره، میانمار میره سمت لورد. بازی سختی بچه. مالزی ترکون مغولستان و بازی ضبط شده، همین لایو بزنید عقب میتونید ببینید زیر 10 دقیقه مغولستان رانده یکش رو برد و رکورد سریع ترین برد رو توی این مسابقات زد مالزی. و ایران جلوی مالزی خوب بازی کرد و ترکیه هم که الان میبینید داره با میانمار رقابت میکنه. میانمار هم قدرتمند، هم گروهی های ایران واقعا گروه مرگ بود واقعا. ایسونشین اسکیل میزنه به لورد اونور خوان یا خون جلوه یه اولت خوب زد. سیسی بعد برگرده، لونار اضافه شده، ونجنسش رو یوز کرد، همه دمیجا رو خورد و سیسی اینجا حذف شد توسط روبی. حالا اینورم لونار داره حذف میشه. فعلا فایت یکیه که یعنی 4 نفر از اینا تو این زندن، 4 نفرم اونور زندن. فارس رفت پوزیشن گرفت، شادوشو زد تینزی خیلی خوب با یوبوسا بازی میکنه، مسلط دست سریع و اصلا همه جوره واقعا. تینزی هایابوسا حرف نداره، یه لوردم از ما دزدید اونور. شادوشو زد، گتا اولتش رو میس داد، ببینیم چه اتفاقی میفته. بویم هست دوستان، گتا اولتش رو اونجا زد که لورد ریست بشه، هدفش نبود کسی رو بگیره. ببینیم دیگه این بار کی لورد رو ریتری بتل بله کینگ فلش و ولی خودش اینجا حذف شد توسط روزا. فایت ادامه داره، بویه اونوری داره میره، بوتش رو یوز کرد دیگه گرفتش اینجا، بوتش هم کنسل شد و بویه اینجا احتمال حذف میشه توسط تینزی. تمام 11-7 میانمار لورد رو گرفت ولی فایت رو داد. دقیقه 15 بازی از اون بازی هست که ببین دقیقه 15 این مسابقات بازی که میکشه به دقیقه 15 یعنی تیما قدرتاشون اوکیه، چون معمولا تیمی یه ذره برتر باشه تو 10 دقیقه تمومه، تو 10 دقیقه. و الان هم ساعت 8 صبح این بازی رو داریم خدمتتون پخش میکنیم و گزارش میکنیم. اینورم خوان گرفتار شد، تینزی چیکار میکنه خدای هایابوسا. اینور فارسا اولت زد، مجبور شد فلیکرش رو هم بزنه که زنده بمونه، رفت عقب سری روزا یه دونه خوب استان داد ولی خودش نمیتونه فرار کنه و اونور حذف شد. روزا رو اونور حذف کرد، کینگ فلش هم خودش حذف شد توسط لونار و اسکیلایی که داره میزنه اونجا، تک دمیجی هم که میکنه. جونو تینزی جونو رو هم حذف کرد، داره میتازونه این تینزی. 2K گل جلوه ترکیه. ببین کجا رسید، نذاش تاوره بیفته دوستان. این تاور میفته الان گل رو میداد، خیلی دوست دارم آیتمای هایا رو ببینم. چه هایایی پلی میده، واقعا دقت کنید. حالا یه چیزی هم راجع به هیرو هایابوسا بگم، با هایابوسا نباید از رو به رو فایت بدید، بعد از زاویه اضافه بشید تو تیم فایت که برسید به بکلین یا اون تارگتی که دارید. اینا ریز جزئیاتی که شاید بعد از اگر کسی بهتون نگه شاید خیلی طول بکشه تا اینو به دست بیارید که این کارو بکنید چقدر جواب تره. فارمش انقدر بالا، ببینید سرعت جانگل زدنش رفته بالاتر، آنورمال دمیج میده به جانگل، پس از سطح بازی فارمش بالاتره از تایم بازی. 14-8 به نفع ترکیه. راند اول بازی به شدت بازی حساسیه. تینزی واقعا مسلطه، سولو داره پوش میده، کاری که ترکیه با ایران هم احتمالا همین کارو کرد. یه ذره پخش قطع شد و آیتم هایا رو ببینید، بله همه آیتماش کامل یه دونه مونده. مندس بتل داره، ملیفیکان داره، بر بیودی داره، اسکای داره، استرایک داره و بوت سیدی ردوکیشن. یه دونه شادو خوب انداخت رو جونا، ببین چقدر سریع انمی رو میبینه، سریع میندازه شادو رو و شادوش هم همه میخوره. شادو میس نداده. اینورم لورد رو شروع کرده کینگ فلش، خیلی عجله میکنه. به نظرم یه استان خیلی خوب داد اونجا، دمیج زیادی خورد و اینجا هایابوسا مانستر کیلش رو گرفت از سی. یه ذره میانمار خیلی عجله کرد سر لورد. لونار هم هست، اولتش رو زده. ببینیم کی فایتو میزنه. ریتری بتل و روزا گرفت لورد رو، روزا گرفت و ترکیه برتری گرفت به بازی. حالا روزا که درگیره با نیکو وای تینزی دیگه فکر کنم گریه هم داد و ایموت رو داد. ببین چقدر راحت کشت. و جونایی که زنده است و 5-1. وای وای نگاه کنید ببینید چه تسلطی داره روی هایابوسا. حالا رفتن رو دمیج و دارن اصلا ببین بویت رومشونه و اینجوری آب شد توسط هایابوسا. گفتم تینزی داره میتازونه و الان شما دارید مشاهده میکنید این رو. سی اومده جلو رو اسکیل میزنه. ببینید فوق العاده رو بازی میکنه هایابوسا. بتونم گفتم داره چه استایلی پلی میده و شمایی که اساسین یا جانگل میزنید با هایابوسا فقط تاکید با هایابوسا اینجوری با زاویه اضافه میشن و حذف میکنن و خیلی مهمه وقتی اسکای آورده که نمیره و الان لژندریشو گرفت 8-0 رو 6. حالا اینور دوباره با زاویه وایسادن، لاینا رو کمباین کردن، یعنی سه تا لاین همزمان برسن به بیس که پوش بدن. میانمار راند یک رو میده یا نه، شادشو انداخته رو نیکو داره دمیج میده. هایابوسا رفت روی نیکو حذف کرد اینجا تینزی و تمام 22-8 به نفع ترکیه. چه بازی کرد اینا. چهره تینزی رو دیدید، لونار هم بغلش نشسته بود، روزا بود، این سیگی بومه و پنجمین بازیکنشون. تماشاچیایی که حاضر تو استیج هستند تیم مغولستان بود اگه اشتباه نکنم که بعدم باخت. مالزی ترکون مغولستان، یعنی بازم میگم نتونست اون کارو با ایران بکنه ولی ترکوند مغولستان. بریم تا راند دوم میرسم خدمتتون.
Banking on just out mechanicking Turkey, they were willing to flip that lord because they gotten the first two lords didn't really amount to anything. Sadly, the first one it was good defense from Turkey. The second one they sort of make a big blunder and ended up not really utilizing the lord advantage. But the third one they had to roll the dice, and with Rosa taking the lord and staggered death timers, it was close to impossible for Myanmar to recover.
We got to remind ourselves this is single elimination in the quarterfinals. Whoever gets defeated is going to go home. And unfortunately for Myanmar, I kind of feel like that was a solid performance, but Juno on the Esmeralda seems to be a little bit uncomfortable where he dies just a little bit too fast for an Esmeralda.
Yeah, again, to be durable in these fights as Esmeralda, you want to be able to use your abilities. But against Turkey, you get crowd control. There's a Sky Piercer, and there's plenty of burst damage from Turkey. It's very hard for Juno to press his buttons, and that's why he looked so fragile as an Esmeralda.
And this is where we see the threat of a Hayabusa. It's very difficult to catch, where you're not really punished by the Sky Piercer, which is why we were thinking of the Cho. Someone needs to stop this Hayabusa, and no one was able to do that. And King Flash had a difficult time going up against this Lapu, man. Lunar, from the early to the mid to the late, every single time the bravest fighter comes in, you can tell that Myanmar, they're just like, come on, man.
Yeah, there were some moments where Myanmar, at least in the early game, that they tunnel vision a little bit on what they wanted to do, and they realized that Lunar is a threat, and they did adjust to, play around this Lapu, and they started to punish Luna more and more, right? They stop the engage, they make sure that no one goes down to the Lapu, they're getting the flickers out of him. Unfortunately, there is the Hayabusa, and once those Sky Piercer stacks starts racking up, it becomes infinitely harder for Myanmar to confidently go into these fights, because if Tianzi sneaks into the back line, someone is going to go down.
Speaking of which, both mid laners are highlighted here. Rosa being the best support, and Nico, the GOAT, 76,000 damage dealt. Juno did take a lot of damage, but I kind of feel like he didn't sustain that long in the front line. We're going to be looking at the MVP for this one. And honestly, I feel like for Team Turkey, Sigibum was the one that got the MVP, controlling whoever gets into the fray against Turkey. A lot of protection this is a team victory here for Turkey. Everyone performed their roles very, very well.
Sigibum gets to finally show off his chops as well on this Ruby 2015. He doesn't necessarily have to be the one getting the kills, but he is definitely a big nuisance. It's very hard for the members of Myanmar to navigate if he's standing in front along with Apex 47. We saw how tough it is for Juno to move. If Boya gets an engage off, they can easily displace him, and they are just able to fight in locations away from the influence of Nico. And that's why even with a Yves on Myanmar's side, you don't really see too much of an impact.
I feel like it's tough for Myanmar where they're playing quite chaotic, and as a Eve, you would prefer if everyone moves at the same area, right? It becomes more difficult for you to keep bouncing about, changing your targets here and there, here and there, here and there, because Team Turkey probably intended, but they're quite spread out. So you barely see any real world manipulation that catches multiple targets. In fact, how many times has Nico forced out to cancel the real world manipulation?
I think one of the fights towards the very end as well, right? The RWM was instantly cancelled, and this, I believe, was the last fight, where Rosa got the Lord, and there really wasn't much that Nico could do. Like, even in the position that Nico was in, coming in from the middle lane and just not having any influence over the fight at all, though you can see the damage of that Yves. One more Void Blast would have been the death of TNZ.
Yeah, I just feel bad because he has to dodge a lot here. Like I feel like that's the only thing, because whenever you see a fight, it's too spread out. Maybe for Team Myanmar, they are a very chaotic team, but when you have someone like Eve, you would want to narrow down your opponents, right? Pincer them in, creating a box. And I feel like that's the best analogy here, where they're not creating a box of influence, forcing Team Turkey around a circular area. Boya's going here, King Flash is moving here, Juno is like, they just gotta tunnel people in.
Yeah, I agree. I think with most majors, you generally don't want to be from a flanking angle, because it really exposes you to the enemy lineup. There are a few exceptions, of course, if you are like Kadita, Selena,
honestly, even
Jushin. But even Jushin is not that advisable, right? Because people can jump you. So most majors want to play with the team, and that's why Nico's positioning, I think, towards the later stages of the game felt slightly unsynced with the team.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty close game. It's just that some crucial mistakes, especially in team fighting at the end, when Myanmar got the Lord and then just basically died one at a time. Team Turkey really able to establish more influence onto the map. But this is good showing from Turkey.
Yeah.
Especially Rosa, because I feel like the last time we saw him on that Farsa, tough game. This time is like, you know what? You guys are trying to do it again. Pretty cheeky. I see you, but not gonna happen.
And when we won in the Yves, that was quite fun as well. And escaping from ganks multiple times, right? Getting jumped by Boye and still getting out. I would say this is the Turkish delight that everyone has been talking about, right? They were the one that popularized it, and that's the reason why this lineup has been unchanged for so many years.
So what does Myanmar have to change for this one? Because they got to extend the series. If not, Myanmar is the champion of their group, right? Yes. They've gone undefeated. This is the first defeat that they have suffered while gained defeat here in WEC. So now we got to see, okay, after taking a loss, how do you recover from that one?
I think the main thing is just clean up how they take these fights, right? Like a lot of times, even in the group stage games that we saw, that they are more one-sided, it's less about the mechanics and it's less about the draft and more about how it's executed. Yeah. And I feel like game one was sort of that case. They had the recipe. It's slightly harder to execute because they are running like Esmeralda and Badang, but they were able to pull it off, right? We saw Boye going very, very active in that early game to create that room for his team. Is when things get very messy, when the enemy starts getting items and getting ahead of the game, they start changing up how they fight. It seems like only Turkey is adapting to it.
I feel like if they want to be more chaotic, they need more spread of damage, right? Because especially if you have a marksman in that lineup, you confuse your enemy to be like, okay, who do you want to target? You want to target the jungle, the mid, or the gold lane? In that case, it's just the jungle as well as the mid. And we saw Turkey, they're like, we just got to deal with King Flash, right? As long as they don't get the Lord, we're good. Nico is kind of an afterthought in that regard. So maybe this time we want to see a little bit more damage coming in from Juno. We're going to be jumping into game number 2, where I feel like Turkey, even though they won, that was not a comfortable one. And Expanding River is going to be this one, which, looking at how they've been moving around, no, it's good for both teams, man. Sigilboom is faster to see, and Juno is faster to see.
Yep, it's another map that encourages very fast rotation, right? Flying Cloud gets you back in the action very quickly. Expanding Rivers gets you across the map very, very quickly. So I think, you know, that Myanmar has shown that they still got it in them. They still are willing to take these fights, these very active maneuvers. Maybe you make it slightly simpler with how you approach. I think the Padang definitely felt like more of a comfort than anything else. But again, the Kalaya is always there. The thought is always there for them as well. It's always good to consider these choices, especially Gatot and Grok, if they are not banned out.
We're going to be jumping into the draft here. We're going to see who will actually get the first pick. It looks like it's going to be Team Turkey. They themselves banning out the CC as well as the Harif. Team Myanmar already taking out the Fanny as well as the Yuzong. Team Turkey, I feel like if they get first pick, getting that Gatot would be pretty good. Just to make sure that Boye doesn't get an aggressive kind of roamer. Because I feel like the Badang was scary but manageable.
Yeah. If you're Myanmar, do you open Grok here? I think that's the important question too.
I would not. I would not.
You can ban Grok, trade Gatot, and take Badang again into the matchup, or the high-lows. And then the Kimi is also an option that you can go for, at least on the red side, because you get 2 picks at once. Yeah, it's an important choice for them to make, because I believe the YSS is also still up on the table. Hayabusa as well. I feel like you can first pick the Hayabusa for TNZ. They banned the YSS. So they're forcing a trade, right? Grok, Gatot, Hayabusa. Let's see what Turkey takes.
For me, I think Turkey should pick up the Grok, because I feel like it is a very good enabler and it kind of forces out your opponents, whether they like it or not, pick heroes with dashes, because that's a special crowd control that only Grok has with the Earth and Rampart, is that I can catch you by not using a stun. So yeah, Turkey does pick up the Grok. Later on, Myanmar can pick up the Gatot. So I feel like take a Hayabusa here, because Fanny, Yisun Shin, Lance is out. Take Hayabusa, and what's the next great pick here? Lapu? Hayabusa,
yes. Yeah. But the trade-off is that you do concede a bit of the mid priority, right? Because then Turkey gets the advantage of, if I want to take Kimi, if I want to take Tusin, Yves, they have the choice to do so.
Experience the youth.
So they go for the Ranger Runas.
That's very early. I mean, like, I did say Juno needs something comfortable, but...
Not sure how I feel about this one, to be very honest.
What if Turkey picks up a Lunox?
Honestly, you could go...
Lunox Haya.
Lunox Haya, Kimi Haya.
Kimi Haya.
Just get a strong mid, right? You get a strong mid, you get a strong mid, and the problem now for Myanmar's sequence is that, let's say Turkey goes for like Kimi +1, right? Let's say Kimi Haya. Anything that gives it... Myanmar has no answer to it, because there's a second ban phase and Turkey can shut that down very quickly. So even Dusin doesn't feel good for Myanmar. It doesn't matter what Myanmar picks for mid. Effectively they lost control. The Yi, Baxia, and... making it hard for themselves.
Imagine this. We're not too surprised if Mongolia picking up Hellcurt. We're more surprised of this early Granger and Uranus, especially considering the options that Turkey was able to get just now. Because if Turkey really locks that in, Grok, Baxia, Eve, dude, that's a death ball.
That's a death ball comp. Not only that, they... Hold on a minute.
Just
If the Cho pick... So, Ranger, Uranus,
I'm
Cho...
thinking
they have no
the Cho is-
junglers. If the Cho is not, right? They still
I'm
need a
thinking
jungler.
it's not. I'm thinking
They
it's
still
not.
need a jungler, right? So, I think Hayabusa is up.
Suyo, Joy.
None of them are optimal choices.
Honestly, against Grog Baxia, you probably need a fighter like Alpha, right? You need some kind of shred. And all those assassins, they don't have shred, bro. I mean, like maybe Joy.
But you
Maybe
don't-
Joy.
But you don't play fast enough, right? Like the Yi eventually becomes a problem too.
Yeah. This trio here, it's a problem. Like I hope that we fix what's going on because Grog Baxia Eve, nah, bro, nah.
One answer towards it, well, it's not even an answer. It's more like a soft solution is the Drusin or the Farsa, and that's very situational, right? You still
And
don't
bannable.
solve the Grok. And bannable. You still don't solve the Grok. The Grok can still kill you, but it is one way.
Honestly, even Jushin and Farsa, once the Grok puts a wall behind you, you're forced to use your abilities to get away.
Yeah. I want to say Selena, but Selena is not even good because they can just eat up. They are literally minesweepers.
Well, we'll see
Boyi's another one.
We'll see the development
Yeah.
of the draft here. Yes, that's a very good shout for the Louis. We'll see what picks register and what picks doesn't.
Yep.
Because I hope the people watching they understand how scary of an opener team Turkey got. And this is the quarterfinals playoff, single elims, and Myanmar is already down one game.
Yeah.
They cannot afford any more losses.
I think for the local viewers, at least those that watch our domestic league, they probably have a good understanding, even from watching domestic league itself, that certain openings just aren't it. They are powerful individually, but when the sequence is not done correctly, it harms the team. Right? I think even our player Momo has experienced that. If you open up with something like a Uranus Granger, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage because you're giving away a lot of pace. I mean, he did win with opening Uranus, but
Let's just put it this way: you don't want to open up something that is counterable, right? You see the Uranus. All right, I'm thinking of something like the Lunox, and Eve works because Eve can build the Wishing Lantern. Baxia, yeah. So and then you see the Granger. You're like, okay, we pick range. So instead of picking Kimmy, you pick up the Eve. Answers both.
Or we just take Ruby, right? Ruby is also another way to deal with the Granger. We take Harry also, we can 1v1. So, yeah, we are restarting the draft, it seems. But I think the ones that we've seen are going to stick.
Well, we'll see because we got to see at what point. Shout out to the crowd, by the way. Everyone is having fun.
Yeah, like
it's amazing Saturday.
Everyone bringing the family in.
Shout outs to family.
The babies, the parents, the
Baobays.
The Baobays.
Yeah.
Shout out to Baobei. It's my favorite gold laner, by the way.
Shout out Arya. One of the more famous female Malaysian players. Hey, gets second place in the previous world tournament. So as the draft is restarting, we will see the development. If this is the first three, Husky, I'm very, very worried of how Myanmar is gonna finish up the draft here. Like the jungle is gonna be a question mark. The mid is gonna be quite a question mark.
Because usually these kind of drafts puts a lot of burden on the jungler, or the gold laner.
Yes.
But
and you know the gold laner is gonna be Granger, so it's like there's no way to counterpick that anymore, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. We're gonna bring the draft back up. So it does stick.
Ooh, well.
All right, this is quite a problem now.
Maybe it is comfort. At this point, this show has to be damaged. Because if you catch anyone, like if you catch the Grog doesn't care, Baxia doesn't care, Eve can cancel it out. So going straight for the bans here, Myanmar is banning out the Lapu, and then Team Turkey banning out the Angela, just to make sure that, maybe this is a cheese coming in from Myanmar that Turkey has seen before.
Oh man, picking the Cho means it's a Cho roam too. So you are
no flexibility in the draft from Myanmar.
Yeah, so it's confirmed, right? The 3 lanes are confirmed.
Unless you go crazy Uranus jungle, which we do not see. But
I mean, we've seen like once.
yeah, but either way, this is a locked-in draft. You know, whatever pick that Myanmar takes in Red 4,
choose my own
it's gonna be a
Jungler or mid.
jungler or mid. Is no flexibility.
We've seen Uranus jungle once, but guess what? You're up against a Baxiam. I don't know how you want to play Uranus jungle. Juicin ban, we did talk about that. And that's like the last bastion of having any sort of control over the mid lane.
The other thing that you can hope for is pick up a Valentina so that you yourself have a Grok or Eve. And it is one of Nico's signature, you know, when all else fails, he will pick the Valentina up. The other one is the...
Hayabusa.
Oh yeah, Hayabusa did not get banned. But at the same time, Turkey probably is not worried.
Yeah.
Look at the sturdiness of the draft.
What if? Put this Baxia on Lunar, take a Fredrin here. It's a
What?
stretch. It's a stretch.
No, it's not a stretch, because good luck getting killed here,
Right?
right?
Take a Hilda, right? Like a Hilda XP. Take a Hilda XP. Ooh.
Don't give ideas, man.
Hold on a
Like,
minute. That sounds pretty good.
dude, like, doesn't matter how you adjust the draft, you add one more front line or disruptor, and then pick up a traditional marksman. Because look at this, not a lot of threats for, say, a Claude.
Hilda Harris.
Dude, a Claude wins the lane against the Granger.
To lead the charge.
So it looks like a Hilda and a Moscow. So
Okay, close enough. It's either Moscow or Harris, but close enough. Wow.
I've got banned. So yeah, it's Moscow, Claude. The options are there just because you're not too worried. So, okay,
This is a problem. This is a big problem.
I kind of feel Louis, considering that they're all in close proximity, including the Moskov. Louis is the best. If Nico wants to get a comfort, it's going to be the Valen. So there you go.
Wow.
Louis picked up.
We did talk about the Loi earlier on too. That if you want, because there's only so less options, right? And then I float the Loi and we both agree that it's a good idea. Oh, we're pretty good at this, right? We call like what 90% of the draft.
For Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, for 4 days straight.
4 days straight.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to WEC.
Shout outs to Dub.
Give us another year. We'll do this.
And we called out the Louis because that's the only real one that solves your problem.
Yeah, and by solving, it's not all the problems, but
Yep.
very specific situations.
The question right now is whether the Cho will build damage or build tank, because both are viable-ish. The only problem here is the Cho is going to have a very hard time to kick anyone. Do you want to kick the Hilda? Do you want to kick the Baxia? Do you want to kick the Grok?
I think his life mission this game is just
Create space.
find Yi, find Moskov, and you pray, right? You just hope that they go down. Both of them have flicker, so that's one thing to take into consideration as we hop into game number 2 on Expanding River. Turkey on the blue side, Myanmar on red.
So right now, Team Turkey.
خب سلام. ساعت فکر کنم 8:30 صبح در خدمتتون هستیم. ما از 5 صبح بازی ها رو داریم براتون پخش میکنیم و این بازی که حساس ترین بازی امروزه رو براتون گزارش میکنم. بقیه بازی ها با گزارش اصلی بوده که مالزی ترکوند مغولستان و بازم میگم ترکوند رکورد سریع ترین برد این تورنمنت رو زد و زیر 10 دقیقه مغولستان رو در راند 1 برد. راند 2 هم زیاد فرقی نداشت وضعیت. اینور پیکا خیلی برام جالب بود. اولا که از راند 1 ترکیه و میانمار براتون بگم که اینقدر تعریف این بازی رو کردم، نیکو اینجا گیر افتاد، مجبور شد فلیکرش رو بزنم. اگه TNZ میگرفت فرست بلاد و وضعیت پیکا اینجوری بود که تیم ترکیه اوایل بازی یه ذره عقب افتاد، بعد کاملا مسلح شد رو بازی. فوق‌العاده بازی کرد TNZ. یعنی برید اون بازی رو ببینید و سیگیبومی که اینجا فقط گل رو گرفت و برگشت. یعنی ترکون TNZ یه جوری با هایابوسا بازی کرد که الان هایابوسا رو کینگ فلش پیک داد. البته یه ریتری بتل رو باخت به کینگ فلش و الان سیگیبوم و جونو هم درگیرن. جونو اصلا خوب بازی نکرد توی میانمار و الان هم بله فرست بلاد رو TNZ گرفت. همونجوری که بهتون گفتم فوق‌العاده داره بازی، اصلا خیلی رو فرم TNZ، خیلی اصلا چیزی که داریم میبینیم همگوشویای ایران دارن بقیه رو رنده میکنن. البته بگم بازی دست قبل 18 دقیقه 19 دقیقه طول کشید. اینجا هم ترتل رو کینگ فلش گرفت با آیابوسا، اصلا نرسید اونجا بیاد توی فایت با کشیا که TNZ باشه. چیزی که بخوام بگم خیلی جالبه یه چیزی که بخوام بگم خیلی جالبه این بود که توی بازی قبلی یعنی راند قبل همین میانمار و ترکیه بازی خیلی تلاطم داشت. اینجا روزا از دور یه اولت زد و نیکو رو حذف کرد. بازی خیلی تلاطم داشت، خیلی بالا پایین داشت، ولی خیلی مثال خوبیه برای بازی کردن همون کاری که خود TNZ میکرد رو اومد باش بکنه. دقیقاً رانده قبل این کار رو کرد، TNZ اولت زد بعد با شدوش برگشت. الان دیگه اینجا جای این کارا نیست و هر تیمی جلو ترکیه اول اصلا فنی بهم میده دیگه. خودتون بدونید چقدر وضعیت جانگلای ترکیه فرق داره. البته اینم بگم بچه میانمار تیم واقعا قویه، یعنی اصلا بگم تا الان که کینگ فلش رو کجا حذف کرد TNZ دارم چی میبینم بهتون دارم میگم، هم روتیشن پوزیشن اسکیل زدن با باکشیا با هایابوسا، اصلا این جانگلر فوق‌العاده است. مطمئن باشید ویدیوهای زیادی ازش در میاد به صورت هایلایت. خیلی خوب بازی میکنه مسلط و میگم یه کاری کردن که هایابوسا رو ازش گرفتن. جونا هم یه دونه اسکیل خورد، یه اولت زد اونجا به بویه که بویه هم بک داد. 4-0 به نفع ترکیه. این راند انگاری میانمار بدتر داره بازی میکنه. راند قبل باز میگم 18 دقیقه 19 دقیقه بازی طول کشید، ولی اینجوری که داره پیش میره نیکو فلیکرش رو زد تا نمیره، داره پیش میره، احتمال داره ترکیه خیلی راحت ببره بازی. یه شادو انداخت اومده اینجا روی TNZ اولتش رو زد چاو به TNZ و برگشت. حالا خوان یا خون که CC بود دست قبل، الان مورانوس جلوه. منیاک ثانیه 50. آره من یه ذره چتا رو دیر دارم دوستان، لایو کلا اینجوری که یک ذره من چتاتون رو ببینم و جواب بدم تأخیر داره. نیکو پوزیشن گرفته سر ترتلن، کاملا مسلط روی ترتل، کاملا اصلا بیخیال میشن ترتلو. ویژن دادن اگر شد بگیره گرنجر. وای رفتن روی ردش با شدوش برگشت. ایموت هم داره میده به میانمار اینجا TNZ و کینگ فلش. دوستان کینگ فلش هم ایسونشن خیلی خوبی زده. یه ذره من چیزی که دارم میبینم الانم جونا حذف شد، لونار جونو رو حذف کرد. لوناری که داره هیلا میزنه، بویه اومده جلو، اینجا فکر کنم دیگه هیلا حذف بشه. چه میسی داد اسکیلشو. حالا اینور اضافه شده مسکوف که سیگی بوم باشه، اونورم TNZ از بک اومد. ترکیه خیلی مسلطه و نیکو غافلگیر شد، بویه هم حذف شد، دابل کیل سیگی بوم و کینگ فلشی که اینجا اومد یک کیل بگیره، حتی یک کیل هم نمیذارن و روزا لحظه آخر گرفتش. حالا اونور خون مونده و 4 تا بازیکن و دیگه بی خیال شد. میانمار کاملا ریخته به هم به نظرم، اصلا داره خوب بازی نمیکنه. جونو مجبور کرد که فلیکش رو بزنه مسکوف. اصلا خوب بازی نمیکنه میانمار باید ببینیم تا کجا میخواد اینجوری پیش بره، چون آیتمای لوی بیاد خیلی داستان فرق میکنه و به نظرم که مثلا جونو اصلا خوب نیست. چیزی که دیدم اصلا من همیشه نیمه پر بازیکن‌ها رو میبینم ولی جونو واقعا خوب نیست. همون گرنجری که دارید میبینید، ما گراک رو درگیر با اورانوس میبینیم، سیگیبو مثلا شو نمیده، الان دیگه شو داد. ازمرلا بود دست پیش و اصلا یه تفاوت فاحشی با یاراش داره، جونو که الان گرنجر پیک داد. حالا ببینیم گرنجرش چجوریه. اینجا یه درگیری داره، بیسیک اتک میزنه. اورانوس هم هیروی نیست که بخواد الان درگیر بشه. بریم پایین. ترتل اسپان شده، فکر کنم 3 نفر آره 3 نفر دقیقا سمت هیلا که لونار باشه. هیلا لونار هم با لاپو خیلی خوب بازی کرد جلوی ما. خیلی لونار با اورانوس اذیتمون کرد، ولی من چیزی که دیدم وای تینزی ببین چقدر مسلط داره اسکیل میزنه. یه دونه میستاد و الانم دیگه فکر کنم اولتش رو بزنه با شادوش بخواد فرار کنه. همین اتفاق هم افتاد و فرارم کرد. وقتی با اولت شروع میشه قطعا با شادو تموم میشه. حالا اونور رفتن روی تینزی. اولت خوب از لویی دیدیم بالاخره. هدیه نیکو بود به تیمش که حذف کرد تینزیو. ترکیبای دو تیم هم همون جوری که بهتون گفتم هیچ فرقی با راند یک نداره. خون، کینگ فلش، نیکو، جونو، بویه ترکیب میانمار. اینور هم روزا، سیگیبوم، ای پی ایکس، لونار و تینزی ترکیب ترکیه است. چه بازی شده. خیلی بازی حساسیه. بازی بعدی هم براتون پخش میکنیم و بعدیش اینور یه اولت خوب از گراک کلینگ اسپیری که لونار گرفت. ترتل رو هم کینگ فلش و بویه حذف کرد گراک رو. حالا اینور خود بویه حذف شد توسط لونار یه دبل کیل گرفت. لونار هم سر حال داره بازی میکنه. چیزی که میبینم کلن تیم آرورا گیمینگ و تیم ترکیه، آرورا گیمینگ که الان تیم ملی ترکیه رو تشکیل داده، جلوی مالزی فقط اونجوری با اختلاف باخت. اگر نه الان واقعا داره خوب بازی میکنه. 10-2 به نفع ترکیه. بازی ها به استافتیری. اولین نیمه نهایی هم یعنی اولین تیمی که مشخص شد میره به نیمه نهایی اینجا بله 4-1 شد، ولی خب اورانوسه که میتونه فرار کنه. اولین کس تیمی هم که مشخص شد رفت نیمه نهایی مالزی بود که بازی قبلی میتونید لایو رو بزنید عقب بازی مالزی رو هم ببینید و بازی بعدی هم ساعت 10. بازی بعدی هم ساعت 12 ظهره. تینزی اومده فقط میخوان میدلین رو بندازن از زاویه و از پشت سر اضافه شد که نتونن تمرکز فوکوس کنن که اسکیلا رو درست بزنن. اینکه از چند زاویه حالا به یه ناحیه به یه فایتی اضافه بشید خیلی مهمه که راجع به هایابوسای تینزی گفتم که شاهکار کرد. که مثلا راند قبل رو باید ببینید یه کلاس آموزشی کامل بود هایابوساش. واقعا خوب بود واقعا. یعنی مثلا خیلی سخت اینجوری از یکی تعریف میکنم. بویه الان ریکال میده یا نه. نیکو هم هست. گراک ببینید چون نمیده. حالا یه اولت زد اینور هست شد. گراک رسید یا اوت پلی داد. سیگیبوم البته توسط AVX سیف شد. سریع اولتش هم زد لوی با چاو و برگشتن. حالا اینور میدلین رو داره پوش میده جونو. کینگ فلش سریع برمیگرده. خب دید یاراش برگشتن با اولت لوی و خیلی هم سریع و فست اولتش رو زد لوی. لونار نمیذاره میدلین بیفته. فوکوس تاور بود ولی خب کنسل شد. اونور تاور پایین رفت. خون جلو داره تیک دمیج میکنه و یه نایس ترای هم میده اونجا به ترکیه. 10-2 عقب باشه اینجوری. ایموتپدی هم خودش شاهکاریه. حالا اینور نزدیکه که با نیکو. بله نیکو خیلی راحت هست شد. یه وال توسط گراک و یه استان خوب از سیگیبوم. ترکیب مسکو و گراک رو دیدیم. یه کمبو تر و تمیز و راحت. فقط نیاز به هماهنگی داره. با یه اسکیلاش رو شارژ میکنه. میخواد یه دو بزنه. تینزی ببینیم شادوش نگاه 3 نفر وایسادن این وقت با شادوش ند. خیلی مستقیم بازی میکنه با هایابوسا و ببینید به همین راحتی ساب کردن و شادوش خونسا شد و خون همینجا هست شد توسط مسکو. خیلی راحت اینجا کینگ فلش بازیش خونده شد. البته بگم توی بازیکنهای میانمار بهترین بازیکنشون چیزی که من الان دیدم کینگ فلش و بوین، یعنی جانگل و رومشون از همشون بهترن. بعد نیکو و خونه که یعنی میدلین و ایکس پیشون. بعد گل لینرشون. مثلا گل لینرشون دست پیش اگر یک ذره بهتر بازی کرد بازی میانمار میبرد. لورد اومده به سمت میدلین. تاور اول لمیج خورد. تاور بعدی انرژی داره و این شیلد انرژیه نمیذاره به این راحتی پوش بخوره. یه وال انداخت، انرژی هم حالا یوز شد. میخوان شیلد پایینم بندازم اونجا. چه دمیجی دادین لونار به هایابوسا و تینزی که قشنگ داره میچرخه. تسلطش رو ببینید. حالا اون رفت استان کنه بویه رو. بویه تنهاه و حذف شد دوستان. خوب فوکوس کرد رو مسکو ولی چسبیدن به مسکو. هیروهای ساستین بالا، درابل بالا، یعنی ماندگاریشون تو فایت زیاده و فقط حفظ مسکو و روز رو دارن بر عهده میگیرن. روز یا همون روزا خون درگیر یه دونه وال. اوه چی کار میخواست بکنه نتونست و یه دونه حرکت زیبا از لونار دیدیم. با فلیکر هم اومد بیرون دیگه. فشارهای آخر رو داره ترکیه وارد میکنه که بازی هم اینجا تموم کنه. بعید میدونم مسکو و حالا میتونه اضافه بشه که این کار رو نمیکنه. خیلی لونار اینجا خوب بازی کرد، زیر تاور کش و فلیکر برگشت. اونورم نمیدونم دیدی یا گراک چی کار کرد. وال رو انداخت، فلیک یک کرد. یعنی فقط یک لحظه میخواست ناک کنه تیم بازیکنهای میانمار رو که همون یه لحظه کار رو تموم بکنه، ولی نتونست این کار رو بکنه. الانم اولتش ردیه. دوتا رومر توی بوش وایسادن. چیزی که همیشه به بازیکن ایرانی میگم، ویژن مهمترین چیز تو این بازیه. فارغ از درفت و هر کی دید بهتری به تیم حریفش داشته باشه، تصمیمای بهتری و حرکتای بهتری میتونن بزنن. لونار هم اومد اضافه بشه. تینزی رد رو نتونست بگیره. تینزی و کینگ فلش رد رو گرفت. اولتو زدگی فایت شروع شده. جونا اسکیل زد و رفت عقب. مسکوف داره پوش میده. چقدر راحت با ایو پوش میدن. ایو پوزیشن گرفتنش رو نشادشو انداخته، ولی خب اونا همشون فرق تینزی با کینگ فلش اینه شادو رو ببینید چجوری میندازه. از روبرو میاد میندازه میخوره به فرانت لین ترکیه. تینزی از کجا شادو مینداخت؟ من واقعا میگم رانده یک رو ببینید، بزنید عقب. اصلا ببین یه جوری با زاویه شادو مینداخت آدم کیف میکرد. بعد شادوهاش هم میخورد و فکر کنم یه شادو میستاد تینزی. و گرنجری که اسکای آورده و اسکایی که شارژ نمیشه. حالا چاو پوزیشن گرفته. بویم تک و تنها. چاو دشاش زیاده ولی اینورم زیادن. خب دیگه 3 نفرم و حذف شده. میدونیم بویه رو داره تمام تلاشش رو میکنه. شارژ شد اسکیلاش و روزا اومد یه فینیش داد بویه رو. اونور جونو هست شد توسط لونار و مانستر کلی که گرفت این لونار خوش اسکیل. 16-2. ترکیه کاملا برتری داره و میانمار مطمئنم خودشون راضی نیستن راند دومشون. رانده که خیلی بازی قشنگی بود و اینور خون درگیره دیگه. راهی نمیذارن. هایابوسا تموم شد اونجا کارش که کینگ فلش باشه. حالا مسکو هم اضافه شد. راند دوم هم به اسم ترکیه میزنیم و تمام. ترکیه بازی رو برد و اینجا وال انداخت و تینزی که به وال فشار و چهره لونار. تینزی رو میبینید. اینور هم روزا سیگی بومه و اون پیکسه و گفتش که بمونم فکر کنم برای مصاحبه. بازی ها تو کوالالامپور مالزی برگزار میشه. تیم ملی کشورمون فکر کنم امروز یا فردا برگرده. یه خسته نباشید به بازیکنان میانمار. میگم میانمار صدرنشین گروه بود باشون بازی کرده. ترکیه دوم شده بود، میانمار صدرنشین بود و همه رو برده بود و الان اومد اینجوری جلو ترکیه باخت. بدم باخت. حداقل به نظرم بعد یه راندو میگرفت میانمار. خود تیم برگزاری خیلی روی این بازی مانور داشتن و البته که بازی اولم خیلی قشنگ شد. الان ترکیه 2-0 برد و رفت به نیمه نهایی. ساعت 10 ما بذارید بهتون بگم چه تیمایی بازی دارن. ساعت 10 و 12. خب ساعت 10 توی کانال تلگرام گذاشتم، توی استوری اینستاگرام هم هست. به برنده کامبوج و قزاقستان میخوره ترکیه و دوستان تاریخ سازی کرد بانوان کامبوج و باور نکردنی بود مالزی میزبان مسابقات رو حذف کرد و آره TNZ مونده اونجا، روسا و APX این سه بازیکن موندن. TNZ شبیه ترکان نیست حقیقتا. TNZ سمت چپ چپی است، روسا فکر کنم وسطیه و اون APX رومرشون راستی است، چون سیگیبوم و لونار رو میشناسم. حالا این ور بهتون بگم اندونزی و نپال هم خیلی بازی قشنگی میشه. نپال خیلی پرطرفداره ولی به اندازه اندونزی نه. بازی اندونزی و نپال ساعت 10 احتمال خیلی زیاد اندونزی برنده میشه و اندونزی میخوره به مالزی. یک فینال زودرس ما داریم و ساعت 10 صبح یک ساعت و ربع دیگه بازی اندونزی و نپال، ساعت 12 بازی کامبوج قزاقستانه و فینال بانوان امروز ساعت 4 بعد که اون هم احتمالاً پخش کنیم با گزارش. خودم بیام، علی و عباس هم احتمالاً باشم. حالا باید ببینیم بچه ها هستن یا نه. هم تحلیل میکنیم هم گزارش میکنیم و همه چی دیگه. نو دمیج شدن. آره ببین یه چیزی میخواستم بگم، حالا گفتی نو دمیج شدن. بعضی وقتا یه سری هیرو هستن خب میدونم فارمشون بیاد بالا یه خورده خیلی کار در میارن، خب واسه همین شروع میکنن که فارما رو بگیرن، یعنی نو دمیج بمونن. چون واقعا یه سری هیرو میگم یه کوچولو آیتم بیارن خیلی کار در میاره. و مرسی از کلاس درس در خدمتی. دوکی اومده، ایسونشین هم که احتمالاً لوسیفر اگه اشتباه نکنم، باران اومده بود، دانیال اومده بود، الیاس اومده بود، اینفرنو اومده بود و مرسی بچه ها. لایک کنید لایو رو. منم بخوام راستش بگم نخوابیدم، از دیروز بیدارم و ساعت 10 و 12 بازی ها رو پخش کنیم و بعد دیگه تا 4 که دوباره مجدد لایو بذاریم. میتونید تو دیسکریپشن لینک دونیت رو ببینید و جدول و برنامه بازی ها به ساعت ایران براتون گذاشتم. مرسی ما رو تماشا کردید و من میرم، ولی پخش زنده ادامه داره و قطع نمیشه. یه سر پخش داریم تا 12 ظهر که بازی آخر روز 4 هست. فعلا مرسی، لایک یادتون نره.
Finals because we, even though we had not much time to train, but he thinks that we can make it.
All right, I love that, and I hope whatever problems that you guys had when you guys faced Malaysia earlier on into the WEC 2025 has been solved. And I do hope to see you guys on the stage again. Thank you very much to Team Turkiyye for chatting with me. And with that, let us throw it back to the Kazers to break down what happened in this intense series.
Thank you very much, Rose. And yeah, Team Turkey had an amazing game. The Hilda having that Blade of Heptases as well, doing tremendous damage onto anyone. This Hilda is unstoppable. You know what? Everyone's unstoppable, man.
Yeah. The sign of when the game is truly over is when you have a Hilda that solo kills your cores. That's how you know the game is done.
Yeah, because we were saying like, oh, you know, Hilda doesn't contribute much in the later stages of the game, but if she can one-shot you, she can contribute quite a bit.
Yeah, she stands in your jungle, in the bush. Whoever face checks gets like 3-shotted. Our fellow friend, I think Midnight is watching, he was calculating 1.8k damage from Lunar during the solo queue.
And unfortunately, Nico here, he got the Wishing Lantern a little bit too late, but is it really his fault? Like, how are you going to deal with a Grok, Eve, Boxia if they're running straight at you?
Yeah, I mean, we also say that there was no like 100% good answer into the Grok. You have to use your abilities anyway, but at least Loyi is like, we can make some creative plays.
Yeah.
And they did once, and then they got a turtle after that. They got like a 1K plus goal swing, but it really didn't matter, right? It was just a minor speed bump in the Tianzi wheel. He still gets to do what he wants. Rosa was untouched. Sticky Boom just free farms the lane, all thanks to having this grok around.
Again, congratulations to Team Turkey making it to the semifinals, and this does mean that Myanmar has been eliminated. So Team Turkey will just be waiting for Cambodia or Kazakhstan. And listening to Apex 47, looks like he is thinking that Indonesia will be the one going to the grand finals. But again, it's more about him saying he prefers the play style of Indonesia, which is more explosive, a lot more excitement coming in. But now we got to look at the Hall of Famer Sigibum, 769 gold per minute, and then Rosa, the GOAT, dealing the most amount of damage, Kun taking a lot of damage, and TNZ being a support here on the box, yeah.
And that's the problem when you open with a Uranus instead of something like a Arlet or Lapu Lapu, you know. Uranus just doesn't do enough in most situations. We have seen Uranus win some games, you know, like Team Malaysia obviously won with that, but on its own, it's just not good enough, right? The impact is not there. It's a blind pick Uranus some more, right? And you see a Boxer and a Yves, there's really nothing much that he could do.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like the Boxer, just Boxia, all right? Boxia plus anything, it's gonna be difficult. But now we're gonna be looking at the MVP here, coming in from Team Turkey. I mean, take your pick. It looks like Lunar. I mean, like, of course, when you start one-shotting the carries, you are gonna get the MVP for sure.
Yeah, when that's essentially what he did the whole game, right? Runs at Juno, gives him a good old 1-2, takes him out, and rinse and repeat.
He's a fighter, a tank, and an assassin.
Yes, fighter, tank, and assassin. Good hero.
Yes, amazing hero.
We've seen so many Heptases built on Hilda in WEC.
Yeah. I feel like, okay, you build Fury Hammer, and then you see how it goes. And then when the Hilda is having a good game, you're like, hey, you guys can tank, right? We got a Boxia. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. We got a Grok. I can build more damage. We're going to be looking at the highlights here. And caution to everyone watching is going to be a bit tough to sink in, because this is a scary draft. Yeah, one of the best drafts of WEC.
To the Burmese fans, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be quite a tough pill to swallow. I know that they were really looking forward to how far Myanmar can go, but this one I can say with certainty. The draft was, like you say, one of the best we've seen from Turkey, but it was also given for free. Mm-hmm. There was no resistance shown. There was only band-aid solutions, and you can't really blame Myanmar for how poorly the game went, at least in-game.
Yep. They tried their very best, and that's what we can ask for from the players. Looking at the highlights, Team Turkey, they demand a lot of zoning. They make sure that Team Myanmar is denied of a lot, and that's why this draft is scary. I feel like this is also something that we do have to explain. Having Grok and Eve is already dangerous enough because it gives you mid-prio. And when you have mid-prio, there's a lot you can do. You can deny farm, you can deny rotations, and you have great engages from both mid as well as the roamer. When you add Boxia to the mix, you always have basically an item advantage for the first 2 minutes, where there's no NT lifesteal no NT heal from anyone. The Boxia gives it for free. So item advantage, you know, with the passive, the ability to start anything, the ability to not die ever. It's just a little bit too much.
It's like that phenomenon. I think one of my childhood video games where you're like a snowball. You just roll and then you keep taking up more and more. That's a classic death ball comp.
Yeah, classic death ball comp. But hey, again, we still got more quarterfinals games to go through. We still have Indonesia, Nepal, as well as Cambodia, Kazakhstan, and the game coming up next, we'll be seeing Indonesia going up against Nepal, which I don't think we've seen Nepal just yet. And we saw Indonesia first day, bit shaky. Second day, bro, kind of scary, not gonna lie.
Hey, did they say that they want to send Team Malaysia home, even though we're already at home? And I think that's the most anticipated matchup as well. A lot of people were expecting a grand finals matchup between Malaysia and Indonesia, but sadly we'll have to settle for semi-finals at best, right? So best of 3 is all we got between those two if Indonesia wins.
Well, it does look like they're just going to have it just a little bit faster. So we are going for a break. After this, it is going to be Indonesia going up against Nepal. So We'll see you guys right after the break because that one should be pretty explosive. See you later.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
the permutations of what matchups could happen in the semi and grand finals will become clearer and clearer as we progress through the quarterfinals. But for now, for Nepal, it's a tall task ahead of them. Just like Everest, they will have to somehow reach the summit to overcome Indonesia.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty tough, and this is the schedule for today. We're at Indonesia going up against Nepal. After this will be the final quarterfinal match for today. And then later on, we will be going to the women division to have Egypt going up against Cambodia. And whoever wins that one will have one more match in the grand finals against Indonesia.
So they will be guaranteed a trophy lift by the end of this evening, at least for the women division of WEC 25 Mlbb. For the men division, that will conclude tomorrow. So plenty of things to look forward to. We're just at the halfway point of today's action. 6 series in total, 1 best of 5 waiting at the very end. It's going to be very exciting. Most of the games and the matches that we've witnessed have been very rewarding in their own ways. Although we saw Myanmar sort of drop the ball earlier on, and now gotta reset everything, right? Indonesia against Nepal is another interesting one.
Yeah, the thing is, Indonesia is explosive, and it's very difficult to go up against because you always hear about it. You've seen it before. Indonesia has been on the international stage since forever. So it's like, you know it's coming. It's just that, how do you stop it?
Yeah, you never really know how hard a storm hits until you are in the eye of the storm. And in this case, just like the country itself speaks, it's the spice, right? You don't know how spicy it is, how hot it is until it hits your taste bud, and Nepal are about to get a taste of it.
Well, now we are about to start the match between Nepal going up against Indonesia. So let's hype ourselves up by checking out the trailer as we're inviting both teams onto the stage of WEC 2025.
From where the land touches the skies, where the Alps of Everest carve the journey of 1,000 climbs, be ready to brace the Himalayas breeze. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Nepal!
And here comes their opponent, a powerhouse known across MLBB history, masters of aggressive rotations and dives. They are undefeated in Group C with the spirit of the Garuda. This is Team Indonesia! And now we would like to invite both teams, Indonesia as well as Nepal, for the fist bump before we officially start the match.
The third elimination series of the quarterfinals between a big titan and a challenger, a David versus Goliath circumstance, with Indonesia as the clear favorites and Nepal looking to tip the scales in their favor. Surprises will be necessary to catch Indonesia off guard, but if there's anything we know about this roster is that they still have a full bag of tricks that we have not seen.
The thing is, everyone is a threat, but I'm just gonna talk about two, man. Ezekiel as well as Joe. How are you gonna stop this, guys, man? Ezekiel, make sure that he freezes your lane. You're not gonna get any levels. You're not gonna get any farm. Joe will take everything on the map, and at one point, he's just gonna take over the game.
Yeah, it has been an assassin highlight reel for Joe so far. But they also have Aran, Kabuki, and Widi to make up the main five. And this roster is a very scary combination that Indonesia has managed to not only muster together, we also need to talk about the back-end staff, the coaching staff, right? Coach SDL, who has been basically the puppet master of coming up with all these aggressive manners for Indonesia to take the win?
Well, now we're going to be looking at the lineup here coming in from Nepal. We got a hybrid, Yahiko, Bobe, Gonigon, as well as Masarup. And again, they have played internationally before. They have some experiences, but here's the thing. Like you said, you know it's coming. It's just that once you're there, you will get that refresher. You will get that nasty reminder. It's like, oh yeah, this is how it felt.
Yeah, you have to get hit once.
Yeah.
They get hit once, fall hard, and then you will remember that feeling for quite some time. Unfortunately for Nepal, this is the card that they've been dealt. They will have to somehow try their best to overcome Indonesia. Let's see how much of a fight that Indonesia is going to get, because I think up to this point, aside from Kazakhstan with Leom or Jungle, they haven't really been challenged, right? Haven't really broken into much sweat just yet.
Well, this is the playoffs, and this is going to be the deciding factor of who will be going up against Malaysia.
Oh, yes.
Right, and I believe both teams have researched Malaysia just a little bit, but they got to go step by step and face against the opponents that is right in front of them first. There should be a lot of information on Indonesia because, again, there's a lot of VODs, a lot of clips that you can basically farm from them. Nepal, I don't know, man. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, I've seen some of the Nepalese gameplay, I think, across since last year. You know, bits and pieces of tournament that I had the privilege to commentate and watch, but info is still very limited. I think even for the country and still playing in that ecosystem alone, there's definitely a lot to catch up. And what always is the main concern for other countries when they come into Southeast Asia for MLBB is trying to match the tempo, because we are so fast. You know, the South African players, they talk to us and they're like, man, you guys play very fast, you guys farm very well. We don't really have breathing room, and that's the main challenge. And Indonesia, they're the best at that.
My only concern is I hope there's not going to be a botched draft. Because again, like I gotta say, that game affected me, you know? Having an amazing opener of Boxia, Grok, and Eve in that manner.
Yeah.
I just hope Nepal doesn't give like S-tier heroes towards Indonesia, because you know, like if it's open, they're gonna take it, and they're not gonna be so nice about using those heroes against you.
Yeah, they're great players, but not the nicest when it comes to a competition, because they have their eyes fixated on the prize, and in fact the prize is right in front of them. If they get through Nepal, they basically reach the final destination, right? The goal is to take out their rivals, which is Malaysia, waiting in the semi-finals. We get broken walls for game 1.
Which I think even Kimi is going to be the biggest question. He has to be banner pick, because broken walls is a great map for this oppressing mids, right? It makes it so that it's easier for you to force your opponents to stay where they are and wait for your own jungler to come and take whatever they want.
I'm looking at Hilda. Hilda is one of the picks.
Too, yeah.
You know, Khalid, we've seen Khalid being picked up as well. Grok is, I feel like Grok is almost a must ban or must pick. But if it does get picked up, the win rate for the team that has a Grok usually is in the positives. We've seen Grok drop some games, but compared to the games that Grok has won, it's the margin, the difference is very, very big.
Yeah. You can say that the skills definitely tip in your favor. So Kabuki as well has been performing that well. It's just that once Joe gets like what, 2 or 3 kills by say 4 minutes, all of a sudden you see a Sky Piercer, and then after that he's just like, guys, can you guys just clear the waves? Can you guys just go and push? I'm just gonna try to see if I can get more KDA here.
And even Kabuki went Sky Piercer on his Beatrix.
Yeah.
Right? Like you reach a point where everyone is buying Sky Piercer. You know, Kabuki was supposedly able to get his first Maniac in WEC, but they were competing among themselves, so your Hesku steals that away. It's a fun game amongst the players.
That reminds me of the Lunox, Fanny.
The Lunox, Fanny, Beatrix.
Kalia.
Yeah.
So in the draft, we see a Kalia first pick. That's already a sign of trouble to come. Yeah, unless you take away the Fanny. Oh, but then you're going to get countered by the Kalia. Okay, Kalia first pick is very dangerous for Indonesia. For anyone fighting against Indonesia.
What's the response? I mean, Gatot Kacha is a decent response, I guess.
If it's open.
If it's open, yeah. I think if a trade gets forced, Gatot is one. Then if not, then the Hylos. But Hylos into Kalea is pretty iffy if he gets grabbed. I want to go on a limb and be like,
Because
hey,
here's the thing. Going back in history, Indonesia going up against Romania, they banned Eve, Gatot, and Grok, and then their first pick Kalia into the other nasty picks, either the Kimi, either the Eve, Lunox, and then you see like picks like the Fanny. So if you see a Gatot ban, a Grok ban, you have to consider Kalia as the first pick.
yeah, I think you could go for. I think Hylos is also like a decent response. If not, then maybe we look at the Cho or Franco.
Franco, yeah.
Yeah. I think like that's like some of the few responses. There's no like a foolproof way. If the Kalaya grabs you, you are most like you are gonna get displaced unless you are Cho or Yi Shin. You have the good iframes.
Actually, here's the thing. I think a safe ban is actually like for Nepal, ban out Lunox, because if they go for a Kalia, at that point you just have kind of like the draft that Turkey had just now, which is everyone's getting very tanky, so whoever Kalia picks up isn't gonna instantly die. And even though the Eve, the Kimi is gonna be a problem, Lunox Fanny just makes it so that no matter what you pick, everything is bad.
That's true. Kalaya Farsight will be the.
Or if they pick up the Kalia, you pick up the Lunox instantly. Don't give it over.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a very good way to approach it. And you also you open the flex options for yourself, but you also deny certain matchups, right? Like Harif Lunox, suddenly it feels incredibly bad for the Harif. We did see the example between Malaysia and Mongolia earlier on too. There's going to be some deliberations to be made, I think, for Nepal. Let's bring out the draft picks for Game 1 for these two teams. And we're halfway through the draft. So far, for Nepal side, we get the Yves, Esmeralda, Yuzong, Hayabusa. And for Indonesia, it's a Gatot, Yi Shin, and Uranus opening.
So in terms of the bans here, Indonesia banned out the CC, the Fanny, the Grok, and then eventually banning out the Hylos and Hilda. Nepal banning out the Baxia, the Lancelot, the Kalia, which we did talk about. So they're like, we're not going to give it over. And then the Farsa as well as the Ruby. So finishing up, Indonesia will be taking that Lunox and the Selena. So this is going to be a Lunox Gold, which is able to fight against the majority of Nepal's lineup, especially for the Esmeralda. And the very final pick here coming in from Nepal, they still need a roamer, preferably someone that can catch, because Selena as well as Yi Shin, someone's got to punish them. What else is open?
I think Cho is like one of your better choices now. Because the problem is like Esmeralda into Lunox. Lunox is not going to care about Esmeralda.
Yep.
It really does not matter. Your mid is a Selena Yves, so you have to be very careful where the arrows are coming from. The Yuzong with the Uranus, pretty much a dead lane. He's like a wet noodle fight there. I think Cho is like your best bet if you are if you take
Minotaur,
inspiration from Renegade, you could go for Jawhead. The Badang is also a decent shot. We did see how Boye from Myanmar used it earlier on to really disrupt this Gato Kacha, but it's not a be or end all, right? Because into the Lunox, you still get melted.
I would say the Badang is actually an amazing pick. The only problem is, as we saw just now, kind of an all-in kind of hero. So they got to be decisive. Once Badang gets a catch, we need an instant engage coming in from the Esmeralda, coming in from the Yuzong. But the thing is, this is like fighting fire with fire. We do have a saying here, are you sure you want to play Brawl against the Brawl server? So it looks like they are trying to fight fire with fire. We'll see how it works out against Indonesia.
And I like it when teams don't back down from a fight. Many teams have attempted, but few have succeeded. Some have gotten close, actually, but none have truly, taken down Indonesia yet. So that's why they came into this with a clean record, 0 game losses throughout the entire group stage, and they're looking to extend that. In fact, so far, at least in the quarterfinals, only Turkey has dropped games, and that was against Team Malaysia. Let's see, game 1 between these two teams, how that's going to pan out. I'm liking what Indonesia has.
Yep. You just got to be careful of that Gata as well as Selena mid here. We got to see Bobe trying his very best to really chunk out both Weedy as well as Ezekiel, because if Weedy catches you, you're kind of dead, because the follow-up coming in from the Selena as well as Yi Shin is going to be too much for Nepal.
Yeah, I got to say that Boye really set the tone, for this Badang pick. See Masar can live up to the expectations, though. The shadow is very dangerous. Yahiko didn't connect onto Widdy, but they did get the Lethal Wanderer at the cost of a camp that was stolen earlier on by Joe. Kabuki, a favorable trade against Gone. So this Esmeralda has essentially lost control off the lane.
Yeah, so over here we can see that Ezekiel is handling the wave quite well, 1v2. So he's actually having quite a wonderful time here in mid, back in the EXP, Iran, and Hybrid. So far it doesn't look like Nepal is trading aggressively against Indonesia, gets stunned up, gonna take a bit of damage, fighting back against Ezekiel, and there goes first blood.
Even the Petrify didn't help Hybrid out, sadly. The reset burst from Yehezkiel, from the garrote itself, it's incredibly painful. Like at level 2, it hurts more than you expect. Woody's gonna try to hold the fort for now with the Revitalize. It's good enough. The arrow doesn't connect onto anyone, but Masara will be able to dash away as well. Indonesia, again, settle for tempo as Turtle spawns bottom.
Yeah, I want to see how Nepal is able to do something here in the Turtle, because so far, at least in mid and EXP, it doesn't look like they're trying to go for trade. So they're avoiding the fight, but at the same time, you're not preventing it. You're just trying your best not to get hit.
Yahiko was able to hit 4, but it doesn't really matter. Lost the turtle. Yahiko under pressure. Joe now moves into the jungle, has his retributions too. Even throws the turtle boy at Yahiko in case he wants to try, because Masara is already gone. The Art of M. It's only just a minor inconvenience for Indonesia. Joe walks away with the enemy purple buff.
Yeah, quite a lot has happened, but at the same time, not a lot has happened.
It feels like it's playing out in slow-mo.
Yeah, exactly. So it feels a bit weird here, where Indonesia, they go in, they find some trades, Nepal escapes those trades, and then Indonesia gets whatever they want for free. We'll see here if Nepal is able to fight back them getting inside the jungle, and looks like no.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
It's starting out pretty tough here, yeah.
I was looking at Joe and wondering if they would continue to invade, because he did get his retribution back off cooldown, but they will play the safer route. Yahiko will get his orange, but Joe goes back to his own jungle, gets his own purple, and he has a full rotation waiting for him.
It almost looks like both teams are having their fingers on the trigger and see who's gonna jump first, because Nepal, they're like, we want to wait for Indonesia to fully commit. And then Indonesia's like, no.
And the advantage that Indonesia has is that they can always lead in with an abyssal arrow, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be witty starting the fight.
Yeah.
Yehezkiel can come in with a abyssal arrow from long range. If that connects, the follow-up is almost instant. And there's no purifier, by the way, on the power side. So any arrow that connects is going to 100% result in a follow-up.
And honestly, the draft coming in from Indonesia, they don't need a lot of cooldowns to really do anything. They're always ready for a fight.
Masara would just have to eat it in the face. Oh, they still lost the purple, but Yahiko just cannot outdo Joe as Joe takes out Bobe. They are fighting in between the tier 1 and tier 2. Joe instantly goes down right after that in Indonesia. Overextends just a little bit, but it's a double kill for Iran, and 3 bodies drop from the path.
Definitely majority of everything goes over to Indonesia. It's unfortunate Joe did die there. And our Hybrid is staying around mid, maybe thinking of protecting the mid for a while, but now going back to the EXP. Yeah, it does feel like watching a game in slow motion, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the scary thing...
It's a surreal feeling.
And the scary thing is, it feels like it's moving at a normal pace. Then you look at everything that's working behind the scenes like clockwork, you realize that Indonesia are actually pretty far ahead. Another arrow, this one doesn't connect on the Hybrid. He's desperately trying to clear out the way, but here comes the turtle boat. Hybrid opts away with the furious dive, and Joe still holding onto the turtle boat and only lets loose when there's a chance to run on a killing spree.
Yep. So now Indonesia, 6 kills on the board, Nepal grabbing 1. And that's only on to Joe. About 3,000 goalies here in 5 minutes. Haven't seen a lot of what Nepal is working towards. Because as of right now, it does look like they're farming, but what's the end goal? Like, when do they start to get something here?
Well, sadly, I think that...
I blame Boye.
You blame Boye?
Because Boye is Badang set expectations.
That's true, but at the same time, if you are running like double fighters, the window is a bit blurred, right? The timing is a bit blurred. You sort of don't know when you should start, but if you're falling behind, suddenly it feels like there's never really truly a window. Especially against Alina, Yi Shin, so much vision given, and then you have this pesky Uranus running around.
Well, Ganigan knows that Witty is there.
What?
And even a conceal. Now they want to go on to Kabuki. brilliances away. Masarap unable to really get onto anyone. Aran is in the back. It looks like a stun was hit onto Masarap. Kabuki secures the kill. Yahiko is running away but gets caught and eventually got killed by Witty.
Yeah, there goes Jakarta. Yahescu just landing arrows after arrows from off screen. And Pao getting caught off guard. Masarap, he was trying to retreat, gets hit by an arrow. And Yahiko on the run also gets clipped by one. And these snipes from Yahescu has been nothing short of deadly.
Well, looks like Nepal, they're gonna turtle up. This is one of those games where you kind of hope that they had a marksman, you know, something like a Granger, like a Claude, a Beatrix, so that eventually you're working towards something. Because as of right now, it does look like the only one that really benefits of going later is probably Bobe. Everyone else kind of wants to fight instantly.
Yeah. And can I just say that is under 7 minutes, Kabuki got his Holy Crystal. So yeah, I mean, I won't blame him if he goes for Sky Piercer. It's an RG thing. But you know, if you're two-shotting people, 80 stacks of Sky Piercer doesn't sound too bad.
Well, Iran being the front line here, same as Witty. They're trying to see if Nepal is going to take the bait, and they're finally going to. Black Dragon form, Haibe goes on to Kabuki. The Kabuki is still able to get a kill. Brilliance away. And Witty just AOGs out. Hybrid actually does get a kill there. And Ezekiel just waiting. Flicker doesn't get it. Ezekiel almost gets taken down. Gone is going for the chase. Flickers forward, tries to get a kill onto Ezekiel.
Wow.
Able to escape. And Witty is there trying to make sure that the Ghost of Jakarta is protected. And now the rest of the members are here. Triple kill for Joe.
That's got to be frustrating. Yahescu should not have been allowed to get away with it, but he is Yahescu. Nothing that Nepal could have done more. That was the best case scenario. They clip Yahescu with everything they have. He fails his flicker garrote, but the trap reset, the abyssal mark reset, allow him to get away just far enough. Gon even expanded his flicker to jump on him, and it was still not enough. And we're seeing a bit of the problem there with a double fighter lineup, especially with the Esmeralda goal lane. You just don't really have enough resources to get these kills. You don't have burst. You want to stay in the fight very long, but for someone like a Selena who is dexterous, she can easily weave in and out of the situation. And my man Kabuki with the Sky Piercer, I'm glad that he's listening.
Hey, Yahiko has the Sky Piercer too, man. He just bought it.
Well, one of them is getting stacked.
Well, here's the thing. The problem is Nepal already missed their power spike.
Yep.
So, you know, in terms of comeback ability, they have a lot of bodies to throw. If somehow Yahiko gets a triple kill, instantly getting 30 stacks on Sky Piercer, then this Hayabusa will look a little bit scary. But before that happens, I don't know. I don't think Nepal will have enough damage for an upcoming fight.
And Kabuki just completed his boots too. It's a tough boots. So 9 minutes and 15 seconds in, top tier 2 goes down, Lord coming from bottom. Witty staying in front, misses taunt, doesn't matter, they can crowd control him. Witty needs to go down, but Yahiko took 3 shots from Joe, and he's almost dead. Witty disengages with the AOG.
Yep, now they're gonna get the mid tier 2. It's 9 minutes in, and the Lord is gonna march down bottom, gonna get that holy defense. And now Indonesia is able to get all the holy defenses here.
Just again working around like clockwork, wild oil machine.
Hey, wow, West.
Well. Actually, I watched Masa took another arrow. There it is again. Yahiko just does not do enough damage, and that was on Kabuki, by the way. I don't think he has blood wings.
It's all about damage here. Indonesia with about 10,000 gold lead here, marching in mid, finds Ganigan forcing out that flicker, and then looks like I caught there. Yahiko actually gets a kill onto Witty. Can he get another stack before he dies? No, he cannot. Double kill for Joe. Hybrid is all alone in the back, dealing damage, but Kabuki with the brilliance is able to take him down. Witty is out, but now only Ganigan and Bobe are here to defend for Nepal.
They should be able to defend this, right? Masara is back in 5 seconds. They just need to clear that away. The arrow connects. I don't think Indonesia has the damage to brute force through this. The mid-minion wave is going to crash in. So 2 inhibitors go down already. Joe gets caught. Not able to trace us out of that. Massive shutdown for Ganigan, and Nepal holds on.
Yeah, should not have gotten caught there. In a way, Nepal still able to defend so far, having 1 inhibitor. Not all that great. Wow. almost a 5,000 gold lead between junglers. 10,000 gold for Joe, 5,000 for Yahiko. I think that's quite a gap.
Yeah, I think the main challenge now is who is gonna take down Iran. That's the main question. Though I say Bobe is starting to hurt.
Yeah. Having a Wishing Lantern is a good first step.
Yes. Now you go Divine Glaive.
Yep.
I'm not even sure if you want to go Blood Wings. I mean, it's defensive, but
Kill
I
the
would,
first.
yeah, I would go Divine Glaive. I mean, you gotta all in a little bit. POD for Joe, so watch out for the 3 shots.
Yep, gonna get a lot of damage. And unfortunately, Yahiko, after getting killed, he did die, so only has about 5 stacks of Sky Piercer, so really not gonna be utilizing the item quite well here. So the Lord is gonna get taken for free by Indonesia. And Nepal is gonna wait in their base to see how Indonesia is gonna try to dive this time.
Yeah, they're forced to wait in their base. Well, your best shot is to defend against the push, the Black Dragon form. They have good ultimates to defend. They have good ultimates to punish, but the main difference maker could just be that they are just too far behind economically. I think that's definitely the biggest difference maker. They could get the perfect counter engage and just might not have enough damage to take out Indonesian members.
Well, Nepal, in terms of wave clear, they have okay.
Yeah.
Masarab 0-5-1 hasn't had any real good catches. The Lord is marching in. Witty did not hit the Unbreakable onto anyone. And Iran dives. Gunnigan taking just a little bit of damage. The Lord is marching in. Indonesia is focusing on the inhibitor. And now looking at the base, the Lord is still hitting it. And now everyone's trying to back off, trying to deal a little bit of damage. Jaiku gets taken down, and Team Indonesia wins the first game.
Just brute force their way through. There was a wave coming in from the bottom lane, and everything set in stone from the first 2 minutes. Indonesia, once more, ruthless with their approach, completely shutting down whatever game plan that Nepal had. Now 1 game away from a date with destiny in the semifinals against Team Malaysia.
Yeah, so this is one of those situations where you have to be careful, but maybe just a little bit too careful. There is not a lot of actions or anything that begun with Nepal. Because it really does look like they're waiting for Indonesia to make a mistake. So Indonesia just don't make a mistake. So there was never a window for Nepal. That was a one-sided game in the sense of like it's like a one-sided relationship, you know?
Yeah, it feels like
person has the effort.
It feels like, you know, Nepal, they are trying to, like you say, wait for the windows of opportunity, but it's more of like playing not to lose, right? They're afraid of making that mistake, and every compounding mistake just makes the situation worse. But when you're running that kind of lineup, at a certain point, it is going to...
Esme, Padang.
It's going to stop working.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's sort of what happened. It stopped working, and Indonesia just ran with it.
It's not a bad strat. It's just that it's not fitted for the draft that they got, right? If they got something like a Beatrix, what is a scaling jungler that we have right now?
Oh,
it's mostly just instant effect, right?
Yeah, I mean Hayabusa, Joy, scaling junglers.
I mean, we did say Hanzo yesterday, that kind of skill, so something that will be good. But here, the Hall of Famers, Joe is the gold hunter, Joe is the GOAT, Iran is the tanker, and Iran is the best support. So both these members are key in Indonesia's victory. But still gotta shout out Ezekiel, man. Keep hitting those arrows, preventing any kind of fight back from Nepal.
Yeah, and when you are in these more chaotic team fights, when you know there's like colors and fireworks flying everywhere, it's pretty hard to spot a random missile arrow flying your way, and that's sort of what happens. And not to mention that whenever you're dealing with Selena, someone will have to take one for the team, and in this case, Masarov just has no choice.
We're going to be looking at the MVP for this game, and the MVP is going over to Iran. Basically, an unkillable celestial being, which, to be fair, that's kind of what a celestial being is supposed to be. Absorbing all the damage and still dishing out 2.5k damage per minute. There was nothing that Nepal could do.
One of the few good examples of a good Uranus game, right, with the right bands and the right composition. It can be incredibly annoying to work with, to work against, honestly. And in this case, I mean, there's nothing much to say. I mean, Iran was entering the jungle like 5 minutes in. He was proxying waves. What can you physically do with the lineup that Nepal has? There is close to no way to taking down this Uranus before 15 minutes.
Yeah. So in terms of the highlights, it's really on Indonesia trying to go to the side lanes and see what they can have. Nepal, I feel like the idea is there. Just change the draft, change the lineup, have more wave clear, something a bit more purified because you're dealing against a Selena, and then you know, maybe they can do something against Indonesia later on. Because as of right now, this is just a lot of inactivity coming in from Nepal. So just want a slight adjustment so that whenever they are doing something, we want to see an end goal, right? You always want to set up, and then once you set up, you need to pay off. So I'm not seeing the setup, and I'm not seeing the payoff.
Yeah, it almost feels like, I think at a certain point there was a proactiveness or attempted proactiveness from Nepal. This was one of them, but UHQ just too good with the footwork. But a lot of the times, you can see that for Nepal, they were responsive to what Indonesia was trying to bring to the table, and you just have to take the beating, right? The further you fall behind, the more you're forced to kind of just lay down there and take the fire, the heat from Indonesia. We saw like a 8K goalie, 9K goalie at one point. So there really wasn't much that Nepal could have done once they got through the 6-minute mark. So yeah, game two is all, you know, we can look forward to.
Well, at this point, Team Indonesia, they are one game away from going to the semifinals. And the thing is, Malaysia might be watching this game, but I don't think they got a lot of information because this is something they've shown before. It's like they can use the heroes, they can move forward, they know how to get pickoffs. So Indonesia, in a way, is not showing too much for Malaysia to really study them.
Yeah, I think the major takeaways would be just how the early movements are, right? But at the same time, it's also Indonesia sort of taking advantage of Nepal and just too many windows given, right? You sort of opened the front door and Indonesia just walked in, even though there was no invitation. Sort of what Malaysia did to most of their competitors so far. So we're seeing some of the mirrorings, the parallels between these two countries. But for Nepal, it's only going to get harder, right? You got a taste of the storm. You got a taste of how spicy it is, you know, the flavors of Indonesia. Now is how do you contain it, right? How do you power through the afterburn?
I think it's mostly on the roamer, right? Because most damage dealers, they want some kind of setup. Maybe he wasn't really comfortable on the Badang, right? Maybe if they can get a gut thought, right? If they can get first pick and then first pick the gut thought, maybe that's more of a comfort. So you can use that to start a fight because someone has to start something. I don't know what to say based on that game.
Yeah,
I'm running out of things to say because not much happened.
It's pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
Yeah, even what was the choices again for the Roman? We had aside from Badang, we were talking about Cho, right?
Yes.
So it's
Cho.
either or.
I mean, Kaja was there. I think the Kalia.
Oh, yes.
They themselves banned out.
Yeah.
They themselves banned out the Kalia.
Yeah, I think either way, there were plenty of Romans banned out.
Hylos was banned.
Yep.
Hilda was banned. So
Hilda was banned, yeah.
Maybe pick up the Roamer early.
Yeah, I think if the Nepal takes a blue side, I mean, most likely Grog is going to get banned out. But if like Gatot is open, you could consider the Gatot Kaja first pick.
Honestly, like the Hilda actually would have been an okay choice, but because it was banned out, Hylos was banned out, there was just really no other option unless you go crazy like the Chip. I'm even thinking of a Minotaur. Like if you're really waiting for your opponents to come in, might as well use something like a Minotaur so that you can use the Minion Fury once everyone just clumps up together, and then hope your team has enough damage at that point.
We did see a Minotaur ban. I think, was it yesterday?
No, it was a Minotaur. No, we were talking about Minotaur because it was used but not on broadcast.
Yeah. It was banned once too. I think it was against us. Was it Malaysia against South Africa? I remember there was like a Minotaur ban. It was like a very deep cut. So that, okay, hear me out. There's always a fallback strat, right? When all else fails, an Angela strat. So it's Angela plus hyper carry.
I read it Estes.
Estes?
Yeah, because Estes skills a bit better.
That's true.
Because if Nepal takes Angela's power spike is the start of the game until 10 minutes. And that's when Indonesia is the strongest. Right? And then whenever you go in, and then your carry, whoever it is, dies. The Angela is there, so you're giving over another death. And the way that they've been playing is really kiting. So, Glory Nesters, I feel like those are the kind of heroes that suits their playstyle.
Matilda, right? If you want
Matilda, yes.
going to kiting, Matilda is a good pick. We only saw it got banned once, and that was, I think, by Team Malaysia too yesterday against South Africa. Funny enough, we haven't seen much Enchanter roamers play it.
Not really, no.
Right, even I think in more of the experienced lineups, like in Indonesia, Turkey, and Malaysia, I don't use plays Matilda, but probably not on his list right now.
Yeah. Honestly, me, myself, I haven't played in a while because one of the more important things of the game is really opening up the map, which is someone has to body check it, right? And that's the reason why Enchanter supports are great, especially in the early game where it's not that big of a deal if you get caught inside of a bush, but then comes 14 minutes, 18 minutes. That's where someone's like, could someone just go in? Like check. I can heal you. It's like, yeah, you can heal me, but I'll die.
Yeah, and then you don't have people are not picking like Terizla anymore.
Yeah.
If you want an XP that can check the bush, probably Arla is your best.
Yeah. You can just
find slash the bush. Yeah.
And it's like no one's there. All right.
Yeah.
Wait for the cooldown.
So that is probably like the best way.
I would say glue as well. You just put your.
That's true.
You put your dumplings.
Your dumplings.
What was it?
The gluelets?
No. What was the official name? It sounds silly.
I have no idea. Wasn't it called the gluelets or something?
No. It sounds ridiculous. Like every single time me and Remar say it, they're like, you're lying. What was it again? The longs.
The longs.
Long. Yeah. You just put your longs inside the bush and then be like, okay, no one's there. We're good, guys. We're good. Plus, it's an amazing way to stop enemies in case they just really do want to move forward. So,
yeah,
even Ezekiel is like, okay, I'm just gonna fit the bottle.
All right,
still not getting it. Okay, gives up.
Do one more time. Come on.
Immediately gives up. It's like, oh wait,
it's caught in 4K that he failed. Don't worry, do it again. Okay, your turn.
No one's gonna.
Guess Joe's not doing it either.
Yeah, they're just like.
Okay. Here we go.
One. Okay.
Guess you. Guess to lighten the weight first.
This is the meta. This is the meta.
This is the right way.
Okay.
Oh! He's strong.
That is the hypest we've been this series. I mean,
that's the play of the day.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, you know what?
Put that in the end day highlights.
He's gonna show his highlights back in Indonesia. It's like, I want to show you guys how the casters hype me up.
He got the applause from the crowd.
He got the applause. Like, hey, that was actually impressive.
That was pretty cool.
That's why he's the pro player.
That's why he's the.
It's gonna be
Ghost of Jakarta.
It's gonna be difficult for anyone else to replace Ezekiel after this.
Pretty hard to top that.
If
only he did that earlier, our Mongolian players would have had him on the profile pick.
Exactly. People were like, you can use the Selena, sure, but can you do this?
Guess the exact.
No. The most impressive thing, he knows he needs to drink first, lighten the load.
Yeah.
And it's like, now this is the time.
Reminds me of that one clip where Stephen Curry was dribbling, then the ball like slips away, and then he knows that it's not him.
Yeah. It was the floor.
It was the floor. Was it Kobe or Stephen Curry? But there, we've seen that clip, right? I think Kobe is like the rim or something. Yeah. Either way, yeah. When you've done this for long enough, you sort of know that it's not your fault.
When you cast long enough, you can watch the game in slow mo.
Yeah, apparently I didn't.
Our brain and eyes are so fast now, Husky.
To me, it's a special ability. I also just discovered it. I don't know if it's because of age or experience. I think it's a bit of both.
It is a bit of both. I mean, I want to say you're not that old, but your hair is white, so.
That's the thing. I have had mixed, impressions, right? Like some people, they see my hair and they're like, I think you're in the 30s. Some is like, I think you're in the 20s.
And I think we're in the draft.
Which I was made for.
I think it's a mock draft. No, we're in the draft.
So Nepal is going to be first pick here. The Gatot hasn't been banned yet. Neither is the Grok. So, and neither is going to get banned here. So Indonesia is going to get either or. Get what you're comfortable with.
Take Grok. Well, the most direct pick would be take Grok.
Yes.
That's what we would agree on.
Yes.
Gatot is also not bad. take your poison, but the gut thought is that the Grok can't
Or-
disrupt you.
Even crazier, there's no way Indonesia's gonna take both. I mean, we say that, right? So just take something else first. You know, what's open here? Yisun Shin is open. If you want that, take Yisun Shin.
True.
Or a
Box,
box.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Alright,
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I like it. And you also deny. You also make the Uranus pick not as favorable.
Yes. So, you know, okay, good opening.
You solve some of the problems. That's Farsa and Gatot. So now Grok is an option. And it's perfect, right? You disrupt Gatot, you can disrupt the Farsa too. That looks like a pick that you...
I would take it. Because if you don't take it now, it's going to get bad.
Hey.
And then they're like, okay, what else? is there?
Baxia Groggy, what did we say about that?
You know what? You're right. Or, Eve, Kimmy, doesn't matter. Take Grok plus a very...
Oh wait, Eve is bad now. Kimmy is there,
Yeah,
right?
Kimmy, yeah.
Yeah.
Come and join me in my dream
That's
world.
Luna.
Okay, well, this is good. This is good.
And
Grok.
Grok, yes.
Hey, we got the ball rolling.
Yep,
Got the ball
yep,
rolling. So it should be a Yisun Shin or Hayabusa. I'm feeling a bit more Yisun Shin.
It's
Yisun Shin.
And it opens up double fighters again.
Yep. So now for Indonesia, probably ban out like Lapu.
Lapu and
I don't know if they want to ban Esme. Honestly, not a bad choice.
Arlet, if you are worried. Another hero that's been banned out too.
Feels like we're forgetting one. CC's already banned out. Uranus is there, which honestly can be annoying. So I don't mind seeing Lapu.
Ruby, Export? Probably not, right? Like, I think
Export is fine.
Yeah.
Ruby you can consider because it's gonna be difficult for Yisun Shin.
They could keep for themselves too if they want.
Yeah. So I would ban the Lapu unless you can get it first, which they can.
Them play the hero.
They ban Yuzong.
I will be the truth this world desperately
Yeah, you gotta
needs.
protect your Hesku. He's not immortal, he's just hard to catch.
So Nepal, they already have the Luna, so they shouldn't really ban out this tanky hero. So maybe ban out like a Harif or a Granger just to make sure that. Wait, no, they have the Lunox.
Yeah,
So maybe just ban the Granger.
you could target Kabuki or Aran.
Hunt begins.
Take out the Ruby. Yep. They did say the Ruby is a very important pick for Indonesia. Yeah. More so for Indonesia, I think, right?
Yeah.
They are pivoting towards double fighters. Although, I mean, Kabuki has played the Claude for a late game.
Personally, if I was Indonesia, I would like ban Lapu and pick up something like a glue. Because any frontline Lunox is gonna have a good time, but at least with the glue, if you can get on top of Baxia, you can always pull him around and then letting your team deal free damage.
Not the easiest to take down either, even with Lunox's damage. And you can check the push with the Gatot, right? It's very very sticky. They ban the Lapu and protecting your Hesku. And Joe.
Nepal, I would consider with their draft right now, ban out the export.
Light me up
Oh,
watch the
round of the money.
So in terms of the picks here,
To a young heart, everything is fun.
they still go for the Uranus. So
Okay.
not really worried about this Lunox. Respectable. I can.
But in the XP lane, there really isn't much direct answer to Uranus anymore, except for Esmeralda. And Esmeralda is like probably your best, but it's not the best. I guess you could work with Esmeralda. They take the Arlet as well, so you ignore the 1v1 matchup and look at the bigger picture. I'm liking this from Nepal.
It's a pretty, I would say, straightforward draft. Has pretty clear win conditions, and if they want to kite, they can, because they can punish once Indonesia overextends, Earthen Rampart, separate the fight, and then go in with the tech charge. And then there's a lot of follow-up with the Arlet, as well as the damage coming in from the Granger, as well as the Lunox. A pretty straightforward draft to play for Indonesia. Finishing up, do you want to go for something like a Claude just to win out the lane, going up against Granger? You already have enough damage, so you can go for double fighters, but
Yeah.
Kabuki does like to carry, right?
I don't see why not. It's not the easiest to catch too.
Yeah.
If you run the Purify, then it's an extra layer of defense. They go for the Terizla.
Ooh. Okay, so is this a Uranus Gold?
I think it's a Terizla go. Wait, it is a Uranus go.
Yeah. All right, so
We did say that they have a bag of tricks that we haven't seen yet.
I mean, I did shout out to Terizla for a while. Nice to see it here.
We literally talk about face-checking bushes, and Terizla is one of those few heroes, right?
Yeah, with the body of Smith, he can take quite a lot of punishment. And then, especially if you go cheeky with it and build a war axe, you can stay in the fight for quite a while.
He actually hurts. He actually hits. Oh, wait a minute. Was it yesterday or the day before we were discussing about Terizla Arlen matchup?
Oh, yes,
and how the Terizla actually makes it pretty hard because he doesn't care about the Arlet.
We predicted it.
It's coming full circle. Shout out to Mirko out there. I know he's watching this. Give us a rundown on the Uranus goal by Kabuki. I don't know if it's picked in the domestic league before, but I have a feeling at some point it has come out. I know in Malaysia we've seen it in the jungle, but the goal lane it feels. I guess you're just there to stand back. No, the Uranus goal. Yeah, I feel like you're just there to stand back.
Dude, like as a celestial being, he wouldn't be afraid of bullets.
Of what?
Bullets.
Of bullets.
I mean, like, to be fair, Granger, that's not normal bullets. That's bullets of dreams and spirits.
Is that what it actually is? Like,
yeah. Meaning, like, he has things that's mystical, dream-ish. It's weird. He has superpowers. You would think he just has a cool gun. No, he has superpowers.
I wouldn't put it past him, but though still, despite having Graf Baxia, they are not invincible to these early aggressions from Indonesia. They're gonna lose the XP crap too.
Because I think I did see the story of him basically going inside someone's dream and assassinating someone there. Anyways, Witty goes forward and Bobe gets killed by Ezekiel. Good engage coming in from Witty. And Masarab taking a lot of poke damage from both Ezekiel as well as Witty. And Gunnigan is having a bit of trouble here going up against Kabuki. Kabuki is just stacking up his own stacks here. And Yaiko is going to have a very tough time against Kabuki, which is a first.
Talk about the challenge of essentially having a, up against like Gato +1. Lane priority is very hard to obtain, but not only that, Lunox's reach is slightly shorter than Yehescu on the Farsa. So, and she's very fragile, right? We saw Yehescu just blow her up with the help of Witty. Yeah, it's just a sandbag. Like Gonnigan can't really do too much.
Yep.
How is about the turtle fight? How is Nepal going to navigate this?
Well, they're trying to get level 4 onto Balbe, but looks like after this minion wave, still not gonna get it. Ezekiel is at 4. Nepal, if they do want to fight this one, they are gonna be at a disadvantage. Probably need the Lunons to get those EXP minions. Looks like might be able to get it. Masarap, you gotta use the Earthling Rampart to try and reset a turtle. Look at Iran, flickers out. It looks like gets caught by Bobe.
Bobe will find it. The turtle goes over to Joe regardless. Witty in no man's land. He's waiting for the level 4, the AOG. Can he get it in time? They're going to try and stop it before he does. He hits level 4, but goes down to Masarap.
Yep, Nepal is starting off quite well here. Again, kind of like doing what they want to do earlier, which is wait for Indonesia to be out of position and then deal the damage there. Iran was the first casualty, and then Witty was split away from his team, and that's where Nepal really capitalized.
All things considered, even though that this is a sandbag lane, Kabuki is just there to basically lock Gonnigan down. Eventually, once his ranger gets his items, he's be able to start doing some pretty nasty damage. Until then, it's going to be up to Bobe to hold for now, hold the front, and be responsible for the output. Topside hybrid gone. And Witty gets jumped on again. Bobe with the darkening, quick tectonic charge, but Witty heals up with the passive, and AOG's out. Witty the wise escapes again, and Kabuki joins the fight. Masar gets hit by the boat. We have to flicker to safety.
I hope it's okay for me to say this, but I want to see more decisiveness coming in from Nepal because this is a pretty strong mid trio, and they had opportunities to instantly start the fight at any moment, but it looks like they're waiting, and by the time they make a move, everyone from Indonesia is already there and ready to be like, okay, do you want to come in now? Because then everyone can just follow up. So I feel like with this kind of drive, you got to be a little bit more decisive, especially when you have a Boxy and a Grog. You do not really have much room for hesitation.
Yeah. It was a good attempt onto Witty. He didn't even have Revitalize just now. It's just the passive Q that gave him enough room to channel the ultimate. Kabuki now gets the Oracle, so he's never going to go down here. Gonnigan again, locked in lane. Kabuki gets to move first and get info for his team. And can even now start proxying the wave in between turrets.
Well, they're camping the bush here. Witty gets caught, a ton of charge as well. And now Ezekiel with the feather airstrike. Looks like it's still continuing. Witty able to get away. Iran gets a kill. And now they move on forward. Iran gets a double, and Gunnigan going up against Kabuki, having a pretty tough time as well. Kabuki is going to dive in.
Gunnigan needs to run now. Kabuki, yep, he's going to dive. Gunnigan doesn't flicker. Bobe and Gunnigan got his Sky Piercer, but Bobe also bought a Sky Piercer. So we now have a bit of an inkling what the direction for Nepal is. The Sky Piercer could have made a big difference with all the attempts onto Widdy, because Widdy kept escaping. And now Iran is 3-1. His meat tenderizer is gonna hurt.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Gunnigan, he basically has lost quite a lot of minions here. Even in terms of level, Kabuki is a level ahead. So he's not having a great time here in the lane. So he has the Sky Piercer, but I don't know if they can really get kills. Right now, everyone is down bot going up against Kabuki, and he's not afraid against a Lunox and a Granger. Not a sentence I ever thought I would say.
Yeah, he welcomes them. For now, 3.7k goal lead. Widdy comes in with the AOG. They get a knockout with the Gunnigan. He is just blown up. Iran out the front, and he's swinging away. Tectonic charge on Tree, but the damage is not there. Masarab will have to limp away, and Iran is not going to let that happen. A mega kill for this Terizla, and you know that he has a war axe in hand. They get the turtle crash in the mid lane. His hybrid down for 18.
The crazy thing is, I feel like Iran didn't have the flicker there, because I think he already got the revenge strike onto Masarab, so he was going to die from the revenge strike anyways. But hey, you know what? As long as he secured a kill, 6 minutes in, around 5,000 gold lead, his kill is even showing his face here towards the turret. So Nepal knows that he's inside their jungle. And now having to Radiant Armor, it's going to be more difficult for Bobe to really do anything against the front lines of Indonesia.
Yep. The window again extended for Indonesia, and for Nepal is closing in. Again, taunt, and wow, Masarab disappears. And that's the castle that they just broke down. And the airstrike to force the rest of Nepal away. Kabuki, I don't think he's gonna be threatened anytime soon.
Now, all Nepal can do right now is clear the waves and hope they find an opportunity with items that they have to get a kill onto Indonesia, because the Sky Piercer so far hasn't really done anything for Nepal. Looking at the gold difference here, quite a lot of difference. Around 2,000 in the EXP. Almost 3,000 in the jungle, and in terms of gold as well, like 1,000 plus. Kabuki is winning by a lot.
Kabuki almost went down. I mean, if they can get Kabuki, it would be good, but it's a big if and a close to impossible task with the state that Nepal is in. Orange for Joe. Bottom tier 2. They really defended. They did clear it out. But Indonesia essentially got the Nepal in a chokehold, right? One good fight. Iran has the flicker ready. Watch out for the penalty zone, because I feel like Iran is itching for some sort of engagement. Heskil forces Nepal away with the feather airstrike, and they will get them in tier 2.
So Indonesia, they are taking it quite slow, not forcing too many fights. They're zoning everyone away, basically playing with more discipline instead of aggression. I mean, with that being said, they still have 8 kills here in about 8 minutes. This is the last turtle, which has expired now, has turned into a Lord. Indonesia, they can try to get a Lord and end it now, or if they want to wait a little bit more, wait for 12 minutes. And I feel like at that point they can get a kill. Speaking of Kabuki,
wow,
going to target the hybrid.
Actually gets out with a Purify, and Iran just flattens Ghani. Nothing much can be done by Nepal. Hybrid will try, but he'll be turned into a statistic by Yehescu as Joe solos the Lord. 8.5 minutes in, Indonesia are 10k ahead.
Imagine if Indonesia is like, hey, Widdy, do you want to try solo?
I mean, he's like, I got concentrated energy, I'm ready.
Yeah, Box can do it.
Box can do it, why not me?
Yeah. Okay, because he's building tank items. Imagine there will come a time when Gatot builds damage in Rome.
I mean, it has happened.
In ranked games.
In ranked games.
Sky Piercer concentrated.
Yep, glowing one.
Glowing one, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. 11k lead now. Kabuki with the Dom Eyes. Lord from top, all waves synced up. Perfect scenario for ending here.
I was surprised Iran didn't go for War Axe into Hunter Strike.
Oh yeah, I thought he would go War Axe Hunter Strike. Like, he can go BOD and I wouldn't blame him. Final Slash, only on the Widdy. Widdy eats it up, look at that. Tries to AOG away, actually gets it off. Oh, Widdy. He is out of there. Aran now swings in the base. Penalty zone coming through on the tree. Indonesia crashes the pole onto Masarab. Joe doesn't get the kill, but Feather Airstrike did a considerable amount of damage. Crystal under threat. Indonesia have a date with Malaysia in the semis.
This is Indonesia again coming in, and they're looking a very strong, a very disciplined. And this time, I feel like they're showing improvement in cleanliness. Going up here, they make sure they don't make a mistake. They don't overextend. They don't have too much fun, giving opportunities for Nepal to really basically re-engage onto them. But again, shout out to Nepal. Congratulations for making it this far. But this does mean that they have been eliminated from WEC 2025.
The competition only gets tougher and tougher. And when up against powerhouses like Indonesia, you will have to bow to their might. But the Indonesians, they're going to rejoice as we get to finally see that rivalry, which will take center stage tomorrow between Malaysia and Indonesia. That will be a fun best of three, even a trailer to what could have been a grand finals matchup. And
so it's like finals-ish, just earlier?
Yeah, it's a product of the format.
Exactly. So now, again, congratulations to Team Indonesia. And with that, we are throwing it over to the stage with Rose with Indonesia.
Heading to the semi-finals of the WEC 2025 is Team Indonesia. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes. So I think we could go with Widi first. Throughout this competition, Indonesia has only wanted to meet one region, and this one region only wanted to meet your region, and that is Team Malaysia. For the semi-finals match tomorrow, you will finally be meeting Malaysia. Although not in the grand finals as what you guys have wanted, but what are the preparations leading up to the match tomorrow?
We already have strat lah, so many strat, and then just see you later lah.
How confident are you actually going to the match against Malaysia? Because so far Malaysia's record this tournament is actually looking quite clean.
Very, very confident. More than them lah.
You're more confident than Team Malaysia. Wow, now this is going to be an interesting matchup tomorrow. And of course, Aran,
Yes.
tomorrow, if you guys were to win against Malaysia in the semifinals, it means you guys will head to the finals, right? Which means you guys will be playing 2 matches in one day.
Yeah.
How ready are you guys to be playing 2 matches, and what is the preparation regarding this?
The preparation, just scream as usual. Yeah, that's our preparation.
Does playing 2 matches and more in a day give you guys anxiety? Do you guys feel tired? Or are you guys like the adrenaline and the consistency that you guys get from playing 2 matches in one day? Lagi suka main 2 match di satu hari ataupun 1 match di satu hari saja?
1 match, 1 day sih.
Tiring.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, if you win semifinals, you're going to the finals.
Yes.
Does that mean you're not ready?
I'm ready. Just
You're ready.
need more rest, I think, on the night.
Okay, I hope you rest well tonight, Aran.
Yeah, thank you.
And of course, Coach.
Yep.
This WEC, we have witnessed so many rising regions. And as a coach, what are your opinions on the rising regions, especially since you guys have just fought another rising region, which is Iran?
I think it's good, like this kind of tournaments for the world, right? So we can see other regions also already rising, and they are also can catch up to the meta. Yeah, I think it's good.
Do you think that in the recent years, they will actually be more stronger and be considered as one of the contenders? Do you think that in the next coming tournaments or in the next few years, they will be considered as contenders?
Yes. Yeah.
So far, throughout this WEC 2025, which country really surprised you with their performance?
I think Kazakhstan. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
They give us a hard game. Yeah.
This is very interesting. And if I am not mistaken, Kazakhstan will be playing the match after this. Thank you very much, Coach, Woody, and Aran. I will see you guys tomorrow for the semi-finals. And that is it for this match. With that, let us throw it back to the casters to actually break down what happened in this match.
Thank you very much, Rose. And again, congratulations to Team Indonesia. And already showing quite a few heroes here, like Aran, showing that he can use the Turisla. with the war axe is a little bit too much for anyone to really handle, which I think is showing a bit that Momo hasn't used the artist so far. But just in case if he's thinking about it, Coach R would be like, careful, we got to pick you a bit late because there's a threat of the Terizla.
Yeah, not only that, this is it's quite mad for Bobe to go Sky Piercer into Divine Glaive. It's desperation, right? You see desperation there. You got magic penetration, but not enough magic damage. So a lot of factors to be considered. But sadly, it's another case of Indonesia just basically outclassing Nepal. There really wasn't much to be said. The draft, at least the draft is sound.
Yep.
Right? The idea was good, but when it comes down to execution, that's where we sort of see the power gap.
Well, again, I really feel like Nepal just needs to develop just a little bit more. Got to get used to playing in the Southeast Asia region. Doesn't matter, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, because you know, like you gotta be accustomed.
Yes.
To getting the pressure, and then basically the instincts will be there. Be like, okay, I gotta take you down now. But either ways, we gotta move on. And Indonesia later on will be going up against Malaysia. After this, we do have one more game in the quarterfinals. Cambodia, Kazakhstan. Gonna be interesting to see how that one goes. I wonder if Kazakhstan has any more surprises.
Yeah.
Or you know what? Even if they bring out the Leomar goal again, the Leomar jungle again. That would be pretty cool. We're going to be looking at the key players here. I don't think they got over 1,000. Nah.
Yeah.
Looks like Joe only got 857. So far, only Sakai has hit that 1K mark in the goal per minute. Ezekiel is the GOAT. Kabuki as the goal laner, the tanker. And Witty is the best support.
Yeah, Kabuki just having the time of his life. Unkillable, just impregnable as a Uranus. That's the thing about this.
He went to the Granger and he's like, this is how I always gets hit by the Uranus. Now you feel what I feel.
Not only that, there's a Baxia in Nepal's draft too,
and
the Lunox, right? So again, it can work, but only if the game plan is right, only if it's executed correctly. That's why sometimes when we see certain teams pick the Uranus, we feel a bit iffy about it. But in Indonesia, they did give credit to Kazakhstan as well. You know, like Coach saying that Lucas did say that Kazakhstan gave them a hard game with, you know, the Leomar jungle was definitely one of the factors. They also gave us one of the longer games, like 20 plus minutes in the group stage. And it's going to be a confidence boost for Kazakhstan. Hopefully they are listening into this, going into the series later on against Cambodia.
Yep, and the MVP is going over to Iran. Again, just showing up with the Terizla, doing quite a lot, taking a lot of damage. And Terizla doing 3,000 damage in roughly 10 minutes. That is still pretty good, pretty strong. 5 kills and 4 assists. Not much to say there. It's great.
It's a Terizla thing, you know?
Yeah, it's a Terizla thing.
What does it say? If he wins the lane and he gets the War Axe, you will suffer for the next 5 minutes minimum. You can't kill him. Your healing reduction. The thing is, you buy healing reduction and it feels like it does not matter. Because he does so much damage.
If you buy healing reduction, he gets Oracle, and it basically just cancels it out. And the thing about a Terizla is that when he has a War Axe, it's not even just the healing. You always think, oh, he's a tanky guy. But it's like, he's a tanky guy, but he's not a tank. He's a fighter. He can do damage.
And have you seen the weapon he's holding?
It's huge.
Which part of that gives you the impression that he does not hurt?
That's... I have a joke on this, but I don't think I can say it here. I'll say it later in the talent room, but talking about a War Axe, man, Terizla is carrying like how many War Axes there? At 4 minutes and about 30, he gets the War Axe after getting that double kill, and then after that, basically unkillable.
Also, another thing about Terizla that sometimes most players who are not used to facing Terizla overlook is the fact that for someone as huge as Terizla, he moves pretty fast.
If he gets the revenge strike, yes.
Yeah. It feels like he's gliding through the battlefield.
In MLBP, all the large characters move fast.
Have you seen
Grok, Franco, Taraxia?
Yeah. Like for me, the scariest thing isn't when a Terizla flickers penalty zone me. It's scary when he lets the revenge strike and he's just mid-air with the hammer swing.
It would be worse if you're just like, you know what? I know this guy doesn't like me moving fast. I'm gonna go sprint. Sprint Terizla.
It's always scary. Like he has like a 1 second air time.
Yeah.
And you know it's coming and it slams. You die, you go gray screen.
Well, here in the WEC, giving a lot of ideas for. But honestly, Turisla in ranked games, I'm very okay with it.
I'm okay. I mean, I still meet a lot of players that play the Turisla, and essentially you're just there and you hope that the enemy XP laner doesn't know the matchup. You dominate the lane, you get a War Axe, and you end the game.
No, honestly, like with a Turisla, it's not like an Alucard, right? Alucard, either you're a 10 or a 0.
Turisla,
if you're a 5, it's fine.
You're minimum of 5.
Right?
You can't go below that.
Like, how do you mess up a Turisla? Okay, you just don't hit your penalty zone. But, wait, now that I think about it.
I mean, you could miss the penalty zone and still kill someone with your damage.
Well, with that is the first 3 series in the quarterfinals. We do have one more in Cambodia going up against Kazakhstan, but that's it for me and Husky. After this, it is going to be Pasha Bunny alongside with Staffa, and they're going to be covering for the female division in the lower bracket finals as well as the grand final. So, Husky, I'll be seeing you for tomorrow for more open division matches. But for now, we're going for a break. After this, Pasha Bunny and Staffa will handle the rest.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Rate 1 Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Rate 1 Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
people are expecting Team Cambodia to be the favorites, but also said that Team Kazakhstan gave them a bit of trouble in the group stages. In fact, they're the team that actually gave them the most trouble, it seems like, with some interesting pocket picks. Before this match starts off, we got a bit of a video trailer for our final quarterfinals here in the men's category. So, feast your eyes on this. Walking in like the waves, they are unstoppable. And like the storm, their strategies are unpredictable. But the question becomes, is their rise to the top truly inevitable? Ladies and gentlemen, our first team up on stage, it is Team Cambodia!
They never made it this far. They couldn't even barely survive for the 2024 WEC. But here on out, even though they had a struggle fighting out with Team Indonesia, they made it through to top 2. Here on out, they're going to fight to the finish for their semi-finalists. Give it up for the team of Kazakhstan!
We now invite both teams to fist bump up on stage, an indication of the dueling that will be occurring once we enter into the realm of the land of Dawn. A single position remains within the ranks of the top 4 here in the open category of the World Esports Championship. And only one of these 2 squads will be able to claim it for their own. Let's first talk about the team that by all means is the challenger in this position. It's Team Kazakhstan.
We got Baby Agop, Jerub's Des, Olvin, as well as Riz and Tash Tik. And we talked about it again and again, therefore, that they have been well known to actually improve so far for 2025. And they actually had a recognition by Team Indonesia. This proved to show that Team Kazakhstan is not to be messed around.
Just like many other regions here in WEC, this is a region that hasn't had a lot of representation on the international stage, so that experience is going to be a little bit lacking in comparison. But the fact that they have gained the recognition of a region like Indonesia is already proof of their potential and their capabilities. This team has brought out some interesting pocket picks. They are known for their jungle Liamord, which gave Team Indonesia a rough time in the group stages. But will it be enough to tackle the consistency of Team Cambodia?
We got Wadu, Detective, OP, Zing, as well as Boxy for Team Cambodia. And we've known how well they are in the global levels. That's not to be messed around. But here's the thing. With the recognition that's been given by Kazakhstan, can they actually trample Kazakhstan to make sure that that experience can show even more further?
Team Cambodia is an aggressive team, and while they've never been able to break into the top ranks in the international level, they've always persisted as a force that should be reckoned with and feared regardless of their opponent. They also will have similarly strong pocket picks with Boxy even on the roam damage show that we witnessed previously could be something that shows up once again, and I'd be very excited to see what actually results from the clash between these two squads.
Looking on the stats, right, we are seeing from the group stage, Cambodia have a little bit of perfect stats on their sleeve compared to the team of Kazakhstan. They dropped their games against Indonesia. But here's the thing. Team Indonesia, it is a little bit of powerhouse with well-known teams as well as players from the whole entire journey that we've seen throughout MLBB scene. So this is something that we cannot falter to the side of Kazakhstan, and it's really tough, especially the fact that we talked about how they're not really well-known into the international scene. So there's a lot of things that they need to patch up.
Yeah, if they weren't well-known before, though, I think they are kind of well-known now.
Yeah.
Just for the status of pushing Team Indonesia further than you might expect. What else can we expect from this team? What other hidden strategies, surprises will they pull out for us? Now that we are reaching the final stages of the open category, it is now time to bring it all to the table. If you've been hiding any strategies, hidden pocket picks, it's time to pull it out. You want to ensure that you have a chance of moving forward into the next stage, because this is going to be a single elimination bracket. There are no second chances.
No second chances whatsoever. So they're going to make it till it breaks to the semi-final. So far, I do agree on the note that you talked about how the pocket heroes that is inside Kazakhstan's signature heroes are Leomon. A lot of times they fight off with Indonesia, not even Indonesia.
Hero that is a little bit more on the unique side, isn't really a meta pick, and you think, how strong could it really be, right? Do we want to give it a shot? It is a best of 3 series, so you have a tiny bit of leeway to work with, but it all comes down to your overall confidence.
Oh, I'm scared actually, because if that actually comes true to say like, oh, let's challenge that. Let's see how well they are with that pocket heroes, right? And then it ended up in the favor, oh, okay, they are good. That's the reason why that's the signature heroes. We got to actually ban it up. But then again, if it actually continues even more further along the line that they actually risk it all out, they might actually lost that one lifeline. And I'm kind of worried on that try and error. But here's the thing, MLB, things can happen. And like you said before, anything can happen and impossible is nothing.
Anything is possible at any time. And the fact that some of these teams have been able to prove themselves on a stage like this is already proof of that for anyone watching at home. Now, for anyone who is watching online as well, make sure you guys share in the comments which of these two supporting. Who do you think has better chances of making it forward? Is it going to be Team Cambodia, who so far has already proven themselves time and time again for international stage? Or will it be Team Kazakhstan, who were able to pull out more effort from Team Indonesia than many would have expected, and has the potential to become a dark horse by taking down their opponents today?
Interesting, definitely, because the fact is we did see Kazakhstan was here for the WEC 2024, but they didn't manage to actually survive their group stage. They were at the top 3 for their own grouping, fighting off with Turkey, Argentina, as well as Nepal. Now, coming to Cambodia-wise, yes, we did saw them on another tournament, on another global stage-wise, but when it comes to WEC, they haven't had their name just yet. So here's the thing. There's 2 dark horses that we're talking about, whether Cambodia-wise, they have their own name to be put out, as well as Kazakhstan, who's still rising off from their own ground. It feels like both of them are hunger, right? Definitely the
of competition. They've overcome all the different obstacles in their path to make it this far, and none of them want their journeys to end here either. There's still so much more work to be done, and the first step to that is going to be to take that very first game. Now, we've already talked about some of the pocket picks that we might see here. The Leomord from the side of Team Kazakhstan, the Cho making an appearance multiple times in favor of Team Cambodia. But is there anything that you want to see now, Fasha, after 3 days of games?
I do see that there's a pattern of how we talked about how Alice is actually quite preferable or actually prioritized as well. And this is something that is also seen from the women category, because the past 3 days that we've been casting, we pretty much cover up all the ladies, right? So this is our first time able to actually cover for the men category. And looking from the side of the men category, it seems that Alice pretty much is able to pass through rather than on the side of the women's.
It's interesting to see the differences in the way that the men and the women here will be able to approach MLBB, even though it is the same game overall. And now that we know the map that they're going to be playing on, we can officially get into the thick of things here. Expanding Rivers for game number 1. Team Cambodia will have first pick.
Let's see. So far, Gatot Kacha, Esmeralda, Lancelot has been picked off already. And I think pretty much this is Kazakhstan saying that we got to take out that assassin jungler. Lancelot is not to be messed around, especially with the fast retribution. You don't want to let go of that. But still, Hayabusa is still up for the take if you want to actually pick that out, unless they actually drag that also to the non-optional heroes.
In fact, in this game in particular, Fanny is also going to be a question mark, because we know that Detective is capable of executing on these very high complexity assassins. So getting rid of Lancelot makes sense, but who else do you want to ban? The Baxia does get taken out by Team Kazakhstan. They are aware of Cambodia's penchants for early game aggression on a map like Expanding Rivers that is facilitated even further. So taking out heroes that can move quickly across the map and start making things happen in the first couple of minutes is going to be their priority.
Okay, and yeah, I kind of agree on that. There is one game that we saw when Cambodia actually picked up Fanny, where they were actually against with Dominican, and it was actually one of the games that was able to portray a lot of the skills coming off from Detective Cell. But at the same time, we do see Grok, another hero that was also prioritized, not just from the men category, but also from the women category. Once you actually let go of that, it's not going to be easy. Great setup comes with the Tectonic Charge, as well as with the Earthen Rampart. We've seen so far our Mother of Tang have proven such a wonderful job here, and this shows how even in man category you don't want to mess around with that inside your own draft.
It is interesting though to see Team Cambodia banning it out, since they do have first pick. They could have actually gone for the Grok themselves. So by banning it out, it indicates that they want to prioritize something different. Now my most obvious choice would be something like CC, but it looks like Cambodia prefers the Lapu, going for it as the first pick.
Okay, Lapu. I think pretty much we saw how much of the game starter-wise, it kind of actually puts a really good momentum when it comes to Lapu. Great composition, as well as having a really good sustainability on the front line. So Lapu definitely have been a really popular choice on the side. But to counter back to Cambodia, they picked out Kimi as well as Kalea with a really good burst damage as well, and a good setup with a pick-off of that Tsunami Slam. I think Kazakhstan pretty much is playing on the direct situation right now.
So neither side putting a high priority on CC so far. With Kimi already locked in for Team Kazakhstan, Team Cambodia can go for something like the Eve here. Now the usual combos of Gatot, Kacha and Grok were already banned out by them themselves. So that is actually an interesting thing coming in here. It means that they're leaning into slightly different roam options. We already know they're known for heroes like Cho, and it looks like they are actually gonna lock that in.
Like we've talked about, how if it's not broken, why fix it? Just keep with all that you've already known, some things that you're already comfortable and you're already confident enough to come through. Now with Kazakhstan already picking off the goal lane straight away, now Granger comes through. And I think pretty much we've seen a lot of success coming from Kazakhstan, fighting off with Peru as well. They had the Granger to be prioritized. So this shows how much they want to make sure that there's no casualty, or even how they not be able to grab the signature heroes for their own line.
That means that Team Kazakhstan is going for the Granger Kimi duo, artillery fire, late game scaling marksman. And this is usually a setup for a more classic front to back composition. What that means is Team Kazakhstan likely want a tank jungler. With Baxia already taken out, Fredrin is the next most obvious example, but Team Cambodia is almost guaranteed to take that out of the pool. So you're going to need some very solid frontliners here.
Let's see. I mean, if Cambodia, they want to actually drag down a little bit of the frontliners on the side of Kazakhstan. Hilda be able to pick them up already. So those are the heroes that can be actually toned down a little bit, because we did see when it comes to Kazakhstan having a frontliners like Hilda making a move, even with the mobility wise of Expanding Rivers, it kind of gives a lot of the opportunity for them to strike.
They're going to ban out the Guinevere on the side of Team Cambodia, so that is most likely keeping an eye out for an EXP lane. Guinevere might give Lapu a hard time. The Fredrin, though, that I talked about earlier, actually can be banned out by Team Kazakhstan themselves, which is very interesting. It means that they're not actually attempting to play tank jungle, typical front to back. Now that leaves a couple options. They could be setting up for a triple marksman composition since Yi Sun Shin is still in the pool, but that risks very early game invasion. Otherwise, you can actually go into fighters here, which leans into Liamore. And by rid of Yi Sun Shin, I actually think they might be trying to pull Liamore out.
Again? Oh, but I kind of agree on the note though. But we do see Hayabusa been taken out from Cambodia side, and I think pretty much we know when it comes to Hayabusa, you don't want to actually make sure that you've been targeted easily from the back line. So those are the things that they actually acquire out. Some things that they want to actually tone down a little bit for Kazakhstan. Again, Hilda, one of the frontliners that I've talked about, definitely can be picked out by Kazakhstan. But again, Cambodia just trying to make sure that at least they will be able to actually hold out the position of their own mid laners.
This is a pre-pick to counter Fanny, basically. Team Cambodia has a very high chance of locking in Fanny here since the rest of Team Kazakhstan's roster doesn't have all that much crowd control. Yes, they have the Kalea, but it's not the most reliable. Also, heroes like Joy are going to have a pretty solid time. Now, it is risky to pick Joy into a Hilda, but Team Cambodia is aware that this is going to be an EXP Hilda, so the threat of it is not quite as high. And with the Ruby rounding out the lineup, they are going for double fighter side lane, a direct early game counter towards Kazakhstan's double marksman.
Oh, I kind of like how Cambodia is actually setting up the fight already right here. It seems that when it comes to the initiation is already there. Great frontliners on the front line to make sure that at least they won't have any securism to actually go inside. But at the same time, Kazakhstan picked out Martis for the last pick.
So it looks like Team Kazakhstan does have some interesting junglers in their back pocket. This is no longer a good game for Liamore, unfortunately, since there is just so much crowd control overall. So you need someone who is able to deal with that. And we know that Martis has a lot of anti-CC frames that could be utilized, but is also a hero that relies quite heavily on Snowball, and they don't have a lot of burst for that. They need to make setups with this Kalea, Martis, and Hilda combination, but that requires a little bit more attention being paid to the EXP lane.
Let's see if it's going to be one of the games that going to actually give a good challenge to the side of Kazakhstan, or maybe they will be able to slow things down, have their own power spike so that they can actually have a really good counter to the side of Cambodia. But so far for draft-wise, I do think that when it comes to Cambodia, they kind of cover a really good ground. Great CC, great AoE, as well as for the damage. But this is just us saying, welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025 live in Kuala Lumpur. Let's give it up to Team Kazakhstan versus Cambodia.
Game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen, of our final quarterfinal series here in the open category. Only one of these two squads will be able to claim that final spot in the semi-finals. Detective nearly messing up the initial camp take. Actually had to use the retreat.
Oh, coming off right now. They are pushing in straight for the invasion. Boxy, a little bit to slow that. Wavebreaker comes in, but still had to move away with a flicker. So still, time and time again, they are trying to push out to the side of Team Cambodia. But here's the thing, Cambodia also need to step down just a little bit.
That was good aggression coming in here from Team Kazakhstan. They're well aware that they need to make things happen on the map. They cannot allow their opponents to free farm, especially with Detective picking up this Joy into the Hilda. The ideal right now for Baby Agop is to try and win lane as much as possible, or even avoid interacting with Wadu, just clear up waves so that he can be freed up to rotate onto the map. Matching the pace on Boxy and even passing through it while keeping an eye on Detective's farm route is going to be crucial for Kazakhstan.
Let's see. So far, when it comes to the early aggressions, we do feel like when it comes to Team Kazakhstan, they don't have much worry on the mid lane. Because again, we talked about how when it comes to Kimi, we'll be able to actually clear the wave as easily as possible. But let's see how much of the pressure they want to actually pull in. Right now, moving on for the bottom lane as Des somehow will be able to actually just hold out the positioning because all the invasion that was done by Foxy is denied countless times.
Movements right now are still pretty standard.
Oh, Momo comes in for the dive, completely getting the first blood right there by Des, but RWM, not gonna do anything though. But this is going to be a turtle for in the hands of Team Cambodia. Would allow it, but no, it seems that they will be going for a fight. Gas Wadu by Des immediately, but at the same time, Electrifying Beast has been pushed. Right now, Detective takes down Des for the retreat, but at the same time, pushing on, he will be also traded up by Baby Agop.
That is definitely still going to be a W. For Team Kazakhstan, beautiful rotations right there, making use of the Martis' level 4 spike to instantly rotate mid, pick off the Cho, and then they have the numbers advantage, even able to get an extra decimate in onto Wadu means that the Martis is already in a good state. And despite having their jungler picked off, Tashtik was still able to land the last hit on the turtle. So Team Kazakhstan coming out on top in general there is excellent, considering that they are trying to play double marksman. As long as they keep themselves in a good position gold-wise the next couple of minutes, this game will look very good for them.
Again, damage-wise definitely will be in the hands of Kazakhstan, and that's what they have right now for their own opportunity. Upper hand so far for Team Kazakhstan, great respawn-wise, especially the fact that, again, from time and time again, no matter how much Boxy or even Wadu will try to actually do a little bit of engagement, they will deny it immediately. And even Des right now, getting invasive, a little bit sealing the buff for their side. Somehow the team of Kazakhstan, they are not gonna actually allow any of the invasion. But coming through right now, Tsunami Slap comes in for the break. Two players will be able to be surviving it out, but at the same time, Agop takes down OP immediately. Electrifying Beast comes through. Will he be able to take down Yum? Detective unfortunately was sacrificed to the side of Des.
An uncharacteristic mistake coming in there from Detective. Oppie, there was really no way of him getting out of that. There is no Purify on this Eve, so you get grabbed, you are basically dead. But Detective deciding to jump back in with Electrifying Beats 1v4 is way too much to ask for. Joy does require that at least second, third item power spike to actually do sufficient DPS. Now Team Kazakhstan is reaping the rewards. A near 2,000 gold lead at the 4th minute.
Again, all the aggression, the early aggression that was done by Team Kazakhstan is kind of actually pushing a lot. Come through just a little bit to Baby Agop, but it's not going to do anything as this is going to be the set turtle for second. And coming up right now, pushing on RWM has already been put up by OP, but it's not going to be enough. But Zing with the last hit fire breath shuts down immediately by Kazakhstan. And now it's going to be open for them to go all out for the next turtle.
Looks like Team Kazakhstan is already making quite a splash here. And everyone who may have had doubts about Team Indonesia regarding them are redoubting themselves.
Des got the turtle, but at the same time, Wadu takes down Tashtik, but it's not going to be enough though. Wolverine just going all out with the burst damage, but is it going to be enough? Des, unfortunately, will be shut down by OP for the retreat.
All right, that's a bit of a bite back right there from Team Cambodia. Team Kazakhstan tried a little bit too hard to position for the turtle and blitz it down without first ensuring their positions were more secure. That allowed Team Cambodia to take advantage of the chaos and start picking them off one by one. The goal lead still in their favor though.
Oh, just drags out Zing immediately, giving Riz another kill, and this is not good. Definitely knowing for a fact that Riz is stacking up already 2-0. Team Cambodia, they cannot cause a lot more mistakes right here to make sure that Kazakhstan doesn't go at least beyond all of the economy-wise they've done here.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really liking the target prioritization right now we're seeing from Team Kazakhstan. First off, they're trying to build up some farm onto the Martis. After that, the rotation up to the gold lane. lane instead to actually help the Granger win out a lane against a fighter, which is normally supposed to be a cheese strategy. The further behind Zing falls, the less effective double fighter side lane is going to be, and that allows Team Kazakhstan to buy a lot more space for themselves in that mid game.
And coming out with the waves of Dragon, does manage to pull through, but Tsunami Slam comes in. RWM picked up. Wadu takes down Tashik first of all, but no follow-up comes in right now. As moving on right now, Des looking for a way out, doesn't actually goes in for the one. But Zing on the other note will be taken out by Riz on the 1v1.
Zing needs to start playing more carefully. The previous few times was because he got ganked by 2 or 3 people, but this time that was just a straight up 1v1 win by the Granger, who is now 3-0. I'm not too sure yet if Riz has the Sky Piercer. Even if he does, probably has 1 or 2 stacks at most, but you cannot afford to be giving away more of those at this point.
Let's see. Team Kazakhstan, so far a lot of response, a lot of the answers have already been given to Cambodia, and somehow Cambodia, they're messing up just a little bit, despite they were the one who's trying to go in for the setup. But this is going to be the third lot who's into the mid right now. Now pushing on with the wave breaker, shows with the Tsunami Slam Tashte. Great composition with the RDR pushed out, but Wadu will be shut down immediately with Ozing comes through. But it seems like Team Cambodia goes back again. They are not going to push in even more further, but there's so much damage already. Comes through with the Iron Bandit, does drag a little bit of the players from Kazakhstan, but they don't make it alive. And in the moment right now, they are going to pull away. Is it going to be a little bit of backfire come through? No, they're going for the Electrify beam. Detective will be able to take down Riz.
That's really good. That's an excellent shutdown right there for Detective. Looks like they will still be able to secure the turtle on the side of Team Kazakhstan, but it was very important to keep that streak going for the Granger. With Riz now, oh, they even lose Olvin in the mid lane. See, Team Cambodia starting to strike back.
Tsunami Slam, fixed up, Waves of the Dragon comes through. Cambodia just getting up straight away, taking dash take immediately.
Ooh, that's a big switch. Big swing right there, considering that Team Kazakhstan were basically in a dominant position up until then. And they actually started off that turtle fight quite well. Ooh, here comes the Martis.
Martis, a little bit of the engagement comes through, but does get Riz though by Zing. But oh, double kill comes through as well with OP being taken out.
One thing I can say for sure, Team Kazakhstan cannot be underestimated at this point. 41 Sky Piercer stacks now on the Granger. The earlier death actually did not phase Riz as much as many would have thought. In fact, you could argue that strategically, it might be a good thing that he got taken out at that point when his streak was at its lowest, resetting his overall gold bounty.
Let's see, so far right now, Team Kazakhstan, great rotation coming in right now with Detective. Just going to slow things down, not going to be spotted out easily, but here on now, Des comes through. Electrifying B comes in, takes down Riz first of all, but Tsunami Slam try to actually steal away, but is it going to be enough? Touch there, unfortunately in a trouble in the situation. We're taken out by Wadu as well, but come through with the trade right now with Baby Yago touchdown. Detective, RWM pulls through with Moxie, just shutting down from Des.
Really good target swapping coming in here from Team Cambodia. They go in. We see that Team Kazakhstan was attempting to initiate on Wadu, but then Cambodia realized, hey, this Granger is really out of position. We can grab him. We can initiate on him. And while the rest of Team Kazakhstan was distracted by the Lapu Lapu, they then switched over to the Martis, who came through the Tri-Brush as well. Team Kazakhstan, I like the initial idea of going for that catch, but they needed to shift position the moment that their more important cores were being targeted. The fact they didn't do that is kind of a misplay, actually.
A lot of the setup that was done by Tashtik doesn't have much of the effects that is needed by Team Kazakhstan, and that is why Cambodia was able to turn things around. Now, this is going to be the first lot dance at the moment, with the fact that Team Kazakhstan already aware of it. Tashtik is overlooking from the grass itself, and Cambodia knowing that they can actually remove any kind of the inferiors that maybe Team Kazakhstan will try to set it up. But at the same time, going at the top right now, we do see that Riz is all alone, just 1v1 with the side of Boxy. So they might actually have the idea of what's going to be like here for the Lord Dance. Come through, just do a little bit of teasing right now to the Lord side. Wadu looking for a target. Who does he want to go in? It's going to be Des, comes through first. RWM being picked up. Tsunami Slam shows a little bit of Zing, but somehow doesn't manage to pull through. And now they're going to push in straight away, but doesn't manage to actually go through with all the fights that you see. I am offended, comes through, but they are going to be able to take down Tashti first of all by OP. Now moving along with Baby Yago as well as Owen will be shut down by Boxy and Zing. Shut it down, Baby Yago, and Des. That's going to be 4 life in the hands of Cambodia. Cambodia.
That's a double kill right there for Boxy. This is indeed another damage roam Cho being played by Team Cambodia, and you can see how comfortable they are with it. They start the fight, they take it slow, they force Team Kazakhstan back, and Boxy shows up from the other side of the map. It took so long that Team Kazakhstan weren't able to respond to it. This is a very crucial timing for them, actually. Team Cambodia is well aware that this is their most crucial power spike. This is the point of the game where they are going to be strongest, because if it takes too long afterwards, then Ulin and Riz become quite dangerous. The more of a lead they can grab by now and before the 15-minute mark, the better they will be. And if they're able to end the game before that, then they will have the clear lead.
It's the fact that they can actually see all the rotations that was done by Riz, and they know for a fact throughout that team fight itself, Riz is not there to actually give a support for the damage wise. It was not enough. Even with Des coming through, going for the setup as well with the decimation, it was still not going to be a good job for them to just get at least one of the players from Cambodia to be shut down. So that is why Team Cambodia was able to actually have a really good success for the setup. But here on out, they will be able to actually shut down little by little for this lot matches. This is just going to be the first lot, so it's not going to be that painful. But let's see if the team fight setup will be a little bit different. Clearing out the lot immediately, not going to overextend too much, but at least they will try to steal the spot.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we can see Boxy attempting something, but just basically providing information. Team Kazakhstan, unfortunately, did make a big blunder in the previous one. They failed to recognize that this... Ooh, nice miss there. But they failed to realize that this is the most powerful...
Oh, Detective been caught off guard right there, immediately giving an opening for Kazakhstan. And now they're pushing on. They know for a fact that all the damage dealer, a little bit will be decreased on the side of Team Cambodia. So let's see if Kazakhstan gonna make it or break it right now.
That was a bit weird there, coming in from Detective. No real reason for him to be that far up against Team Kazakhstan's base when they don't really even have enough waves pushing to cause a distraction. So that gives a little bit more breathing room over Team Kazakhstan right now. At the 13-minute mark, gold lead still about only 2.5k gold, so it's not a very big difference. And we know that Team Kazakhstan is going to be pretty strong the later the game goes with double scaling marksmen. One thing to worry about though is that Hilda and Mortis lose a little bit of functionality once we get into the later stages. So there is still some finesse that needs to happen if they're able to drag the game out that long.
Let's see. So far, Tashnik comes in, goes in for the wave breaker. Tsunami Slam will be picked up, but OP all alone will be taken down. But right at the back line, it's going to be Riz, but shut down by Detective. But Detective getting double kill to Olvid, and now it's going to be a really good composition for Cambodia.
Just straight up a massive blunder there from Team Kazakhstan, and exactly the same mistake they've been making throughout the game. Their frontliners saw a target, ran at him, and completely forgot about their squishier cores waiting in the back who are not able to catch up with them. If they were doing this in front of their base, then sure, no problem. But they are doing it in the middle of the river, and they have no map control. They are just asking for their backline to be dived.
Oh, Kazakhstan, too much of the aggression, too much of pressure to... it's a little bit of reeks of desperation coming out from Kazakhstan itself, to a point that they want to do a setup too early on that they're not really aware of the situation. But this is going to be the second lot dance. Cambodia taking a lot of steps right here to tone down a little bit of the Kazakhstan aggression earlier on, and somehow they're feeling more confident.
Yeah, we can see that Team Cambodia is now hitting their spike. They're aware that at this point of the game, it's very easy for them to team fight. They have good sustain, good damage overall. All of their cooldowns are available, and Team Kazakhstan keeps making the mistake.
Oh, but Boxy comes in here or not. Tsunami Slam comes through, will be able to take down, but unfortunately, he's going to be Des who shut down by OP. RWM be picked up, but unfortunately, a little bit of mistake comes through with Boxy being shut down by Riz. So again, back to the billboard, but at the same time, that lot will be able to be taken down.
Trading Boxy there for the Martis is going to be 100% worth it for Team Cambodia all of the time. It would have been better if Boxy didn't go down, but they were able to get the Lord for free. They took out a more important target, and they actually nearly picked off Riz as well. So I think it's a perfectly fine play. It allowed them to secure that objective. Lord now going to be pushing in bot lane. Still another 10 seconds before both of the casualties from the previous fight come back online. But when they do, they're going to be pretty dangerous, since Boxy has now picked up that Blade of Despair as well. Remember, this is basically a full damage Cho. So that's another hero on the opposite side that Ulin and Riz have to be afraid of.
So far right now, Team Kazakhstan is aware of how they need to actually make a really good setup. Going in to actually zone a little bit of Zing, but at the same time, Ardavan has already picked up Tashnik. Just barely alive there, one hit, but at the same time, right at the cost, going in, electrifying beat. Detective doesn't get anyone, but it is going to be enough for Kazakhstan just to have a little bit breather for that lot to be shut down. But here on out, it seems that Des, once more, does actually grabs 2 players, but backs off again to the base.
So far, we're seeing very solid defenses here from Team Kazakhstan. I do think that Team Cambodia, hold on, while you're in trouble, is going to be able to jump away. But I do think that Team Cambodia blew a few too many cooldowns before the Lord actually collided there. Uppy especially. I like the attempt to go for a kill on Tashtik, but it would have been better served to just frame the tower when the Lord collided and guarantee an inhibitor for Cambodia.
Iron Fendit comes through, trying to drag Baby Agop. Ardavan has already been picked up, but Tsunami Slam trying to steal away, but unfortunately was not going to be able to do so. But comes through right now, Foxy. Tsunami Slam again, trying to steal away another one, but it's going to be untackable, still be able to survive it up, but they're going to push into Zing. Zing managed to scur away, but at the same time, everyone was with the crowd, will be able to scur and survive it out. But Tashnik once more will be able to take it out by OP, but Baby Agop coming in for the trade with Detective as well. But Baby Agop, too much of overextension, ended up will be in the hands of Cambodia.
Still not too bad of a defense here from Team Kazakhstan, but they did not need to send the Hilda out there.
Oh, drag that with the Iron Fendit and shuts down by Zing, and this is going to open a door for the team of Cambodia. They're pushing in. RWM has already been picked up right there. Can they actually... They go for the waves of Dragon. That is going to be Foxy. No, being shut down by Olvin, but still, Riz will be taken out by Wadu, leaving Olvin all by himself.
It's a 3v1 situation right now for Team Cambodia, but luckily for Ulin, there's no minion waves pushing just yet. So the game is not over there. But that was the result of a series of missed calls being made by Team Kazakhstan. They are not fighting with their full force, and they are constantly allowing themselves to be split apart due to over-aggressive attempts to make catches. It worked well for them in the first couple minutes of the game, but the longer the game goes, the more difficult it is, especially with the fall-off on heroes like Martis and Hilda. They need to be playing this slowly, and it's important for them to keeping themselves close so that they can actually protect their marksmen. Team Cambodia have been able to take advantage of this so far. This Lord should be free for them again with the waves pushing up. Does Team Kazakhstan still want a challenge?
It looks like they do. RWM already been put up right there. Tashtik doesn't actually get anyone with the Tsunami Slam. Now they're going to push into Riz. Riz will be able to manage to screw away Tashtik. That right now they're going to actually defend it wisely. They're not going to allow any of their players to be taken out easily. So this is a really good defense mechanism. But here on out, Zing will be shut down by Riz immediately. And now pushing on right now to Wadu as well as OP. Baby Agop, 2 overextension will be shut down by Detective. But at the same time, Des, unfortunately, also having a lot of struggle to be surviving. This is going to be a double kill in the hands of the side of Detective as well as another shot. Riz survives to eventually to get OP, but unfortunately it's going to be 4 players all in the hands of Team Cambodia.
Honestly, that was a really impressive show of micromechanics from both sides, delaying the fight that long. But now Ulin once again finds himself 1v3 defending the base.
Goes into the dive. Right now, Olvin, Electrifying Beast comes through. Olvin will be shut down by Wadu. This is Crystal in the hands of Cambodia.
And despite his best attempts, this time around, Ulin is not going to be able to defend the crystal. Team Cambodia is able to take advantage of their mid-game power spike and drag the momentum through until they were able to claim victory in game number 1.
We saw how the draft-wise, it is a little bit of straightforwards coming up from Kazakhstan. They want to actually show off how maybe we go back to the whole entire meta plays, or probably just pretty much how in the books wise, this is how the straightforward fight should be. And it was doing well on the early runs, right? The early game plays, we do see how Kazakhstan was able to do a massive effect for their own style. But at the same time, as we see the teams from the side of Cambodia was able to actually get their own levels up, and they were able to actually have so much sustainability. And this is where we saw a lot of resources that has to be pulled out by Team Kazakhstan, and it ended up in the favor of Cambodia.
Team Kazakhstan, in comparison, has less resources, less crucial cooldowns, which means they have to be very careful about when they use those and whether or not they're capable of executing their bodies as resources, because the later the game goes, the less effective Hilda and Martis are going to be. Again, I really like the ideas that they were attempting to carry out in the first couple of minutes. Play super aggressive, get farm onto Gaverb Des on the Martis, as well as focusing onto the gold lane where Riz was able to get massive amounts of Skypiercer stacks quite early on. But the more the game went on, the more I realized that Team Kazakhstan was still attempting to do the same thing over and over again when circumstances have changed. Ulin and Riz were left vulnerable way too many times, and even despite that, Riz was still trying to play his entire heart out. Team Cambodia, they're a lot more capable of diving, of flanking, since they are playing double fighter side lane and they even have a damaged Cho. The Team Kazakhstan needed to recognize that and position safer.
Oh, and I think pretty much a lot of the setup that was done by Tashtik was kind of a little bit of failure, because no matter how much he tried to actually steal away with a Tsunami Slam, they'd be able to actually just break away with a lot of flickers on their side. Even though without the Purify, they didn't even have much of Purify on their side, which is Cambodia was just pretty much prioritizing, hey, if I can escape, it's fine with us. We can be able to actually counter-attack all those grappling coming from the Tsunami Slam.
I do think that the Kalea being picked up so early on was a bit of a mistake draft-wise, but it also felt like it was something that they were leaning into. Kalea will typically work very well with high-burst heroes. That's why you will see combos like Kalea with the Farsa, because they comboed it with the Kimi. That's already a bit of a missing piece. You have a catch, but you don't have the damage to execute. They were able to fulfill this later on with the Martis, but it's still not the most perfect synergy overall, especially if you add on how easy it is to counter the hero with Purify.
And we do see our key players coming up right here with Gold Hunter in the hands of Riz, 756. We're not going to put down on Kazakhstan. They did amazing. They tried their best on the fight, even for the first round itself. But unfortunately, when it comes to the mechanics-wise, it definitely goes in the favor of Cambodia, as OP, the GOAT, with 116,000 damage. Baby Agop tried his best. He goes in for the front line. He goes for the dash. He goes in to actually stun someone, but it was not enough to put a lot of follow-ups for the rest of Team Kazakhstan with 220,000 damage taken. And the best support definitely with Wadu as the Lapu Lapu with 15 total assists.
Wadu was doing an excellent job in the EXP lane by keeping Baby Agop in lane. This Hilda needed to be more active on the map, and while he was successful with doing that initially, afterwards, Wadu upped the ante, upped the pressure in the lane, not allowing the Hilda to roam as freely or having to sacrifice farm in order to do so, which the latter did end up happening. I also think that Eve as a hero is way too high value in the meta right now, and you should not allow it through the ban list unless you intend to counter, and which Team Kazakhstan did not do. Wadu, for all of his efforts, as well as his ability to dive and set up fights throughout the mid-game, is going to emerge as our MVP for game number 1 though.
KDA with 6,215, 682 GPM, and a damage per minute, 3,737. He is the one who made a lot of difference here for the game itself. No matter how much setup that was done by Team Kazakhstan, he will deny it immediately, giving so much pressure. No matter how much they try to chase up after Cambodia, this Wadu, someone that will never allow their players to be shut down.
And now you see why they were comfortable with going first pick Lapu Lapu. This hero is just so solid in general. But if we revisit the highlights, the first couple interactions for Team Kazakhstan were very clean. Good catches in the mid lane, setting up decimate kills, as well as allowing for Riz to get farm initially. But mid-game is where you start seeing blunders happen.
And the fact that those are the things that Team Kazakhstan, they kind of may be a little bit too confident. They thought that they could actually have enough damage to go in. And I think this is where the fine line that Detective comes in, takes down Riz immediately. But Boxy with the Waves of Dragon just drags out one player from Kazakhstan. And this is where they were able to actually divide everyone to a point that Team Kazakhstan, they falter.
I think it's very smart of Team Cambodia to get rid of both Gatot Kacha and Grok, because they know that Boxy is capable of playing more high mechanic catch heroes. Team Kazakhstan might have felt compelled to go into the Kalea because she is one of the best roamers left in the meta, but compared to the other two, there are easier and more direct ways of countering. During the base push, Team Cambodia did end up making some mistakes that resulted in the game being dragged longer than necessary, but because Team Kazakhstan kept attempting to fight, regardless of the circumstances, even if they were down in numbers, that gave the space needed for Cambodia to eventually muscle their way in.
Here's a hot take, because I think pretty much we saw and we kind of cover up the woman category, right? And we do actually see some of the fights already from the man category. I haven't seen Tigreal for quite some time. And you know, it's like Tigreal.
Oh. Tigreal's just not good right now.
Really?
Straight up. And I say this with a heavy heart as a Tigreal player.
Yeah, I know, because
he is just not good right now.
You talked about it on MWI. You love Tigreal. Great setup initiation with the implosion as well. But so far, we haven't seen it for a while, right?
Yeah, these big AoE catchers are just not in a good state. Tigreal is not so good. Even like Minotaur and Atlas have not been good for a long time. And those other two have a slightly higher viability because they offer additional utility beyond the big ultimate. There's just too much mobility in the game right now. It's too easy to go for purifies. And if you miss the big catch, then your hero is just a big lump of meat in the front line, basically. It's not what you're looking for these days, especially compared to the consistency that a hero like Grok will be able to offer you in exchange. So it's a sad case, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Oh yeah, true, definitely. But this gives a lot of highlights for other heroes as well, because we keep on saying from even earlier on, or even last few months ago, last earlier of the 2025, Tigreal has been one of the popular heroes, always even coming off at MEL as well. It is one of the best tank heroes to actually do a lot of initiation as well as setup. But here on out, I do think, yes, when it comes to the popularity now, definitely Grok is on the front line.
Grok, Gatot, Kacha are just like your safe options. We'll sometimes see Hylos if you want to create space, Kalea specifically for catch, and then things like Hilda if you want to go aggressive. But the pool is not in the widest state currently. That's why we end up seeing a lot of the same heroes in multiple different roles. And I'm kind of hoping that we do get an update eventually that switches things up.
Yeah, definitely. And if you had a choice, right, rather than a Kalea actually been picked out by Team Kazakhstan, what are the heroes that actually can be picked up there? Is it possible to actually take just Franco there, just out of the odds, you know?
Nah, not so good. Nah, Franco is more of a niche counter pick. You want to pick him later in the draft if preferable. They should have actually, I think it would have been safer to start with Eve rather than Kimmy. But if they wanted to go Kimmy, then it shouldn't have been paired with the Kalea, actually. You could have gone into your EXP laners first instead. Maybe steal the Ruby in advance, lock in something like the Yisun Shin. But a lot of the bans were dictated specifically to counter those situations. Game 2 looks like it's going to be happening on Expanding River once again. Will history repeat itself, or will we see a new path being forged?
Oh, definitely right now, Team Kazakhstan will learn again from all of the mistakes they've done here. And we don't want actually an easy win for Team Cambodia, right? So then we talked about how Kazakhstan have already learned a lot of improvement throughout the years as well. And they did give a good fight itself with Team Indonesia. Now coming along for the banning, we do see Gatot Kaca Hilda been taken out. Again, this could be a respect ban as well from the side of Team Cambodia, as how Kazakhstan was able to actually pull it with that hero. But on the other note, maybe there's a possibility they are looking for Hayabusa to be picked out as well.
Yeah, Hilda is just a generally good ban for Team Cambodia because we know Detective prefers playing assassins above all else. By taking that out, it's a lot safer to go into Hayabusa, safer to go into Joy, safer to go into Fanny, in fact. So Team Kazakhstan will now have to be a little bit more cautious about that. They also take out the Esmeralda. So that means Cambodia wants Grok first this time around.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. Right now, we do see that Team Kazakhstan taking out Lancelot as well as Boxia. So it's still pretty much solitary picks or bans that has been going on throughout our MLBB scene. So this is just prioritized on all the meta heroes to be taken out first of all. But seems that Jushin as well been taken out. I think this is already the second ban because even the first draft as well, they banned out Jushin.
This should probably be a Grok or Eve first pick. I don't think it's safe to go Lapu anymore, and they will indeed take Grok. I once again think that Kazakhstan should consider grabbing the Eve for themselves. It's just a very powerful hero in general. But they no longer have the Gatot Kacha to pair it up with. And I think Kalea has a bit of a lacking synergy with it. So you could actually go Eve Lapu Lapu if you want to play it completely safe.
That's actually a really good choice coming out for Team Kazakhstan right here. Or are they actually in a very comfort zone with Yves? So far, I feel like pretty much all their hero pools come in within Kimi, Lunox. We've seen so far they fight with Peru as well, having 2 Lunox in their own draft as well. But I do think that they did fight off with Romania, and that's when we see like Yves was actually been prioritized from Kazakhstan. But nope, it seems that Kimi will be again picked up by Kazakhstan.
I think this is a mistake. This is gonna be Eve from Cambodia now. Eve Grok has already had a very high success rate in the tournament in general. And they'll actually lock in the Granger as well. Riz played a very mean Granger earlier, so it looks like Cambodia just wants to contest that away. But now creates a question. If Cambodia does go for the Eve, they might be a little bit more limited in terms of assassins, but it's just such a good combo that they'll go for it anyway.
I think pretty much we did see how Cambodia-wise, they don't really have much to worry about because somehow... Oh, but Kazakhstan picks up Hayabusa instead.
Hayabusa's alright, but it's already not quite as good. Eve is actually a surprisingly difficult mid laner for Hayabusa to pick off compared to something like a Farsa, say. He could target Granger, but I don't think Team Cambodia will make the same mistakes as before. In fact, they could still lean into good CC, though the Ruby Gold is already off the table. So that might be something that Cambodia themselves want to ban.
The fact that they kicked out Fredrin from the ban-wise as well, showing how they want to actually just tone down a little bit of tank junglers, even though not to say that Cambodia is going to go that direction, but probably they're just going to be in a safe call right now.
They could though, it was a possibility because Fredrin pairs well with heroes like Granger since he just stands in front, actually works well with Eve as well since you want to lock people into RWM. So they will get rid of that. CC can be banned out. So once again, I think that Team Cambodia will probably ban Ruby last. As for Team Kazakhstan, I feel like they should get rid of Fanny or Joy here. But you can't really get rid of either unless they intend to grab something with solid crowd control in the second phase. It's already going to be difficult for them.
But they ban off Akai instead, so that leaves Joy as well as Fanny open for Cambodia to be picked up.
Really wondering about this. Getting rid of the tank junglers. I guess it's just something that Team Kazakhstan doesn't want to deal with, but I feel like you're less well equipped for handling assassins than tanks right now, to be honest. Kimi and Kalea are a little better at handling tanks than assassins, so getting rid of the tanks, I'm not too sure if it's the right choice. Cambodia do ban out the Lapu Lapu, so they're just taking out a lot of solid side laners. This does mean that Kazakhstan can still go into the Ruby, and I personally think it might be best.
Let's see if they're actually going to pick that up immediately, but it seems like going to be Uranus to be picked up by Kazakhstan instead.
I'm holding my face in my hands right now. This is not good. This is just not a good pick, in my opinion. You have no crowd control from your EXP laner now, so a Joy or Fanny will even further cripple you. And Uranus is not very good against Eve. Eve loves dealing with tanks. Yes, a vet Uranus can still handle it somewhat, but this is more of a safe choice than anything, and this late into the draft, I don't like it.
Interesting from Kazakhstan. A lot of the bans-wise, it's just very, very questionable. But here, Cambodia picks up Yi Sun-shin for themselves. And again, this is definitely securing a lot of damage in the hands of Cambodia. And they have Alice as well for their front line. And this is going to cause a lot of AoEs, a lot of crowd controls already in the hands of Cambodia. We're going to see the same setup we saw from earlier on.
Gold lane is the last pick now for Team Kazakhstan. There's really not a lot of good options left in the pool. They might actually have to consider going gold lane Lunox here. Harif is okay, and they go for that, but there's a lot of ways that it can be countered. I'm just gonna straight out say it. Team Cambodia has won this draft.
Drafting-wise, Cambodia has a lot of things they covered out. Nothing much can be said for the side of Kazakhstan, though. There's a lot of risky choices they've made here so far. And again, we saw how it was when it comes to the first draft. They couldn't do a lot of the setup. When it comes to team fight-wise, this is going to be the same case here for the second round as well. So I'm wondering, what is it that Kazakhstan is thinking right now?
I think they're just trying to go back to comfort, which can work, but you still ideally want to have some tools here. Team Kazakhstan has no crowd control except for Kalea, and you can only grab one target. You have Purify on the Granger already, so that's no longer on the table. Everything gets countered by Eve. Yi Sun Shin melts through the Uranus. Alice actually counters him in lane as well, so Baby Aga's not gonna have a good time, and that means no space.
Well, we hope for the best for Team Kazakhstan, even with this interesting draft. Welcome again to the World Esport Championship 2025. You are here with Team Kazakhstan as well as Cambodia. Can they make it to the semi-finals? Give it up to them.
Team Cambodia currently one victory away from making it through to the semi-finals, claiming that final slot. Will they be able to do so, or will Team Kazakhstan defy the odds and surprises here with a draft that I already don't consider to be the most ideal?
And even now, they're going in all out straight away with the Ultra Rapid. Oh, a little bit of extension right there with touching. Had to move away with the flicker. Very close call there.
That was very close. Being able to survive there is going to be good. We can see up top, Wadu. Like I mentioned, Alice counters Uranus in lane. Very comfortable.
Oh! Where the last shoot for Detective shuts down immediately Riz.
And that is very bad as well. That's basically the only lane where Team Kazakhstan has some kind of priority, which is why Detective went to gank it first.
But here on out, a little bit of extension coming in from Wadu. Will be able to be punished. Though Boxy doing his best with a mighty swing, but Daz! Oh, barely alive there. Goes into the flicker, but goes back again with the shadow. Will be able to survive it out. Somehow, Boxy going in all out to fight with Agop. Ultra Rapid trying to actually survive it out with the Transition as well. I think that is going to be just a down for Baby Agop.
Yeah, that is 100% a dead Croc, but Boxy doesn't mind that all too much. He will definitely respawn before next turtle comes up, and he's already done his job of being a nuisance, basically. I will give props over to Gaverb Des on the Hayabusa. His composure there was kind of insane.
Ooh, Mountain Shocker comes in. Shadow kills not even enough to actually take down Detective. Now goes in for the Ultra Rapid. Goes in for the Mighty Swing as well. Ooh, save Abel, but Opie comes in with the RWM. Shuts down Des immediately. And now Ovin trying to actually pull through with the basic access, but Baby Agov trying to actually do a little bit of trade, but I don't think that's going to be a good decision coming from Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, definitely not. I think they do just need to back this up and give this away. If they're confident, though, they could try and buy enough time for Haya.
Oh, Baby Agop. Again, extension over extension just gives all these bodies to the side of Team Cambodia.
Team Cambodia is definitely going to take everything here. Their health is also low, but there's no way for Team Kazakhstan to enter the fight anymore with Wadu just standing in front. And this is why I was concerned about the Uranus pick. There's still so many counters left in the pool when they locked it in, and there is not enough crowd control. This hero provides basically zero util.
Here's the thing. When it comes to Team Kazakhstan, earlier on, they cannot actually push too easily or even too aggressively earlier on. So this is where the fine line that Kazakhstan needs to be a little bit of discipline. RWM be picked up, Tectonic Charge, barely coming out alive there, but Shadow Kill comes in. Is it going to be enough? Riz takes down Detective, but at the same time, Zamakos come through. We'll be able to take down Bossy. 2 kills in the hands of Kazakhstan for a while.
All right, that's good. That is something that Team Kazakhstan desperately needed right there. The committal to the Tectonic Charge was a little bit aggressive from Boxy. He should have been aware that both the heroes he targeted have Purify, and they overextended.
They're standing right here. Diving composition comes through, but it's not going to be enough though. They will be able to survive it out. Every transition as well as the consecration comes through by Baby Gagop will not be able to actually take down Wadu. So this is just a back and forth come through. But Riz barely also surviving out because of the fight with Zing as well.
Yeah, Zing is definitely giving a little bit of payback now, considering what happened to him in game number 1, the amount of pressure that was put in his gold lane. This time, there's just no resources from Team Kazakhstan to spare, which means he is free to pursue the 1v1. And normally, Harif is supposed to beat Granger in lane. The fact that Singh is in such a dominant position is indicative.
Goes in for the tectonic charge. Tashtik flickers away. A little bit too much of the extension coming in from Kazakhstan will cost their life, and had to put that Threshen Pulse just so that Tashtik can survive.
Wadu in some trouble here. Ooh, good flicker from Baby Agop, but now he is stuck between the tier 1s and 2s. This is almost a guaranteed kill. You're dealing with a marksman here. Detective picks up the Uranus, and that's excellent timing because the turtle is now spawning.
Turtle definitely will be giving up very freely to the hands of Team Cambodia. Again, too much of the desperation coming from Team Kazakhstan. They're forcing their fight in, and this is where the fine line that it can actually cost their life for them. So here's the thing, trying to actually pull in right now to get that gold plate, but at the same time, it's going to be good. So Tashtik just overlooking, going to actually back things up as well. But here turn rapid comes through, goes in for the Tsunami Sun, doesn't actually get anyone. And in the end, right here, Wadu comes through to actually back things up. Butter Sugar comes through, Tashtik will be taken out by Detective. And now, RWM been picked up. They are going to be diving in. No, unfortunately, Riz will be able to survive it out with the flicker. But at the same time, right here, at the moment with Shadow Kill, will be able to actually take down Zing for the trades off. So that at least gives a little bit of 1-1 to the team of Kazakhstan.
Both teams sending 4 members to the side lanes to get a pick off on the gold laner. But Team Kazakhstan actually the ones successful in it. Now they're gonna try and collapse in the mid lane, but Team Cambodia are pretty sturdy.
They are sturdy, definitely not allowing it to actually be taken out that quickly, but still, it is a lot of pressure already been given out by Team Cambodia. So Kazakhstan, so far, yes, they have the answer, but it's still not going to be enough though, because all the setups that was done is a bit of failure.
I will say they have actually done a pretty good job of evening things up though. I expected Team Cambodia to be in a much better position than this by now. They have made some mistakes from playing a bit too overtly aggressive. They still hold on to a 1k gold lead, but that's not all that much in the grand scheme of things. And the scaling from Team Kazakhstan can still carry them as long as they don't fall too far behind.
Let's see, so far right now, they are trying to set things up at the mid lane as well as with 70 seconds coming up with the turtle as well. Pushing on with just the basic attack. If the rampant is out right there, not going to actually do anything as Ovin will be able to survive it out. But seems like they actually spot out Tashtik through the grass, so they had to pull away before it actually comes into an ugly situation.
Yeah, very solid positionings there from Team Kazakhstan, having different people layered around the bushes in the river to make sure that they're able to retreat. And Team Cambodia now a bit slow to the turtle.
RWM been picked up. Yes, Turtle will be able to give it up by Kazakhstan as well. Shadow Kill comes through. Is it going to be enough though? Tectonic comes in, but with Opie able to take down Des as well. This is going to be a good trade. Double kill to the side of Opie with Ovin. Now pushing in with the killing spree in the hands of Detective. 4 players in the hands of Cambodia. And now they are more vicious coming in for the turret.
MVP of that fight once again going to be Wadu for sure. Cambodia were a bit slow to the turtle because they all rotated down to the bot lane, and it was quite smart of Team Kazakhstan to use that to try and blitz the objective. But then they stayed together, got caught in the RWM, and then Wadu flickered into the back with the Throne of Ruin to even catch the backliners, setting them up for Team Cambodia to go for a full rundown. The fact that they lost no members there means that the trade for the turtle is 100% worth it, and they're going to be able to translate that to even more structural control.
All the turrets are going to be even more further on. Ultra Rapid, Mighty Swing, as well as RWM. Ovin cannot get out of that trap that was set up very perfectly by Cambodia. And now, Baby Agop goes in for the dash, but somehow it's not going to be enough though. Can they actually pull through? Somehow Team Cambodia also doesn't want to actually overextend, but somehow they do give a lot of damage already to the side of Team Kazakhstan.
Team Kazakhstan is going to need to rely on macro play now. Basically, they have no way of actually winning a direct team fight against Team Cambodia. They need to...
And now Des will be immediately shut down by OP, giving 2 wins. That is also our last grand finalist coming in right here, which is semi-finals in the hands of Team Cambodia.
Team Cambodia will claim the final spot in the guaranteed top 4 of the open category of WEC 2025. They'll be moving on to the semifinals to face off against Team Turkiyye. And it was a very impressive performance indeed. Unfortunately, that does mean it's the end of the road for Team Kazakhstan.
They tried, but then when it comes to draft-wise, we talked about it. Not a lot of things they can actually counter off to the drafting that was done by Team Cambodia. But here on out, this is actually a good history been made by Team Cambodia as they never actually able to survive it out here to the semi-finals. So congratulations being able to be at the top 4 into the MLBB men category. So let's take a look of what they have to say after their win here with at the stage. Give it up to them.
Officially finalizing our top 4 this WEC 2024. Team Cambodia gets the last semi-final slot officially. Boys, congratulations. Right now on stage, I have Wadu, OP, and of course Detective as my translator. How are you guys right now? Wadu, OP, how are you?
I think I'm good.
You're good?
I'm happy.
You're happy. Definitely. That is definitely a match worth celebrating. Now, let's talk about this match first. Because in game 1, I feel like us as the audience, the viewers, Team Kazakhstan actually surprised us. What about you guys? Were you guys surprised that they were actually very good?
Giờ tới dân mà nó nắng match nắng khi vì ai cái thay dân hiện tăng dân cái nơi game nữa. Game team muối đó. Lấy chẳng game team muối tăng dân cái. Game team muối tăng dân cái.
OP basically said out of the game we have played so far, it's the hardest game.
Oh, wow. Now, since you say that Team Kazakhstan gave you guys the hardest time throughout your journey here in the WEC, do you think they would be a contender region in the upcoming years of MLBB?
He said they might be strong.
They might be strong. I'm going to ask you, what do you think about your performance so far here? Do you think you guys are doing exceptionally good, a 10 out of 10, or you guys think you guys still have